wonder. Are your blindfolds in place? Very well then. Ask yourselves, what is wrong with this sentence?
The cosmic realm, some sort of celestial event.
So today I want to tell you 3 reasons why I'm a mythicist and think that Jesus probably didn't exist. First, I want to introduce you to Philo of Alexandria. He is a 1st century Jew that was writing before Jesus supposedly pimp-walked around Judea. He is important to the mythicist position because he is a prime example of a Jew that believed in a pre-existent celestial being named Jesus.
I'm actually not trying to pick on John here. I think John's a good dude. I think you should subscribe to his channel, Godless Engineer. But I think he's mistaken on Carrier. I think he's being misled because he wants Carrier to be right. Now, recently, John did a video with Carrier about how wrong Dr. Litwa is on the ascension of Isaiah. And he called Dr. Litwa a liar and incompetent, which is a pretty hefty charge if you're going to call someone that and not show anybody why. And in this video, Carrier just simply says he's wrong, says all the scholars agree with me, and I can't believe he didn't look at the scholarship. But it turns out when you actually do look into the scholarship, Litwa was the one that was reading what the scholarship says. Carrier is just using wild speculation. And I'm going to demonstrate that. I'm going to show you why Carrier is the one who just uses wild speculation, ignores the context, ignores the scholarship, and everybody who disagrees with him is secretly an apologist. They're believers, they're not to be trusted, and there's a giant cabal of apologists that are running academia. And they're all out to get Carrier. And Carrier, everyone knows Carrier's book is true. They don't want you to read it. That's why they don't actually engage with the material. They don't look at the scholarship. You hear this a lot of time from all these people. But that's not the case. People do engage with the material. He gets nasty with them. People who he was friends with, he, calls incompetent. He falsely quotes Dr. Ehrman, saying that Ehrman was saying he was incompetent. But that's not the case. Ehrman doesn't say anything like that. And if you ask him for a source, he'll just direct you to one of his blogs about Ehrman, where he paraphrases what Ehrman says. And it's just not there. So there's a lot of misleading stuff. It reminds me of Ralph Ellis. If you go to a Ralph Ellis Facebook post, he's whining about scholars, how they don't listen to him, and how they don't give him credit. And everyone's copying Ralph, and they're all against Ralph. The academia, his big cabal against Ralph. And they both use the same sort of methodology in the sense that he doesn't give you the full picture. He takes things out of context. He has wild speculation based off speculation. That's oftentimes based off speculation. And for one of those dominoes to fall, the whole thing falls.
The martyrdom and ascension of Isaiah, there's a lot of misinformation out there. But this is a fairly easy, accessible text, and I'll just kind of help your viewers know the resources. So
now, this is what Carrier does throughout this entire 2-hour video, is he just laughs and says, that is not true. And then John just picks up on his signals and just laughs along as if they're checking something. And he literally just said, this is very accessible work. Carrier said, that's not true. I'm holding in my hand right now James Charlesworth, pseudepigrapha. This is standardized text. This is what you would get in college. It has all the manuscript evidence for the ascension of Isaiah in here. Everything Litwa is saying is based on the scholarship, and it's based on what's in here. Carrier is just making shit up and just speculating what sounds better for mythicism. And I just think it's funny how they're charging him with being a liar and not knowing the scholarship, and he's blatantly lying right in your face.
James Charlesworth, whom I know you've had on the show, has this 2-volume set on the Old Testament pseudepigrapha, and that's easily accessible.
Sorry to interrupt, but isn't Charlesworth the guy that you had that really irrational conversation with on History Value one time?
Oh, this is a different person.
Different? Okay.
Wait, go back. Let me make sure. We could be talking about a different book. Hold on. That is Charles. No, it is the guy. Yeah, that is the crazy guy who thinks Lazarus can't have written the Gospel of John because resurrected people can't run fast.
Yes.
That's James Charles. Yeah. All right.
Now, when I saw this right here, my mind was literally blown that they would call someone like Charlesworth a crank. Awarded Outstanding Educator of America in 1975, Frank Moore Cross Award, Duke Graduate School PhD, Director of the Dead Sea Scrolls Project at Princeton Theological Seminary. This is what I mean by fringe and mainstream established, like, high-level scholarship. Like people like Charlesworth, Litwa, people like Tony Burke, people like John Kloppenborg, Celine Lilly. These people are translating texts and putting together texts that are like that are becoming standardized for college level courses. Carrier's writing fringe books that are like Ralph Ellis level conspiracy level shit. And for him to call this person crazy, Charlesworth doesn't agree with Carrier. So he's crazy, he's fringe. He's a believer, he can't be trusted. And it reminds me of when I used to go to church and the pastor would say the same thing about academia that Carrier's saying. So you have academia in the middle. On this side, on this far edge, you have these fundamentalist Christians who say academia are a bunch of liberal atheists. They can't be trusted. Bart Ehrman, oh my God, Bart Ehrman's the worst. He's from the devil. You know, Litwa's from the devil. We should fire Litwa. And then on the other side on the spectrum, you have mythicists who say, oh, the academia, they're a bunch of fundamentalist Christians. Huh, they believe Jesus existed. Oh my God, they're a bunch of apologists. And so they poison the well. It doesn't matter who the person is, how established they are. They could be from Princeton, they could be from Yale, they could be from Harvard, they can be the top of the line, greatest of all time, translating manuscripts every single day from Greek, from Coptic, from Syriac, and doing the most work humanly possible. And they're incompetent, and they're a liar because they don't believe Carrier.
So the next little section that I have, it's going to repeat a little bit because it's going to be the whole, mythicists just don't like this portion or whatever, or just don't like it.
John skips ahead, and I go, wait a minute, what is he skipping? And the part that he skipped is literally the part that Litwa says mythicists just want to delete. Like, you can't make this shit up.
Now, the reason why some want to portray the Ascension of Isaiah as a highly doctored and inconsistent text full of interpolations and errors is because there's some parts of the Ascension of Isaiah that they don't like.
It's so ironic. And the last thing I want to say about the Ascension of Isaiah things, I got bigger fish to fry with Carrier than this. Carrier claims in this clip right here,
we can't use it very strongly as evidence. And so on the historicity of Jesus, I use it very weakly. It has almost no effect on the probability.
He says the Ascension of Isaiah is not a big deal to him. Page 36 to 48, page 141, page 180, page 182 to 83, page 187, page 192, page 194, page 214, page 276, page 319, page 321 to 23, page 330, page 351, page 357. You guys get the picture, right? 40 pages in his book mentions the Ascension of Isaiah. So if this is not central to mythicism, I don't know what is. And why else would you do a 2-hour video about some guy's opinion on the Ascension of Isaiah if it wasn't a big deal? This is like blasphemy to them. This is somebody blasphemed their doctrine, and now they have to fix it. This is what this is.
I want to introduce you to Philo of Alexandria. He is a prime example of a Jew that believed in a pre-existent celestial being named Jesus.
Philo of Alexandria, he wrote in the 20s to 40s AD, so roughly shortly before Paul, shortly before Christianity, or coterminous with it. He was a Jewish theologian, in fact, one of the most respected of his era. he attests in his writings that, and I cite all of the passages in my book on the historicity of Jesus, he attests that in fact there was a pre-Christian Jewish belief in a celestial being actually named Jesus. He actually finds the character named Jesus in Zechariah 6, and he says that this being actually is a celestial being, not a man in history, unlike the verse as it was originally intended. So he tells us this, that there was a pre-Christian Jewish belief in a celestial being named Jesus.
In a celestial being named Jesus.
Celestial being named Jesus.
Who was, and he says, these are all the attributes of this pre-Christian Jesus in outer space. He was the firstborn son of God.
Who was the firstborn son of God.
Was the celestial image of God.
The celestial image of God.
He was God's agent of creation.
God's agent of creation.
And he was God's celestial high priest.
And God's celestial high priest.
Now the curious thing is in our earliest writings for Christians, this is exactly the Jesus they're talking about. All of these attributes are assigned to their Jesus.
Now Carrier has listed in his sources Philo, Confusion of Tongues, 62 to 63. And here's what the text actually says. I have also heard of one of the companions of Moses having uttered such a speech as this: Behold a man whose name is the East. A very novel appellation indeed, if you consider it is spoken of a man who is compounded of body and soul. But if you look upon it as applied to that incorporeal being who in no respect differs from the divine image, you will then agree that the name of the East has been given to him with great felicity, for the Father of the universe has caused him to spring up as the eldest son, whom in another passage he calls the firstborn, who is thus born, imitating the ways of his father. He has formed such and such species, looking to his archetypal patterns. Now, there was no Jesus in that passage, so what is he talking about? Well, I know what he's talking about. Before we even get to that, he has two other sources listed. Let's see if there's any Jesus in there. 146 to 47 says, And even if there be not as yet one who is worthy to be called a son of God, nevertheless, let him labor earnestly to be adorned according to his firstborn word, Logos, the eldest of his angels, as the great archangel of many names, and that could have been Jesus right there, for he is called the authority and the name of God, and the Word, and the man according to God's image, and he who sees Israel. For which reason I was induced a little while ago to praise the principles of those who said, We are all one man's sons. Even if we are not yet suitable to be called the sons of God, still we may be deserved to be called the children of this eternal image, of his most sacred word, for the image of God is his most ancient word, or Logos. Now, once again, that's his second source out of the three he gives. There's no angel named Jesus. There's an angel. There's a firstborn of God. There is a celestial image. But nobody's denying that Philo's theology is being heavily drawn from. In fact, Philo's not even the one who came up with this stuff. This goes back from the beginning when the Septuagint was translated. Aristobulus of Alexandria has ideas similar to this. These are ideas of Platonic, Hellenized Judaism. But the first thing he says in bold letters right here is actually named Jesus. All right, let's see what the third source says. On Dreams 1-15. For there are, as it seems, two temples belonging to God. One being this world, in which the high priest is the divine word, his own firstborn son. The other is the rational soul, the priest of which is the real true man, the copy of whom, perceptible to the senses, is he who performs his paternal vows and sacrifices, to whom it is enjoined to put on the aforesaid tunic, the representation of the universal heaven, in order that the world may join with the man in offering sacrifice, and that man may likewise cooperate with the universe. Now we're getting to what Carrier's getting at with this high priest thing. But that's just not what Philo says. He's saying that Philo says the actual name of this angel is Jesus. But Carrier's being sneaky, borderline dishonest here. Because what Carrier's actually saying is the angel that he's referring to, who's called the East, firstborn celestial image of God, is actually the same name as the high priest who's in Zechariah. Where would we get Zechariah from? Well, if we go back to Confusion of Tongues 62 to 63, the first source he gave, Philo's quoting from Zechariah. Behold, a man who is the East. But he's being sneaky here. Because, yes, if we go to the Septuagint, which would be the version that Philo was using, we do have a high priest whose name is Jesus or Joshua. And he is even called an anointed one. But that's to ignore the whole entire book of Zechariah and the meaning of it. See, the two key words here are the East and mountain. And these two key words, East and mountain, is what's going to refute Carrier's theory. See, if you don't understand Zechariah, this is going to sound like a perfect theory. But if you read Zechariah, this makes absolutely no sense. And it's complete, utter bullshit. And the reason why is because the man who is called the East is not the high priest. It's the governor who's going to build a second temple, Zerubbabel. And the text that actually what it says is, and thou shalt say to him, thus say the Lord Almighty, behold the man whose name is the East, and he shall spring up from this stem and build the house of the Lord. Now some people translate this as branch. So what Carrier has done, and other mythicists have done, is they said, oh look, the word branch in Hebrew is netzar. But the Hebrew version of Zechariah doesn't use the word netzar. It uses the word zima. So that falls apart too. The whole Nazarene thing, coming from the term netzar, being a title of Davidic line, Nazorian, it's completely made up, baseless, doesn't exist in any of the sources. Tons of mythicists who don't think Nazareth even exists. And all you have to do is go to Pliny the Elder, who's writing in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, who literally mentions Nazareth, and he even tells you where it is, and it lines up exactly where the Bible says it is. He says the Tetrarch of the Nazarenes is in Kol, Syria, extra biblical source for Nazareth, meaning the whole branch thing is just complete nonsense. Now, to be fair to Carrier, Jesus, son of Jehozadak, he is an anointed one. If you actually read Zechariah and Haggai, and we know Philo knows about Haggai because he mentions it multiple times throughout his works. Zechariah and Haggai, the two prophets during the time of the Second Temple building, mention that there are two anointed ones. And one of them is a plain, and the other one is a mountain. Zerubbabel is the mountain, and it says, Joshua, you are but a plain to the mountain Zerubbabel. Meaning Zerubbabel will have a rough, tougher time compared to the easy, laid-back time of the high priesthood. Zerubbabel, whose name literally means seated in Babylon, is coming from Babylon, coming from the east. Now, this is important because what Philo's talking about is not Joshua the high priest. He's talking about the prophecy from the book of Numbers, in particular 23:7 and 24:17. And that's why he says, I also have heard one of the companions of Moses uttered such a speech as this, behold a man who is the east. The real source of this quote is from Numbers 23:7. And here's what it says. And Balaam lifted up an oracle, saying, Balak brought me from Aram, the king of Moab, from the mountains of the east. This is such an important part right here. Mountains of the east. And Numbers 24:17 says, I see him, but now I behold him, but not near. A star will come forth from Jacob, A scepter will arise from Israel. He will crush the Moab and strike down the sons of Sheth. This is originally where the Star of the East comes from. Now, that's not to say that Christians use this for their theology of Jesus. But you can't say this is what Philo meant. The last verse of Haggai says, "On that day, says the Lord of hosts, I will take you, Zerubbabel, son of Shealtiel, my servant. I will set you as a signet ring, for I have chosen you, says the Lord of hosts." And by the way, this angel is not Jesus or Zerubbabel, who Philo's even talking about. The incorporeal being that Philo's talking about is the angel that's speaking to Zechariah about Zerubbabel and Joshua. He doesn't even have a name. He's just the divine image of the Lord of hosts. And in Carrier's own source says he has many names. I've already demonstrated for you. He had plenty of opportunity to specify if that name was Jesus, and he doesn't. This is why you get the logos. He's the mouthpiece, like Hermes. Like Hermes is to Zeus, this angel, who's the Word, is the messenger of Yahweh. And every time somebody in the Old Testament is speaking to one of these angels, they're talking to the Word of Yahweh. I think this is pretty clear at this point. Joshua's not the king. Zerubbabel is the governor, and he's also of the Davidic line, which is another slam dunk against Carrier. In the genealogy of Jesus is the whole Davidic line. Zerubbabel is actually in that genealogy. Joshua isn't. Joshua is of the line of Aaron, so it doesn't make sense that he would be the branch. The branch would have to be Zerubbabel. In the book called On the Change of Names, chapter 21, he talks about the name Joshua, as he does talk about other names as well. He says about the name Joshua, Moses changes the name of Hosea into that of Joshua, displaying by his new name distinctive qualities of his character. For the name Hosea is interpreted, what sort of person is this? But Joshua means salvation of the Lord, being the name of the most excellent possible character, for the habits are better with respect to those persons who are of such qualities from being influenced by them. It would make a lot more sense right here for Philo just to say Jesus, Joshua, the name of the Logos, the name of the angel of Yahweh who is inheriting the kingdom of heaven. But he doesn't say that. He just talks about a name of a person and what the name means. That would have been the perfect time for Philo to specify who the name of this angel is. But he doesn't say that. We're only left to conclude that this is not the name of the angel. So not only is there not literally an angel named Jesus in Philo, like Carrier says, but even if you follow along his crazy reasoning of why he said that, even that falls apart. So there's no Jesus in Philo, and there's no pre-existing Jesus angel that predates Christianity. It doesn't exist. I consider this a blatant lie. Now, for somebody who has a quote that says any idea that has to be defended with outright lies is almost certainly false, it's kind of ironic after what we just figured out, don't you think? I mean, John's first thing off the bat for the 3 reasons why he's a mythicist.
So today I want to tell you 3 reasons why I'm a mythicist being named Jesus.
Number 1 reason off the bat is because of this angel named Jesus in Philo. Now, if a Christian found out that Jesus didn't exist, would they still be a Christian? On the flip side of that, John or Joel finding out that this Jesus angel didn't exist, are you still a mythicist? Probably are. And listen, I'll just level with you right now. Is mythicism possible? Absolutely it is. I think it's a plausible position to have. The evidence is terrible. There's no physical evidence. There's no first-hand accounts. And we only know for certain a few minor things. And so I'm going with what's the most likely thing. I'm going with what the experts tell me. And that is that there probably was a guy who got crucified. Now, the last thing he says about this particular topic is he goes into another blatant lie. I was going to say misleading, misinformation, but this is actually a blatant lie. He's choosing a certain passage in Zechariah that appears to look favorable for his hypothesis. But with all the things I just told you about Zechariah and Haggai, it doesn't make sense anymore. You'll see why. Because in his book, he tries to say the translation of the Septuagint reads, "You shall make crowns and set them upon the head of Jesus, the son of Jehovah the righteous, the high priest, and say to him, Thus the Almighty Lord, behold the man whose name is rising. And he shall rise up from his place below, and shall build the house of the Lord, and receive power, and sit and rule upon the throne." That's not what the Septuagint actually says. He mistranslated the last name, the family name of Joshua in this passage, Yehezedek, and he broke it up into son of Jehovah the righteous to make it seem like this is like a son of God thing. He also doesn't tell you that the real meaning of this passage is about two crowns, a silver crown going to Joshua and a gold crown going to Zerubbabel. And here's the kicker, because after this it says, "From his place below, he shall build the house of the Lord and receive power and sit and rule upon the throne." That's Zerubbabel who's going to rule and govern. Joshua is supposed to anoint the king. That's the entire purpose of this ceremony. This is a coronation ceremony where the high priest, who has the silver crown, anoints the king, who in this case is the Davidic line, from the east. Now, where am I getting this from? Why am I just making this up to try to rebuke Carrier? No, Philo tells you this because one paragraph later, he gives you the context. He tells you about Balaam's prophecy, which I just showed you was about the mountain in the east. All the context is there, but what Carrier does is he takes the context away, and then he hones in on mistranslations, and then fools you. In a commentary from the New American Standard, it actually says, the original text must have had the name of Zerubbabel here, not that of Joshua. Joshua is a different man from the one called the shoot. And in it is upon the shoot that the crown is to be placed. And I get why they're not just saying that for no reason. This, in the context of what Haggai is saying and what Zechariah is saying, and in the context of what Philo is also saying when he talks about, in the next paragraph, the prophecy from Balaam about the mountain in the east, Zerubbabel's called the mountain. He is from the Davidic line. He is the governor. He is the one building the temple. But there is two crowns, and the high priest does anoint the king. So it's actually kind of in the middle. There's two anointed ones, the high priest and the king. And this actually becomes the playbook of Carrier. Take context away from things, and instead of trying to figure out or teach you what the truth is, he's trying to argue for mythicism. That's all this, it's all he is. He's the polar opposite of what a Christian is, a Christian fundamentalist. They don't care what the truth is. They don't care what the actual facts are. They're not trying to actually learn about stuff. They're just arguing for Christianity. This is what mythicism does. It doesn't matter what the truth is. It doesn't matter what the facts are. Is there any way we can twist this stuff to make it look like mythicism is true? And find all the outs possible.
Once more, we interrupt your regularly scheduled program. This is the Joker speaking from his secret hideout. I have an amusing message for the directors of the Gotham steamship lines.
Now the evidence, you go in and look at the evidence and you can confirm that this is what Mark is doing because you go through it.
Brings me to my next point. The evidence. Show me evidence that God doesn't exist. That's a dumb question because I can't show evidence that there's not a flying hippopotamus above my house right now. Some people think this applies to the question if Jesus exists or not. If Jesus didn't exist, where's the evidence? How do you show evidence of something that didn't exist? But it actually doesn't apply here. Because there could be evidence. If Jesus didn't exist, there should be hostile witnesses early on contesting his existence. Not even from hostile witnesses, from the true believers from the beginning who knew this was all celestial. Where's their rebuttals to Mark? Where is their documents? Where's their writings besides Paul? They don't exist. And you can't claim that the church deleted all this stuff because the church recorded all the heresies in like hundreds of books. We have Hippolytus, we have Irenaeus, Justin Martyr, and we have all of these fragments that we found in Egypt. They recorded Docetism. They recorded all the heresies. And if this was the case, this heresy would sure as hell be around. And it's not. In fact, when we do look at the hostile witnesses, they all agree that this was actual historical events. Middle of the 2nd century, we have Celsus, who thinks that Jesus had a father named Pantera. He says his sources are from the Jews. He's getting from Jewish sources. And that evidence actually checks out. See, Dr. James Tabor and Peter Schaeffer, who do a lot of work on the Talmud, have pointed out that the sources in the Talmud are early, some of them 1st century. And mythicists do not like to talk about the Talmud because there's evidence in there for historical Jesus. So what they do is they swat it away by saying, oh, it's a late source and it's unreliable. But there's a lot in there that we can look at that gives us some information. The trial says in Sanhedrin 43a that a crier goes out before the condemned man. This indicates that it is only before him while he is being led to execution. On Passover Eve, they hung the corpse of Jesus the Nazarene after they killed him by way of stoning. And a crier went out before him 40 days, publicly proclaiming Jesus the Nazarene is going out to be stoned because he practiced sorcery, incited people to idol worship, and led Jewish people astray. Now, some people have pointed out that the dating of this is off because it says under the government of Alexander Jannaeus. There's 3 explanations for this, and none of them are that this is a different Jesus, like Carrier will try to tell you. The odds, and Carrier is an odds guy, so he knows this. The odds of there being 2 Jesus of Nazareth who were hung on Passover Eve for leading Israel astray, whose mother was named Mary, 0% that there's 2 of those. Didn't happen. So we have to look at why they have that extra information there. It's like, you don't say if a murder happened, the person's dead. We know the murder happened. But our witness comes up and says it happened last week. But we know it didn't happen last week. We know it happened last night. That doesn't mean the murder didn't happen. You don't just stop investigating. So there's 3 explanations for this. One of them is Alexander Jannaeus is the one who set up the Sanhedrin. He's the one who passed down the government from the Maccabees into the next dynasty, the Roman Empire, the later soon to be Herodian dynasty, Antipater basically. And so you can argue that they're talking about the government Sanhedrin that was set up by Alexander Jannaeus. That's one explanation. Another explanation is they just got it wrong. The scribe just got it wrong. Just wrote the wrong thing in there. Plausible. And the third explanation, this is from some scholars that think the persecution was so bad in the Roman Empire that they had to sort of mask their text, and instead of saying that because they're talking shit about Jesus in here, and to sort of avoid being persecuted for that, they'll just say it's a different Jesus. That's plausible too. But by no chance is this a different Jesus of Nazareth. But this is not the only source in there about him. See, it talks about a man named Jacob from Kfar Sama, who's in Sepphoris, right next to Nazareth. Checks out. And it says the name of Jesus ben Pantera, and he was healing in his name. And it worked. So hostile witnesses giving him credit for someone working. But then after that person was survived from the snake bite that he was healed from, ended up dying anyway. So it's a kind of weird story. And that's from the Jerusalem Talmud, Shabbat 114. And the last one is that there's a king Yanai was killing the sages, Yehoshua ben Pariah and Jesus, his student, went to Alexandria, Egypt. When there was peace between King Yanai and the sages, Simon ben Yeshata sent a message to Yehoshua ben Pariah, "For me, Jerusalem, the holy city, to you, Alexander of Egypt." Some people are sensing that Jesus was the student here. Up for debate. But either way, when we look at Celsus, when we look at the Jewish historians, when we look at other sources that are more hostile to Christianity, none of them are contesting the existence of Jesus. Even if just one person did, that would be something to look at. But we don't have anything like that. We don't have any sources from these celestial Christians. We don't have anything from them. They're just doesn't exist. The evidence is zilch, zero. Now, as you can see here, element 48, Carrier talks about the rank Raglan mythotype ranking scale. And as you can see, down on this list, you see the A and O of my own pen. And this is me calculating Alexander the Great and Caesar Augustus, who Carrier claims don't make the list. Now, just to tell you what this list is, Carrier claims that Jesus is on a list of mythotypes that other dying and rising gods and saviors also rank high on. And he claims that there's no other actual human being that lived that's on this list. The only people he say that's on this list are Oedipus, Moses, Jesus, Theseus, Dionysus, Romulus, Perseus, Hercules, Zeus, Bellerophon, Jason, Osiris, Pelops, Asclepius, and Joseph, son of Jacob. Now that's a good point, if it was true. If it was true that Jesus is the only person on this list, and it's just a list of myths, that would be a really good case for mythicism. But it's demonstrably false. And there's over 50 people in history who actually make this list. Number 1, Francis Lee Utley has Abraham Lincoln through folklore biographies scoring all 22 points on Raglan's archetype exactly. And this is all within 40 years of his life, just like Jesus. King Ahab, king of Israel, based on the biblical text. Ahab's mother, royal virgin, says it right in Isaiah, wife of Omri. His father was King Omri. Israel was considered the child of God, as well as the kings and rulers. No details of his childhood. He defeated King Hadadzar. He marries Jezebel, princess of Tyre. He became king. For a time, he reigns uneventfully. He has all 22 of the list ranked. Alexander the Great, one of the ones I did myself, personally, from the Alexander Romance, easily scores 14 at least. Apollonius of Tyana. Virtually every scholar, save Robert Price, obviously, would acknowledge that Apollonius of Tyana existed as a historical figure. The circumstances of his birth are strange. Reputed to be the son of Zeus. Returned to Tyana after his kingdom. Reigned uneventfully for a time. Prescribed laws, teachings in the Pythagorean tradition. Attila the Hun. Legendary development is seen to be immense, particularly in the works of Germanic legend of the medieval era. Father was a chieftain of the Huns. He returns to the future kingdom. He is the victor over his brothers and rulers of the Huns. Now, obviously I can't read all of this because I'd be here for 4 hours. But I'm going to scroll past so that you can check every one of these. And you can look it up yourself. Billy the Kid, Chaitanya, 13. Caligula, all 22. Claudius, all 22. Cleopatra, Confucius, David Koresh, Donald Trump. Let's check this one out. Donald Trump, the descendant of Haakon V, according to him himself, King of Norway. The circumstances of his conception are unusual, as he is said to be the second coming of Christ, according to some Christians. As the second Christ, he is the Son of God. And reaching manhood, he does go to his further kingdom, his future kingdom, the USA. He is hailed as king by some figures. For a time, he reigned without wars, natural catastrophes. He prescribes laws. He lost favor with his subjects, even with the GOP. He was driven from his home in New York City. And this is a good one. Now, there's some of these I might even argue against. I might not dogmatically just accept this just to be in spite of Carrier. But I just want you to look at these, because there's a lot of good points here. Elvis Presley, General Custer, Genghis Khan, George Washington. All the sources are listed here too. Haile Selassie, Henry V, Henry VI, Juan of Key, Joan of Arc, JFK, Julius Caesar, Lady Bauci, Lloyd Rael, Mithridates IV of Pontus. And this was a big one too that I had in my own notes, because he has a star that signifies his birth and everything. Nicholas II, the Tsar of Russia, Pythagoras, Sargon of Akkad, Shaka, King of Zulu, Siegfried Sigurd, Theodoric the Great. Remember, you can always pause this and take a look at it. Tiberius Caesar, number 37. Vasilevsky, Wen of Jin, William Wallace, Zedekiah, Napoleon. Let's check this one out. Napoleon is said was born low noble, minor royalty woman, and his family was further descended from King Charlemagne. Was his conception mysterious? Consider that Napoleon was in fact divinized. He was also anointed by the Pope, by the way. He is portrayed as the sun deity in this artwork. He is referred to as the son of heaven. Others compared him to the god Prometheus, the son of the titan Iapetus. Indeed, the deification of this hero was ubiquitous. Truly, he was the son of a god. But not only was he divinized, he was also thought to be his prophecy, the Messiah, by some. And this is a fact. You can go look into the experts that write histories on Napoleon. The anointing ceremony of Napoleon was such a big deal. It was such a turning point in history. The Pope had to be ridiculed for this. They have images of the Pope on his back, and Napoleon has Caligula and Nero, the two beasts from Revelation, basically, standing there. And so this was a big turning point in history. Here you have Napoleon being anointed. Carrier argues that Paul actually was a mythicist Christian, meaning that Paul thought there was no Jesus on earth. Carrier argues that there's strange and ambiguous language in the Greek, which when I've showed this to people that I talk to, people I have on as guests, and ask them these questions, is this Greek ambiguous? Is this strange? They don't really agree on that. Let's go through some of these examples of the Greek, Paul. What did Paul really think? What does the data actually say? Now let's go through some of these strange and ambiguous verses and interpret what they actually mean in different ways. Galatians 4:4 says, begotten of a woman, begotten under the law. Now, literally, which most people agree with, means born from Mary. Allegorically, descended from Hagar. Figuratively, woman born, took human form. Came into being from the seed of David according to the flesh. Romans 1:3. Now, this could only mean that he's descended from David, an earthly lineage. But Carrier argues that it came into being from David's sperm miraculously in the heavens. Even though there's no evidence for that, there's no accounts of this, there's no texts that talk about this, it's just kind of a speculation. Then you have, I saw James, the brother of the Lord, Galatians 1:9. It's pretty straightforward. He's the blood brother of Jesus. In fact, Josephus even mentions this in the late middle 90s, few decades down the road. So we have, multiple sources agreeing on this, and the way they get around it is by saying Josephus actually meant something else. I want you to hold that thought. Just put that on the back burner. This is going to be a regular occurrence. Whenever there's a text that mythicists don't like, the author probably meant something else. It's never just straightforward. The author meant something else. It's ambiguous. It's strange. Another one, rulers of this age, crucified of the Lord of glory. Earthly rulers, crucified of Jesus. Rulers, the word in Greek is archon. There was an archon of Athens, a famous king of Athens was called the archon. It's all over Plutarch, it's all over Plato, it's all over the ancient writers, Xenophon, name it, Herodotus. Archon is just a word. I mean, it'd be like saying, since Pluto is the king of Hades, Basilio of Hades, does that Basilio word mean just the mythical king? No, the word just means king. It just stays that way. Whether you're talking about a demon or an angel or a real king, that's what the archon means. The next one is in the night which he was handed over. This is a big one. 1 Corinthians 11:23. Who handed him over? Judas handed him over. But they'll argue that God handed over Jesus or someone else handed over Jesus in the heavens. But then why doesn't it just say that then? It's Occam's razor with this one. Why doesn't it just say he was handed over by the archons in the third heaven? It just says he was handed over. And this just makes sense that he was handed over on the night of the Passover, which is the night he was executed, according to multiple sources, extra-biblical and biblical. Jewish sources, Talmud sources. He broke bread, took the cup, and said, now this is 1 Corinthians 11:23-26. He either instituted a Eucharist at the Last Supper, which was 99% of the experts say, or, Carrier will say, he instituted the Eucharist through visions. If you don't want Jesus to exist, and you want it to be that this was all through visions, then that would make sense to you. But if you're actually seriously sitting there wondering which makes the most sense, you're probably going with the first one. He was handed over, Paul says, that Lord Jesus, on the night when he was handed over, took a loaf of bread, and when gave thanks, he broke it and said, "This is my body that is for you. Do this in remembrance of me." In the same way, he took a cup also after supper, saying, "This cup is the new covenant in my blood. Do this as often as you drink it in remembrance of me. For as often as you eat this bread and drink the cup, you proclaim the Lord's death until he comes." Who is he talking to? Is he talking to his angel buddies? If that was really the case, the argument that this is Paul's vision is just way too much. Paul's getting a vision to stop persecuting Christians. That's Paul's vision. Paul's not getting visions of the past things that Jesus was doing in heaven. There's no indication of that. This is a story that Paul knows. This is a historical event. Paul knows James and Peter, and he knows the story. This is probably relating to some sort of text, like some sort of Q document maybe, or even just a verbal communication. This is a story of an actual historical event. And I'm sorry, but if this was actually all happening in the stars, you should have some signifier for that. There should be something in this text that lets us know that. But it doesn't. It's on the night he was handed over. Now, Carrier then says that Paul never uses the word of human birth, despite it hundreds of times typically to mean being or becoming. Rather, his preferred word for being born is gennao. 1 Corinthians 15:45. Paul says Adam was made using the same word as he uses for Jesus. Yet this is obviously not a reference to being born, but to being constructed directly by God. If so, for Adam, then so it could be for Jesus, whom Paul equated with Adam in that same verse. But this is actually false. Because if we go to Genesis 2:7, Septuagint, it says, God formed man, dust from the earth, and breathed into his face a breath of life, and the man became a living being. And the word eplasen is the word for formed Adam. If the Carrier was correct, we should see just this word using for Jesus as well. Instead of being born from a woman, according to the flesh, it should say eplasen, formed from God. But it doesn't. And now let's get to the second part. Egeneto Because this is the only most standard common word for become or birth in the ancient Greek world. Here are the examples of this word being used for just regular human births. In fact, the root word for geno, generate, give birth, create, it has so many different ways to use it. There's so many different variations of this word that it's going to show up by itself in different forms. Paul, if he really was a Jewish man, probably has a variation of this word that might have some influence on where area or the part of the world he is. But the word is so diverse, and it's used so often just for regular births or for something to come into being, that you can't just say that because it's by itself in certain areas that it has to mean something other than what it really means. Born of a woman, which he says is never used in any of these contexts and is a very strange word, appears to be an idiomatic Hebraism simply meaning that Jesus was a human being. Mythicists will try to argue that this is such a strange thing. Why would they say born of a woman? What does it mean? Nobody says they're born of a woman. It's just implied. But this is demonstrably false, because this is used in Job 14:1, 15:4, and 25:4. The same word here, born of a woman, born of a woman, and born of a woman. The Dead Sea Scrolls Community Rules uses the same language as what shall one born of a woman be considered in your presence. This is a Hebrew idiom for human beings only. It's actually like a slam dunk on mythicism, because it even says in the bottom, what is the spirit of flesh? And this is the Dead Sea Scrolls. This is first century Jews. This is right up the Christian world. And I want to point out that the word sarx, flesh, is a key Pauline theological term referring essentially to human existence, with emphasis on transitory, weak, frail nature of that existence. According to the flesh, 21 times by Paul, denotes being or living according to merely human, which is where we see Romans 9:5, as the flesh is concerned. The Messiah, which Paul is talking about, only in respect to the relationship which is strictly narrowly human. Which brings me to another point, is the Messiah was always supposed to be human. This is why Philo never talks about the angel being the Messiah. The Messiah is strictly human. Nobody would be called Messiah unless they were human to begin with. This is why you have groups like the Ebionites, who are wiped out before the end of the first century, who are written about in the Heresiologists as the closest people to Jerusalem who are Christians, Hebrew-speaking Christians who only thought that Jesus was a man and nothing more. If Carrier was correct, you would see none of this. The Ebionites would all be mythicists, and Philo would already have a Messiah angel. Paul always differentiates the Lord Jesus to the God the Father. There's a complete difference in Paul's letters. And this is why you see the opposite of what Carrier's arguing. You see the opposite of a euhemerization. With the euhemerization, you start off with a God, usually for hundreds of years, and then they sort of get like pinned into history. With this case, you look at Mark, the first gospel, it's sort of coming off of what we see in Paul. Now, Paul's logos is pre-existent, but Jesus as a human is just a man. And we see this in other early Christian theologies, such as the Carpocratians and Valentinians, where Jesus had to attain a level of apotheosis to become the Logos, to become the divine intellect of God that was always eternal. And so Mark starts off with just the man, And as you go through Luke and Matthew, he gets more and more divine. By the time he gets to the latest gospel, he's completely God. He's one with God. And Paul's theology is not lined up word for word with Philo's. John's is. So the Christians, by the time John gets written, are using Philo's theology to build their theology. And they're building off what Paul started. But Paul is in no way the same as Philo. It's not to say that he's not close. Of course that's the case. But he's like that in Mark too. And that is a progression over time. The Messiah was a chosen human, anointed by God. Christianity took it to another level as time went on. And you can see in Paul, he always separates Lord Jesus Christ, the Messiah, from Theos, God. He doesn't actually call Jesus Theos, God. Paul says in Galatians that his gospel is not from human origin. And he's only saying that because he did not meet Jesus like Cephas and James did. He got his from a revelation. And so he's saying his gospel is not like their gospel that's human in origin. His is from the divine revelation. Because then you see in Galatians 1:18-24, he tells you this. Then after 3 years, I did go up to Jerusalem to visit Cephas and stayed with him for 15 days. But I did not see another of the apostles, except James, the brother of the Lord. He talks about the promises were spoken to Abraham and his descendant. Scripture does not say, and to descendants, referring to many, but to one, and to your descendant, who is Christ. What I'm saying is this: the law that came 430 years later does not cancel a covenant previously ratified by God, so as to invalidate the promise. For if the inheritance is based on the law, it is no longer based on the promise, but God graciously gave it to Abraham through the promise. It was not added because of transgressions until the arrival of the descendant. Who is the descendant? Abraham, David, Jesus. And Paul cannot be any more clear here in Romans 1:15. Has came from the seed of David according to the flesh, who has appointed to be Son of God in power, according to the Spirit of holiness, from the resurrection of the dead. That is just the clearest you're going to get. Unless you want this to be ambiguous, unless you don't want this to be clear, you can make it, tell yourself, make it sound however you want to sound. But the rest of us in the normal world understand this, what this means.
You gonna get him drunk?
Here, Queenie, you know what to do with this now.
And the last thing I want to talk about is extra biblical sources, because mythicists are correct about extra biblical sources. They're very bad. In fact, most of the extra biblical sources that Christians like to point to are in the 2nd century. Pliny the Younger is in the late 110s. Tacitus, Suetonius are in the 120s. And so those sources, and even in those sources, they barely know who Jesus is. Pliny the Elder, Philo, these guys are around in Israel during the time of Jesus' life, and they're talking about subjects central to Christianity. They don't mention Jesus. Mythicists have a good point with this one. Jesus didn't write anything down. But neither did Socrates, Diogenes, Thales. There's a lot of ancient great people, very famous, who had a lot of followers and disciples, who just didn't write anything down. It's not uncommon. It's not a bad point, but it's not like the end-all be-all. So the first extra biblical source that we get is Josephus. But this is an important source because it's something different than what Paul is laying down. And you can see that the Gospels after Josephus, so Acts basically, and John maybe, are using Josephus. Josephus is giving you information that's not necessarily in Mark and Luke and Matthew. So it's different. It's not dependent on the Gospels, but it could be dependent on word of mouth through people who know the Gospels and know Paul. So Christians are already around at this time, so it's not like a primary source, basically. So with that being said, Christian mythicists still want to deny that Josephus wrote about Jesus. Why? I don't really know. They just want to. Because they have a point about one thing. The first passage about Jesus in Josephus in book 18 is completely fudged, doctored, and interpolated to a high degree. Borderline forgery. But there's a reason why scholars know that there's something of kernel of truth there. And there's two things that I refute from mythicists. Mythicists will claim that this passage has no belonging in this chapter. But that's false. Because book 18 starts off about Pontius Pilate and the calamities that happened under the Jews during his time. Jesus died by Pontius Pilate, so of course he would be in that section. He actually fits perfectly in there. And the paragraph after the story about Jesus starts off with, and also at this time, the first event that actually happens in this book is this a story about Jesus. So there wouldn't be a, and after this, it would just start off that way. So the language is indicating that something is there. But the biggest reason of all is that he's also mentioned again in book 20. In book 20, he talks about the brother, James, who was stoned by the Sanhedrin, who was the brother of the Christ. And this story cannot be interpolated because it's so central to the chapter in the book that if you take it out, nothing makes sense anymore. So instead of claiming this is an interpolation, Carrier just plays a bunch of speculative games and says what they meant to say was this is Jesus ben Damnius. And so Jesus ben Damnius is a character who comes a paragraph later, who gets the high priesthood, and this is where scholars are calling him out as just making shit up, because this does not fit. And here's the reason why. The Sadducees are in control of the priesthood, especially if you know Josephus. The high priesthood only goes to a handful of people that are alive. There are people in waiting who are looking at that high priesthood probably more than we look at the president right now. So it's not just going to some random guy they feel bad for. It's going to somebody who's ordained, who's in the Levites, who's in the temple, who's already knows the situation. And the brother of James is not the guy. James is not in that family. And if he was in that family, if he was in that network, Josephus would have just said it. At the end of the chapter, Josephus easily could have said, and this is what we're paid for the death of James. But he doesn't say that. So it just doesn't make sense. Logically doesn't make sense. It only makes sense if you want the Christ to be taken out of the story. If you don't want Jesus to be in the story, this story makes perfect sense. And of course you're going to go with it. In fact, look at the response from Dennis MacDonald when he hears this. And keep in mind, Dennis MacDonald is not an apologist who's sucking up to the church. This is a guy who's been on Pine Creek's channel. He doesn't give a shit about the church.
Now, we actually know that certain scribal practices, it is entirely possible that originally this passage said, James, the brother of Jesus ben Damnius. If there was an interlinear note above it that said the one called Christ, scribes might have thought that they were supposed to be transposed. One was an error and the other was a correction. So their concern was not that Ananus killed these people. Their concern was that he procedurally assembled a Sanhedrin without consent. So they actually don't really care about James and this other guy. Like the people who are interfering here think Ananus just assembled a court and prosecuted some people unlawfully.
I can't tell you how much I disagree with that reading.
Okay. I mean, it's what it says. And even if you look at the Greek, I don't think it changes much.
Why is it that Josephus goes out of his way to contrast the view of the law by Sadducees and Ananus, and the view of the law of some in the city who are more accurate with respect to the law and more tolerant. They're going to use the illegal meeting of the Sanhedrin as the excuse for getting rid of him. It's a procedural thing. But Josephus is making and by the way, he uses very unusual vocabulary for this. He's quite clear about what he's trying to accomplish. You're right, by the way, it's not the changing of the law, it's the violation of the law. Paranomosesithus, something like that.
Yeah.
And then, but the word that's used for cruel is omi, which is very unusual and harsh. So I think the primary conflict is between the Sadducees, who are harsh, and those in the city who are generous. Now, I do think that you're right, that they've objected to an illegal calling of the Sanhedrin. So here I think we have two motivations, one having to do with a different understanding of law. So it means in my reading that James and these others have an interpretation of law which for people who are generous is tolerable, and those of whom are sticklers and especially are protective of the temple.
And finally, with that being said, the reason why we know this exists is because Origen, when he's writing about Josephus, he doesn't really know about the passage that we all agree on, that it's interpolated, but he does mention James, which means he knows about that passage. And so what Carrier does is he's completely sneaky about this, and instead of just admitting that this verse probably exists, he tries to say that Origen got his sources wrong, and really he meant Hegesippus. Here's the actual verse. Although not believing in Jesus the Christ, and seeking after the cause in the fall of Jerusalem, destruction of the temple, whereas he ought to have said that the conspiracy against Jesus was the cause of these calamities, befalling the people, since they put to death Christ, who was a prophet, says, nevertheless being, although against his will, not far from the truth, that these disasters happened to the Jews as punishment for the death of James the Just, who was the brother of Jesus called Christ. He's dependent on Josephus, period. So how does this get peer reviewed? You might be asking. A lot of people actually ask that. Well, sure enough, an investigative journalist has looked into the situation, and here's what we have. On the Historicity of Jesus was first announced to be accepted as a publisher at July 17, 2013 on Free Thought Blogs, specifically Richard Carrier's blog. This blog of Carrier's is now inactive because Carrier was alleged to have sexual harassment several people at Skepticon.
Dr. Richard Carrier, that guy who went absolutely bonkers and started suing people for millions of dollars for saying that he's creepy and for not inviting him to their conferences, particularly Amy Frank, the woman who posted on her own Facebook page that Richard Carrier had been creepy to her, that she felt that he had sexually harassed her, even though writing this to you is scary, in parentheses. Okay, so this time I'm saying fuck it and just baring my heart to you and being a little overly frank and forthcoming and just flat out hitting on you. It has nothing to do with posts like that. You are unequivocally awesome and you know it, which is unequivocally sexy.
Leading to him being banished from Skepticon and from Free Thought Blogs. His blog, entitled Richard Carrier Blogs, was moved to another site, and the originals were presumed lost, but are now available through Internet Archive. As the blog currently stands in its present form, Carrier states, I sought 4 peer review reports from major professors of New Testament early Christianity, and 2 have returned their reports, approving them with revisions, and those revisions have been made. Since 2 peers for the academic publications, we can still proceed, and Sheffield's own peer reviewers have approved the text. 2 others missed the assigned deadline, but I'm still hoping to get their reports, and I'll do my best to meet any revisions they require as well. There we have it. Carrier's book was peer-reviewed by both peer reviewers he got, and then also reviewers at Sheffield Phoenix Press, One may be inclined to have the story end here, but it does not, because a few things are rather peculiar about this peer review process that Carrier is describing here. First, Carrier says, I sought 4 peer review reports from major professors of New Testament and early Christianity, and 2 have returned their reports, approving it with revisions, and those revisions have been made. Curious. So Carrier chose his reviewers. That is not how standard practice. Carrier even notes in a comment below that it is standard to provide the publisher with a list of names, which may or may not be accepted. It is not standard practice to obtain the reviewers oneself. He writes, an academic press will often ask you, as standard procedure, whom you think will be the best suited to peer review your submission. They will ask for as many names as possible because being unpaid, most will ask to decline. They might not go with the names you recommend, but they will consider them. So the process that this book went through is already odd. Of course, maybe he suggested these names before he got the reviews, but then he outright says in the comments that this happened before he even got the publisher. Carrier writes the same comment, my own effort to line up formal peer reviewers, which I started before I got a publisher in order to speed up the pipeline of publication, was to find peers who held diverse opinions of the thesis, but whose work in a field is exemplary and whose judgment I highly respected, and who held, and by the way, when Carrier respects someone's judgment, it means they agrees with them. Because he trashes everyone else who he doesn't agree with. So that's kind of odd. Anyways, and who held rankings professorships in the field. Before reading the manuscript, one was sympathetic to the thesis, one was undecided as to its merits, and 2 others were actively opposed to the thesis, but not irrationally. So Carrier began finding reviewers before he had a publisher, and he had made sure that the 4 that he got were not irrationally opposed to his thesis. In short, he chose those who would be most sympathetic even if they had opposed him ultimately by his own admission. In fact, in another post, he makes this clear. He chose his reviewers pre-vet his manuscript. It's important to note that this clarification, Sheffield Phoenix selected its own peer reviewers to vet my book, as they do all academic treatises they publish. That's the entire point of an academic press. This was after I also submitted peer review reports from multiple prominent professors of biblical studies. I had to pre-vet my manuscript to ensure it would pass any peer review a publisher engaged. So Carrier, by his own admission, did not go through the double-blinded peer review with reviewers, but still, there were Sheffield Phoenix's own peer reviews as well, right? Well, here's where things get really interesting. In Carrier's original announcement on Free Thought Blogs, access via Internet Archive, Carrier wrote, I sought 4 peer reviewers reports from major professors of New Testament or early Christianity, and 2 have returned their reports, approving with revisions, and those revisions have been made. Since 2 peers in the standard number for the academic publications, we can proceed. 2 others missed the deadline, but I'm still hoping to get their reports, and I'll do my best to meet revisions they require. And I always wondered why Carrier, if he's such an Ivy League guy, such a Columbia PhD guy who always talks about how he's peer-reviewed, he's got a PhD, why didn't he go to Oxford? Why didn't he do what Bart Ehrman does, or David Litwood does? Go to Oxford, get the top of the line major league peer review study, and then nobody can talk shit after that. You want to know why he didn't go to Oxford? Because he would never have passed an Oxford peer review. That's not my own words. I've been told that by multiple people. Here's the notable absence in Carrier's original. In the original statement, Carrier never said that he got peer reviewers from Sheffield Phoenix Press. Furthermore, it should be noted that Carrier originally said that Sheffield Phoenix Press was the publishing house of the University of Sheffield, UK. But he later changed this to a publishing house at the University of Sheffield, UK. Instead, when it was pointed out, this statement was incorrect. So the original post has made a lot of things fishy. I did some checking through the Internet Archive, and the archive has snaps of the blog from the time that it was up until it was finally taken down. In a snapshot made October 20th, 2015, one finds that Richard Carrier had not yet made the alteration. However, January 2016, the post now includes the statement about Sheffield's own peer reviewers. So why is it, for 2 years, Carrier never included this comment, but then between October and January 2015 and 16, he then alters his post to include this? Well, in 2015, we began getting discussion on the fact that Carrier never really got a peer-reviewed book, but a pal-reviewed one. The website Post Flaviana specifically began investigating this and noted this was not typical peer review at all. So what happened? Carrier altered the text of his post in 2016, and later he responded to Post Flaviana and specifically used the quite real interpolation into the text to argue that Post Flaviana ignored what he said, when in reality that section did not exist in the earliest version. Carrier replied to their accusations by quoting this altered text. I sought 4 peer review reports from major professors of the New Testament or early Christianity, and 2 have returned their reports approving with revisions, and those revisions have been made. Since 2 peer reviewers is the standard number for academic publications, we can proceed, and Sheffield's own peer reviewers have approved the text. 2 others missed the assigned deadline, but I'm still hoping to get their reports, and I'll do my best to meet any revisions they require as well. Now, why would anyone have to edit this post? Why would you ever edit a post about your peer review? Why don't you just put a new one up or something? Why would you go back to the old one and edit it? That is very... I'm not gonna lie. This is based off a private investigation. This is not like I can prove this, but he's got a point here. This is some weird shit going on. Some weird shit going on. And so he tried to email Sheffield and got this response. Can you briefly describe the peer review process that Richard Carrier on the History of Jesus went through? Was the peer review process part of the decision to whether to publish? And got this reply. We can assure anyone who asks that all our books are peer reviewed before being accepted, but we cannot undertake the process to describe the process just to any person who asks us to do so. You know, another person doing some work as well was in a chat. This is what they told me, so this is all allegedly, and Carrier should come forth and clear this up maybe. Allegedly, someone at Sheffield told them that this is the most scrutinized published book they have ever had in their entire history. It's their biggest stain on their credibility so far, and it's the biggest embarrassment Sheffield Phoenix has ever had. So if that's wrong, I would love for somebody to clarify that.
And now, people of Gotham City, the moment you have all been waiting for. The grand finale, the climax of my performance, the zenith of my career. The unmasking of Batman and Robin, the boy wonder.
Could this mean curtains?
As the clown prince of crime, I decline. I hope this doesn't depress you.
Definition of projecting: giving an outward appearance in order to avoid direct connection or to disguise, inflate the real essence, which is yourself. Not only have I and others have been bullied by mythicists, but they themselves are the definition of cult of personality. Bullying, cult of personality, taking people out of context and dishonesty, that's on the side of mythicism. I'm going to show you that right now. Let's put this thing to rest. This is the last video I will be making on the topic of Richard Carrier or mythicism. This will be the last video I do. I don't care if John makes 100 videos. I don't care if Carrier writes 100 blogs. I've said what I've said. I'm confident that my video is fine the way it is. I don't have to change anything. The responses from my video, which was very pleasant, let's just say, very pleasant. Found out that Casey and John Gleason were looking up my personal information and trying to find out where I work, you know, basically coming at me and saying, oh, you sell cheese and meat, which I did 7 years ago, by the way. Interesting. You went and found my LinkedIn account that I don't use anymore. But it's nice to know that you were Googling me and looking things up about me. It's good to know you got enemies like that, because I've never done anything like that for you. Not even thought about it. But you've done that for me. Good to know. Here are the top 10 attributes of cults. Number 1, absolute authoritarianism without accountability. 2, zero tolerance for criticism or questions. 3, lack meaningful financial disclosure regarding budget. 4, unreasonable fears about the outside world that often involve evil conspiracies and persecutions.
Duke University. We had previously discussed how bad Duke University seems to be when it comes to their bias towards Christianity.
Number 5, of the belief that former followers are always wrong for leaving, and there is never a legitimate reason for anyone else to leave. 6, abusive members. 7, records, books, articles, programs documenting the abuses of the leader of group. Number 8, followers feeling they are never able to be good enough. Number 9, a belief that the leader is right all the time. And number 10, a belief that the leader is the exclusive means of knowing truth. I would say about 7 out of these 10 apply right to the mythicism group of Richard Carrier. And while they may deny these accusations, the fact is that they do not practice it. Anything that Richard Carrier says or does, they're ready to like the post, give it an amen and hallelujah, as if it's hearing from a pastor. But seriously, he can do no wrong. In fact, here's Derek Lambert telling John just his own opinion on why he's a historicist. Notice what his reaction is.
How for our sins and the da-da-da-da. He's talking to the people in Corinth. And he says, and he was buried and that he was raised on the 3rd day according to the scriptures. And that he appeared to Cephas, then to the 12, then he appeared to more than 500, blah, 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 appeared. Most of them who are still alive, right? Those, some died. Then he appeared to James, then to all the apostles. Last of all, as the one untimely born, he appeared also to me. For I am the least of the apostles, unfit to be called an apostle because I persecuted the church of God. So my question is, just to make sure we're on the same page, or at least discussing this pericope, is Paul's talking about Christ after. This is his resurrection message. That
was he even paying attention, or was he looking on his Crestus app to find the response that Carrier already set out for him? He's not even listening. In fact, he even says it himself.
I literally don't understand why some people still hold on to the historicist position. Like, I get why New Testament scholars do, and even the somewhat critical scholars like Bart Ehrman and others of his ilk. I understand why they do, but I guess I'm failing to understand why their evidence convinces people.
And if you're starting off with that as you can't understand why people are accepting this evidence, then you're going to have a hard time even understanding what the hell's going on. John or other mythicists, just show me one passage, one text, one manuscript, one fragment. I don't even care. Show me something of Jesus being crucified in outer space and being some pre-Christian angelic being. It doesn't exist. You said it yourself for Dr. Litwa. If we don't have evidence for something, then why are we talking about it?
If there is no way that we could ever show that Paul actually met a physical Jesus, then why bring it up as evidence? Seems kind of like superfluous information at this point.
Let me take you back for 1 second, just to recap the history of how this all began. There was beef, some scholarly beef, between Dr. Litwa and Richard Carrier. And when I saw Richard Carrier on Godless Engineer's channel making extreme accusations at Dr. Litwa, who's my friend, I'm not a fan of bullies. And so I had one choice, is to stand up for my friend who otherwise wouldn't be able to stand up for himself. And throughout the years, John has sort of built himself as this historicist debunker and taking people like Dr. Bart Ehrman and Dr. Litwa out of context and trying to make it seem as if they said something that they didn't actually say and completely taking them out of context.
I can make a very, very good case for why the women would discover the tomb. I cannot make a good case for why Jesus would be said to come from Nazareth.
Wait, hold on. You can't make a solid case for why the gospel writers would have made up that Jesus came from Nazareth. All you have to do is literally read the words from the Bible. Let's go to Matthew 2:23. And he went and lived in a city called Nazareth, so that what was spoken by the prophets might be fulfilled, that he would be called a Nazarene. Frankly, I'm quite confused as to why anybody would trust Bart Ehrman on the historical Jesus. If he makes simple errors like this, what else is he wrong about?
If you're not educated in this subject, you would think that was a sick burn. Little does John know that Bart Ehrman was not making a point about the New Testament. He's talking about the Old Testament. There is nothing in the Old Testament that predates Christianity about the Messiah coming from Nazareth. Therefore, the gospel writers invented a prophecy to make it make sense why he's from Nazareth. You know this, but you did this on purpose to make Bart look like he doesn't know what he's talking about. So for you to use the New Testament to prove the New Testament, you're on the same page as Christians now.
The Greek word is simply ophthe, that Jesus appeared to these people, literally was seen by these people. It can also be translated simply was seen. Jesus was seen by Cephas, he was seen by Peter, he was seen by 500 brothers at the same time.
The fact that these visions or hallucinations are just claims is a widely accepted argument in the historicity of the resurrection discussion. No critical scholar accepts that these visions are evidence of a resurrected Jesus. They are just claims that he did. Dr. Litwa is allowing his religious bias to cloud his historical analysis.
Dr. Litwa was saying absolutely nothing about if this 500 people happened or not. He's talking about the text and how the Greek plays out. But John wants you to think he's an apologist, because if John makes you think he's an apologist, then you won't trust him anymore. So he's taking you out of context on purpose to make it look like he's trying to prove that 500 witnesses saw Jesus. That's not true. That's not what Litwa was saying. He was talking about the language that Paul's using. He's not making a case for it happening historically or not. But either John's too dumb to grasp that, or he's smart enough to grasp that, and he's being dishonest and wants you to think that these people don't know what they're talking about. This is Fox News style gotcha reporting, which is ironic because a week ago, John made a video about me saying that I took Dr. Carrier out of context, when all in actuality is John's video highlighted that Carrier's own Facebook post that he claims to use the word attest only happened in 1 out of the 6 videos. In fact, John even took 1 of the 6 videos out of my video. So who's the one really taking people out of context? I'm trying not to get too low, but I'm actually starting to question his intelligence. And it's either that or he's deliberately being dishonest. I'm not sure which one's which. I've been watching Richard Carrier for a few years now, even was convinced by him for a while. And I've worked with him. And I've noticed the way he deals with people who he doesn't like, who disagree with him, from actual fringe groups like Israel Only to the most prestigious academics in the field, people who are peer-reviewed by Oxford and Cambridge and Yale once a year. Everybody who disagrees with him is a crank. So if anybody needs to check their own sanity, it's the guy who says mic drop at the end of his own blogs. John Gleason, who has the channel Godless Engineer with almost 60,000 subscribers, has become sort of a internet face of mythicism. And that's basically where mythicism is. It's an internet thing. It's not a scholar thing. It's not an academic thing. Even most of Carrier's arguments don't even come from academia. They come from Earl Doherty, who's not even an academic. And before I discuss John from Godless Engineer, I want to address some of the comments from the video. It surprises me to know that a lot of mythicists or people who are on the fence about mythicism don't realize what mythicism really is. So we're not saying that, or I'm not saying at least, that the evidence for a historical Jesus is so overwhelming that we can say for certain he existed. We can't say that. Mythicism isn't saying that there's the reason why they think there's no historical Jesus is because there's no evidence for this guy historically, no physical evidence, no primary sources, he didn't write anything down. That's not what mythicism is saying. What mythicists are saying is that there was a pre-Christian angelic Jesus that predates Christianity, and that he started off as a complete mythological character that was crucified in the heavens under the moon. It gets real specific too. But here's the problem with that. There's no evidence of that. There's no sources. There's no texts that say this. There's no manuscripts. There's no fragments. There's no Jewish traditions that we know of. There's nobody, nothing that says anything like this. And so some of the comments on the video was like basically saying, I can't believe you're trying to say this. There's no evidence. Where's the evidence? Where's the primary sources for Jesus? Why didn't Jesus write anything down? And my response to that is, those are all great, perfect concerns. And I don't blame you for thinking like that. I think like that too. The issue is mythicists like Richard Carrier and John Gleason and others who are trying to push a narrative without any evidence, without any sources, without nothing backing it up, that there was a tradition in which Jesus was an angelic being before the Gospels. It's not true. There's no evidence for it. And next time you're in a debate or you host a mythicist on your YouTube channel or whatever it is you would do, if you see Richard Carrier, if you see one, ask them, what text do you have to prove that this is true? Otherwise, you're just making claims. And I see this double standard all the time with, if you speculate about the historical Jesus, mythicists will lose their minds. Why are we speculating over something we don't know about? Well, why do you speculate on there being this pre-existing angel? That's why I made this video. Didn't make the video to critique people who question his existence. I made the video to critique people who not only question his existence, but try to replace it with this thing that doesn't exist. This is why you have scholars like Ehrman and Letwa and others who think it's like flat earth material. And it's not because they're thinking there's so much evidence for Jesus existing. It's not what that is. It's the opposite. What people don't realize about mythicism is that mythicism is not taking into account for there being no evidence for Jesus's historical life. Mythicism goes the other direction and then creates evidence for a mythical angelic archangel named Jesus, which there's no evidence of. And the irony for somebody who wears a shirt that says citation effing needed or got evidence, you would think there would be tons of evidence and citations for this archangel named Jesus that predates Christianity. There's zero. There's not even one. There's not even anyone mentioning it. There's not even secondary sources for it. There's not even anything. It's just completely hypothetical. The whole Q debate, right? Q is hypothetical. There is no Q document. There is no sources for Q. There is no manuscripts for Q. Q is a hypothetical source drummed up by scholars, critical scholars too. I've had David Fitzgerald, who's a mythicist, try to sneak in one of my live streams with him that this is some sort of apologist thing. It's couldn't be any farther from the truth. In fact, churches and apologists don't like Q because Q is saying something completely different about the Gospels. Q is making things make more sense. The Gospels coming out of thin air, being this divinely inspired, perfect thing, is just not the case. And a lot of scholars point out the more likely it would be that this is developed over time and there was some skeleton source before that. To say that this is an apologist thing is very, very not only wrong, but misleading. But it's hypothetical. And everyone admits that. But the funny part is that when we talk about Q, mythicists just go, oh my God, there's no evidence. It can't be real. Are you out of your mind? Are you crazy for thinking this? But yet, at the same time, even more hypothetical is there being some pre-existing angelic Jesus who gets crucified in outer space. There's not even anything remotely suggesting this is the case. Not a source, not a mention, and it's more hypothetical than Q would be. In fact, at least with Q, you have one of the early Christians, Papias, sort of hinting at there being a source. So at least you have that. With this pre-archangel Jesus, you don't even have that at all. You have nothing. Let's get into John Gleason, Godless Engineer, and how much of a genius this guy. This is a genius engineer.
More bullshit from the pulpit. Meet me in the comment section and you get schooled, bitch. The Godless Engineer.
This is the this is a great thinker of our time right here.
The Godless Engineer.
I went live on a couple of occasions. One with my friend Aaron Adair, and another with Carrier. And him and some other people, him and his wife and some other people, were in the chat just having just a great old time. Let's just say that. Having just a great, dropping $1 super chats, trying to get me to apologize to their master and savior, Richard Carrier. And I refuse to do so. They're just dropping comments and basically harassing me in the chat. And that's the behavior that I got from them. I've never done anything remotely close to that in any of his live streams. Never even, actually, I probably left one comment on his last video. That's the only comment I probably ever left on a Godless Engineer video in the last few months, probably. I've never met somebody more hypocritical who projects more than this person, John Gleason, in my entire life. I mean, he's the type of kid that probably used to bully people, and then when they push back, he would run and tell on them. That's the kind of person he is. I called him out for this on Twitter. His behavior in my chats, his constant posting about me, and he tries to deny it. He goes into defense mode. He says, cite the hundreds of comments. Now, anybody who's watching this right now, who was in the live with me and Carrier, or me and Aaron Adair, can now see that he is full of crap, saying, I'm lying about this. And if you were in that chat, there you go. That's what he says. He tries to deny it. I've left comment during the live streams. I've not directly commented on the videos after the live streams. I do not recall commenting on any of the videos in the comments section. Okay. What does that have to do with anything? This genius engineer, John Gleason, with the genius response, there is a difference. Live stream comments are not counted as comments directly on the video. That's how YouTube works, dude. Dude, that's how YouTube works, dude. Don't you get it? The live stream can replay the comments, but they are distinctly different. I don't see how this has any bearing to the topic of you misrepresenting me. Yeah. So we're talking about people's behaviors. We're talking about your behavior. You jumping in my live stream and dropping 100 freaking comments, you and your wife, leaving super chats to try to get me to respond and try to get a rise out of me. And your response to defend yourself against that is that it doesn't count because it's not after the video. Only comments after the videos count. So my behavior doesn't matter at all. When Derek got tired of your post on MythVision, he had to put out a comment saying, no more of this back and forth, which isn't a back and forth, because not only he was being nice to you by saying that, because I don't have a single time that I posted on MythVision anything about John Gleason. Not one time is there a post on MythVision of me saying anything about John Gleason. But you, who are posting videos about me to MythVision, couldn't get the message. This was about you. Like the genius that you are, with the self-awareness of a fly, you didn't even realize, you didn't even catch the drift that this was about you. So Derek Lambert says, good morning, everyone. From now on, I would like everyone to refrain from continuing the drama between Godless Engineer and Gnostic Informant in the group by no longer sharing any response videos to them in MythVision group. If the desire to do it elsewhere, it's none of my business. I'm tired of the drama between both sides. John Gleason and Neil Senlak. The genius says, I second this. This post came half an hour after you put a post out. This was about you, dude. And I second this. You don't even realize, bro, this is directed at you, dude. Name one post I put with your name on it. Name one post. Name one time I did a response video to John Gleason and Godless Engineer. Show me one video or post that I did that to you. Doesn't exist. This highlights the type of thought process behind Godless Engineer. It's not about like what the truth is or what the facts are or what reality we're in. It's about trying to argue to be right. It doesn't matter like if I'm right or wrong. It's a matter if I appear to be right. And then you'll see this in the latest video that GE put out, trying to say that I took Carrier out of context. This is just gold. And so John Gleason's awareness is going to become a theme in this video. What happens next is just hilarious. So when Richard Carrier and I went live and we were discussing the angel in Philo, who Carrier tries squirmingly to defend, that that this Philo described this angel to be called Jesus. And so we talked about this a little bit, and he accused me of having an insane reaction to one of his videos where he speaks in front of, I think it's Skepticon. He tries to say that the way I described it was wrong because his wording is not what I said it was. Then I played the clip for him, and he admitted, you're right, my bad, I did say it that way. That could be taken wrong. That's important because he not only says that in that clip, he says that in 5 other clips. And then there's a 6th clip where he doesn't even mention Philo, but he says something that's even worse. So I went along and I made a little tally of these videos, a quick little collage for Facebook. And it was supposed to be quick. It's supposed to show the slide and then show him saying those exact words. That was the whole point.
I've seen you do this several times. You've done it a few times in this video, and you did it before. You did it in your video when you showed a clip of me talking about Philo.
Yeah.
And then you talked about it. You have this tendency to change the meaning of what people say. This is the thing, is I'm very careful, usually, with my choice of words.
This is the thing, is I'm very careful, usually, with my choice of words.
When you said about Philo, you show the video clip from Philo, and people can confirm this just by watching it. Which is one of the reasons why I had a problem understanding how this could be a sane reaction to it. But where my wording is very clear, where I don't say that Philo says that the name of the person in that passage is Jesus. I say that Philo says that the person in that passage is this particular angel, and that passage says that it's Jesus.
Well, I was going to say I can pull up the clip and we can listen to it.
Yeah, like it's possible maybe my wording was wrong, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't.
I'm pretty sure you said that Jesus, the angel's actually named Jesus.
Right. Okay. Notice the missing word in that sentence that you just said.
Actually named Jesus?
No, Philo. Philo is not in that sentence. Philo of Alexandria. So he tells us this, that there was a pre-Christian Jewish belief in a celestial being named Jesus.
Celestial being named Jesus.
Who was, and he says, these are all the attributes of this pre-Christian Jesus in outer space. So I did actually phrase it in the way that you took it, so that's my bad. Sure. Because I started with just a general statement, and then I went into the slide. If you look at the slide, you'll see that it doesn't state it that way. The slide is actually carefully couched.
Well, I'm glad we clarified that right here. That's good.
The slide is actually carefully couched.
The slide is actually carefully couched.
Yeah. So the slide on the screen, I think, is even more clear. So the slide on the screen, I think, is even more clear on this.
But yes, absolutely. That was a brief, and you're right. The way I phrased it at the beginning of the sentence and that at the podium would have misled you. If people are doing that just off of a single quick brief talk, they're being irresponsible. Just off of a single quick brief talk. Philo of Alexandria, he attests that, in fact, there was a pre-Christian Jewish belief in a celestial being actually named Jesus. So he tells us this, that there was a pre-Christian Jewish belief in a celestial being named Jesus. We know Philo of Alexandria tells us that there was a pre-Christian Jewish belief in a celestial being actually named Jesus. I want to make sure you understand what I just said there. That there was an actual celestial being known as Jesus, named Jesus, in Jewish theology before Christianity came along, and Philo tells us about this. I want to make sure you understand what I just said there. That there was an actual celestial being known as Jesus, named Jesus, in Jewish theology before Christianity came along. Philo of Alexandria.
a Jewish theologian. He's identifying an archangel named Jesus who has all of these attributes. Paul, same time as Jesus. Philo of Alexandria is a Jewish scholar in Alexandria, Egypt. And he tells us this. If you want the sources, not the impossible faith, we'll give them to you with quotations and everything. He tells us that there was a pre-Christian Jewish belief in a celestial being actually named Jesus. Philo of Alexandria, he wrote about a particular angel in Jewish angelology, and he says that this particular angel is the same character named Jesus in this particular Old Testament passage in Zechariah that he points out. So that here we have a passage in the Old Testament with a god or an angel named Jesus, and Philo is saying that that's this particular angel. And this is what, there are some unusual yet indisputable facts that we can first cue you in on. One is that some pre-Christian Jews had already identified a character in the Old Testament named Jesus as a supreme archangel and God's firstborn son. So that belief already pre-existed Christianity. What Christianity did is they taught that their Jesus was that archangel. Okay. So that's okay. That clears that up entirely.
Carrier then makes a Facebook post saying that I took him out of context. Then says, a team of liars are going around showing a clip of me deceptively edited to say the opposite of what it actually says. Remember that. Opposites of what it actually says. Think about that. Now, my video that you just watched, imagine what the opposite of that would sound like. The opposite of what that would sound like is something like, oh, Philo doesn't have an angel named Jesus. Or, I don't know, to be fair to Carrier, maybe he meant like Philo of Alexandria. He has a logos, and his concept of the logos is the Son of God, the heir of God, the high priest of God. And a lot of these traits match the Christian Jesus. And oddly enough, there is also a verse in Philo where he cites a passage from Zechariah. Now, if we go to Zechariah, the high priest in that passage, his name is Jesus. It might be possible that Philo's archangel might be called Jesus. Now, I can't prove that. Philo doesn't explicitly say that, but we can make some inferences, and, possibly that could be the case. That would be correct for Richard Carrier to say something like that. He doesn't say anything close to that. I don't care if you use the word attest. I don't care if you use the word says. I don't care if you say Philo tells us, which you do on the slide. It says Philo tells us that there's an angel actually named Jesus. And so back to John Gleason, the genius engineer in his awareness. He comes to save his daddy. He comes to save the day and make a video showing the real context, guys. He's got, he caught me, dude. John, you caught me, dude. You caught me on that. I left out a couple amazing things. And let's take a look at these amazing extra pieces that I left out of Richard Carrier's video that makes him say the exact opposite. The whole entire thing that Richard Carrier was complaining about, he says, a team of liars are going around showing a clip of me, deceptively editing to say the opposite of what actually was, including Stephen Ford and Neil Senlak. The bit that they removed is screen cap below, where I not only do I say attests twice, but I even clearly and openly correct myself from saying yes, to clarify that I mean attests. So an honest audience can tell I'm not saying says, but rather attests. But that's funny he says that, because he tells me in the conversation we had,
if you look at the slide, you'll see that it doesn't state it that way. The slide is actually carefully couched.
Well, I'm glad we clarified that right here. That's good.
The slide is actually carefully couched.
That the slide was even crafted even better and even more careful. The slide says the word Philo says in the slide. Now, John did a beautiful job of highlighting that he actually does say says. So I got to thank John for that one. Let's go through John's video and the parts that I clipped out, and let's go through and see how much of a difference does it make. Because what I was doing in this Facebook post was I wasn't trying to play the whole context for everybody. I was trying to tally the times where he used this particular slide and says the same argument.
Philo of Alexandria, he wrote in the 20s to 40s AD, so roughly shortly before Paul, shortly before Christianity, or coterminous with it. He was a Jewish theologian, in fact, one of the most respected of his era. He attests in his writings that, and I cite all of the passages in my book on the historicity of Jesus, he attests that, in fact, there was a pre-Christian Jewish belief in a celestial being actually named Jesus.
I don't think John actually realizes that this first one, and the reason why I went through it so fast, is because this is the first one that we already agreed on, that Richard Carrier himself agreed he said it wrong. He tries to back himself up a little bit and say, oh, I said the word attest, which means something different. No, it doesn't. It doesn't mean anything different. Philo does not attest that the angels actually named Jesus. To say that Philo attests that, you would have to find a passage where Philo attests that. You attested that. So John thinks that by grabbing the whole clip, that somehow I left that out on purpose, even though I put it in there quickly on purpose because it was already the clip that Carrier agreed he said it wrong. So I put that as number one, because if I'm going to tally 6 videos, I'm not going to leave it out. I'm just going to put it in there for number one. You'd think someone smart would be smart enough to realize that. I guess not. Or either is smart enough to realize it and he's completely dishonest and he's trying to frame this in a theatrical way to make me look bad, which probably is the case. Now, the second one, he's right. The reference I got wrong because I originally was going to do 7 videos and I brought it down to 6. And what happened was, out of those 7 videos that I had these cut out for, those 2 got swapped for whatever reason. So I did have the wrong reference for this one, which, whatever. Yeah, I did that.
We know Philo of Alexandria tells us that there was a pre-Christian Jewish belief in a celestial being actually named Jesus. I want to make sure you understand what I just said there. That there was an actual celestial being known as Jesus, named Jesus, in Jewish theology before Christianity came along. And Philo tells us about this. What were the attributes of this Jesus who lives in outer space? He was the firstborn son of God. He was the celestial image of God. He was God's agent of creation and God's celestial high priest. Now I want to point out that every single one of these things is stated in the epistles. So our earliest evidence of Christianity identifies Jesus with the exact same unusual attributes as this pre-Christian Jesus figure that lives in outer space. So already we're looking at the origins of Christianity, the earliest documents. They're talking about the same being that Philo is talking about.
Now listen to this. Listen to what he actually says here. Does he say the word attest in this one? His big rebuttal to me was that I said the word attest and not says. In the second clip that I tallied on here, listen to what, does he say the word attest here? Let's see.
We know Philo of Alexandria tells us that there was a pre-Christian Jewish belief in a celestial being actually named Jesus. I want to make sure you understand what I just said there. That there was an actual celestial being known as Jesus, named Jesus, in Jewish theology before Christianity came along. And Philo tells us about this.
Philo of Alexandria tells us
that there was a pre-Christian Jewish belief in a celestial being actually named Jesus.
Philo of Alexandria tells us that there's a pre-Christian belief in an angel actually named Jesus. Where do you hear attest? Where do you hear anything about there being he doesn't actually say it, but I think that he might have thought that. You don't get anything like that. You get a complete bullshit lie.
I want to make sure you understand what I just said there.
He wants to make sure that you understand what he just said there. Clear as day. Now, John Gleason doesn't care what the facts are, just like in the case of his behavior in my chat. It's all technical for him. Technically, I took a clip out of his video. Technically, I did do that. John compares the part that I clipped out to a longer version. All he did was press pause on my video, basically, and let Carrier keep talking and say the attributes that are already on the slide. What would be the point of me continuing that clip just to say the attributes of the angel that we already established is there. It's already on the slide. Did I take any context away at all? No. The whole entire point of me taking him out of context, according to Richard Carrier, was that he said the word attest. But in these clips, he doesn't say attest. Now, I challenge you. I'm going to give you one more example of something that John thought that I clipped out that matters. It doesn't mean anything. And then I'm going to show you the part that John himself left out of the video because he does not want you to hear this.
Now, another important clue comes from Philo of Alexandria, a Jewish theologian who wrote between the 20s and 40s AD. Most of his stuff was probably written before Christianity. And he attests, he attests to the fact that there was in Jewish angelology of the time, there was a pre-Christian Jewish belief in a certain archangel, whom he describes. And he says that the man named Jesus in the book of Zechariah, Zechariah 6, he claims that guy is this archangel. So in fact, he's identifying an archangel named Jesus who has all of these attributes.
Did he say, is there anything in here that says, well, Philo doesn't actually say this, but there is a passage where he references in Zechariah, and the person's name in Zechariah happens to be Jesus, so maybe Philo might have thought that. He doesn't say it like that at all. He just lies to you. Now, John's going to really hone in on the attributes. I don't care about the attributes. I care about what he said about Philo and the angel. That's why these parts aren't in the video. So John's doing this like theatrics thing where, oh, look, there's more context. There is no more context. He's giving you the attributes of this angel that everybody agrees on. All critical scholars agree that Philo's archangel logos is used by Christians to demonstrate who the Son of God is. Everybody agrees with that. But here's where, and this is the funny part, Carrier says that all of his attributes are these ones. These are not all of his attributes. There are other attributes about Philo's angel that Christians don't use. Philo compares his logos to Mercury, the god who is the mouthpiece of Zeus. That's not Jesus. So there's a lot of other things that Carrier's leaving out about this archangel. He's honing in and focusing on certain attributes that match up with Paul to make it seem like Paul has the exact same being as Jesus, which is not true. The part that I purposely left out because it's on the slide, he's adding to the video as if I'm trying to hide something here. But there's nothing in here. There's no extra context from these attributes that are making my clip of Carrier the opposite of what I actually show you what he says. Is actually adding to what I said, Carrier said. It's nothing, there's nothing to say here. If you still haven't grasped what I'm trying to get at you yet, do this for me. Go to John's video. Take a piece of paper and a pen. Hit play. Watch the video. Every time that my video stops, write down the words that Carrier is saying. Write it down. And then when the video is over, look at what you have written down and see if it's the opposite of what I have in my video. In fact, what you're gonna see is it's gonna be a lot of extra information that I didn't want to use to make my video shorter. Like Philo, he's a Jew from the 1st century, lived in Alexandria. Yeah, I clipped that out. Guilty. Or it might be something that he said repeatedly. Or in the third part, you're going to get a lot of this too. The attributes. He's the firstborn son of God. He's the high priest of God. All those are the only things that I left out to keep my video under 5 minutes. It was a tally. That was the whole point. And so John with his theatrics is even worse because he leaves out the worst of them all, number 6. John's video only has 5. My video had 6. Number 6. John does not even tell you that there's a number 6 in his video. I wonder why. Let's look at the clip.
There are some unusual yet indisputable facts that we can first cue you in on. One is that some pre-Christian Jews had already identified a character in the Old Testament named Jesus as a supreme archangel and God's firstborn son. So that belief already pre-existed Christianity. What Christianity did is they taught that their Jesus was that archangel.
Now who's the one taking people out of context? John is. Think about this. Why would John leave that out, number 6? Because it goes against exactly what Richard Carrier says in his post, that I made him say the opposite. He says in this clip, it's an indisputable fact that Jews believed in a pre-Christian angel named Jesus. Indisputable fact. And here we have Richard Carrier complaining on Facebook that I was out to make him say the opposite of what he really meant. But here we have a clip where he uses the exact words, indisputable fact. And of course, John cannot put that in there because he will be going against his own boss.
Okay. So that's okay. That clears that up entirely.
Now I want to show you an example, just in case you still are like, well, you did clip something out. Maybe you should have just played the whole thing. Let me give you an example of what it really looks like when somebody takes someone out of context. So here's clip A, and this is going to look bad, but just bear with me.
Our culture is not imported from some African nation or some Asian nation. It's our English jurisprudential culture, our European culture.
Now, when you watch that clip A, you're like, what is he talking about? That is such a horrible thing to say. That's because when you play the full clip, all of a sudden there's a different meaning to it. Here's the full clip.
In the late 1300s in England, so many wives were being beaten to death by their husbands that the court of common law said, because women were considered to be a chattel, just like the horse or the cows or the animals in the field, for real. And a man was able to, quote, chastise his wife. But so many were being beaten to death that the court ruled in the late 1300s that no man could beat his wife with a rod bigger than the circumference of his thumb. We have a cultural problem.
Now that you witnessed that, there's a prime example of what happens when you take people out of context. The whole meaning changes. Now, if you just played that first clip by itself, it sounds like Joe Biden saying, our culture is so great and all these other cultures are so bad. But when you actually take what happened before he said all the culture thing, what he really was saying was that we have a culture problem, and our problems in our culture don't come from abroad. They are here. So he was actually saying the exact opposite. But did that happen for my video with Richard Carrier? Did the meaning of what his argument was change at all? No. In fact, the argument got even stronger when you play the full thing. So I have to thank John for helping me out. For John highlighted that Richard Carrier's Facebook post is completely incorrect and that everything that he argues in my clip was actually intensified, and that he doesn't just say attest, he says, tells us, indisputable, and other things. So thank you, John from Godless Engineer, for solving this for us. Now keep in mind, when Carrier and I originally talked, he admitted to me that the first speech that I showed in my video, he said it in a way that could be taken wrongly, that it was misleading. And of course he has to admit this, because no person who's sane, who's actually doing this for real, who's actually looking into these subjects for real, would ever say that Philo writes about this archangel Logos and says that his name is actually literally Jesus. You have to infer that by your own argument, by digging into some of the things that Philo says, and when he quotes a certain passage, and what does that passage say? You're the one attesting, not Philo. At that point, it's Richard Carrier who attests this. Philo doesn't attest this at all. In fact, we have hundreds and hundreds of pages of Philo. And if this was the case, that he actually thought this angel had a name of Jesus, Philo would have said it at some point. In fact, in the book called On Names, he writes about the name Jesus, meaning Yahweh's salvation. And he says it's a great name for great people. In Carrier's blog about our video, he tries to say that even I admit, or that this name Jesus that Philo says is the greatest, the highest name of all names. Philo never says that, and neither did I. So that right there in his blog, just a flat lie. And I'm starting to think that these blogs are not for academia or for anyone on the outside. This is for his followers to stay followers. He's not. He does. I don't think he cares anymore that if academia takes him seriously. He can't. There's no way. Also, in this blog, he tries to argue that I changed my argument about the East and numbers thing that I had in my video. That it seemed like he couldn't understand my argument.
So I don't understand why you brought up Numbers 23, because that contradicts Philo. Philo is saying that the Numbers passage is referring to a different being, so it can't inform the other passage.
And then I realized after reading this blog, he does understand my argument, and he's performing sort of a theatrics for his followers to turn it on its head, because he even read it himself. It says that this being from Numbers has the same name as the angel from Zechariah. Philo acknowledges that Numbers is where the actual East name comes from. He does say it's two different beings, but he says they have the same name. He says it right in the verse that Richard Carrier himself read while we were alive.
Is represented as dwelling in the East, and this dawning have the same name as the former one.
And this dawning have the same name as the former one, same name as the former one.
Has nevertheless an opposite nature to it.
And at first I didn't understand, why is he so trying not to understand my argument? Even Dr. Kip Davis was like, this is one of the easiest arguments to follow. I get exactly what Neil's saying. And funny enough, people in the comments were like, well, you're not a scholar. Why would you know? Little do they know it's Kip Davis, who's a Dead Sea Scrolls scholar and studies the Hebrew Bible. But I digress. He's just writing stuff to get people to think that he's right. I stand by that 100%. He's full of shit. Because never did I ever say Neil admits Philo elsewhere test is the name above all names. I've never said that. Neither does Philo. Philo writes about the name Joshua or Jesus, but it's because it's called the book of on names. He's writing about other names too. It's not just the book about the name Joshua. So if you put that by itself, now it looks like Philo thinks this name is above all names. But what Philo doesn't do when he talks about the name Jesus is he ever says that has anything to do with his logos. That would be the perfect time for him to actually say that, but he doesn't. So it's in fact, there's evidence against that this name of the archangel logos is Jesus. It's the opposite. He doesn't have the name. He calls him the East. That's a prophecy that's used not only in Zechariah, but also in Numbers. Philo makes the case that the being, the archangel in Numbers, has the same name as the one from Zechariah. The name is East. It's not Jesus. And the angel that's in Zechariah is not called Jesus. The high priest is called Jesus. That's a human. So to say that this archangel is named Jesus is just completely wrong.
Today we're going to be taking a look at M. David Litwaw's hypocritical position on mythicism. As we do with all historical scholars, let's take a look at M. David Litwaw's credentials. Well, it seems like he has a Master's of Theology from Duke University. We had previously discussed how bad Duke University seems to be when it comes to their bias towards Christianity. But more importantly, this is a Master's of Theology and nothing related to history. He also has a Master's of Divinity from Emory College, which is a private religious college. Definitely a biased institution, but more importantly, not a degree relevant to history. And finally, he has a Religious Studies PhD from the University of Virginia.
He also forgets to tell you that he's got probably 10 times the amount of peer-reviewed publications as Richard Carrier. He's translating Greek and Coptic text into English for universities. He's getting published through Oxford, Yale Press, Cambridge. Carrier's never done anything like that. Never got pressed at Oxford, never got pressed at Yale, never got pressed at Cambridge. You know, the journal articles are through the roof. He doesn't tell you anything like that. He doesn't tell you that he's one of the more qualified people to understand what Paul means in the Greek, in the Attic tongue, or the Koine Greek language. He doesn't tell you that he's part of the Australian Journal of Jewish Studies. Areas of expertise are Greco-Roman religions, Philonic studies, Gospels and Pauline literature, editorial rows, and multiple different journals. He doesn't tell you anything like that. He just wants you to know that he's in a biased university, guys. He's in a university that's not mythicist, so they're biased. Wrap your head around this. Wrap your head around John, who doesn't even know Greek, has no credentials, some guy in his house. He's going to tell you what Paul means about certain things in Greek. and tell you that the guy who's wrong is the guy who's specialized in Pauline literature, who knows Greek, decade worth of teaching. Oh, by the way, Carrier's never taught before. Just wrap your head around that. John Gleason is going to tell you what Paul means for certain parts of Paul's epistles. John knows. John's the expert. This guy's biased. He's an apologist.
But I want to be very clear that it's not that Dr. Litwa doesn't have any degrees that are relevant to the historical Jesus question. The problem that I'm pointing out here is just that he's not a historian. He's an expert in religion, specifically Christianity. When we talk about how these scholars just simply will not entertain mythicism as a hypothesis, it's because these scholars are not historians. They are trained to understand and defend their own religion. As we'll see with Dr. Litwa, he is very good at doing that.
Now, this is what I mean about John just denying reality, because he just lists off some credentials by Litwa and just laughs at it. Yeah, he went to Duke Theological Seminary. Oh, we know they're biased because they're not mythicists. Oh, he's got a PhD too. Oh, what is his PhD in? No, his PhD's in religious studies. Oh, so that means he has no expertise in religious studies, which is Paul, explaining what Paul means, what he says, certain things. Might be someone from a religious department, and for someone from Duke University, they might have the expertise to read Philo and understand Philo. New Testament origins, nah, they don't know that stuff. You got to find someone with a regular generic history degree who doesn't do actual religious studies. They'll tell you what Philo means and what Paul means by certain things, and when the Ascension Isaiah was written and who by who. That's a religious text, but a historian should tell you how to deal with those texts, not a religious studies person. And notice how he says his religion. Does he realize that Litwa is not religious? I mean, you do know that, right? You either you don't know that and then you're just wrong right now, or you know that and you're lying about Dr. Litwa. I think it's the latter. And the reason why you're so mad at Dr. Litwa, you made 4 videos about Dr. Litwa, is because of what he said about the ascension of Isaiah. What's so ironic about this is mythicists like John will always claim that we should never use the Gospels to analyze Jesus because they're so late. They're so late. We can't trust them. Well, it turns out that the scholarship says that the ascension of Isaiah is written after the Gospels, probably in either the 90s or even the early 2nd century. John did a 2-hour video with Carrier blasting him for his take on the ascension of Isaiah. Litwa correctly stated that Carrier never cites Norelli. He doesn't. This is actually true. Carrier cites the book as a passing by. Norelli agrees with Litwa. Litwa was making the claim that you can use chapter 3 because chapter 3 was written before the vision. And according to Norelli, the ascension and the vision are part of a similar tradition. They were 2 separate scrolls that were kept together in a single tradition of the Isaiah pseudepigrapha. John and Carrier are mad because they got debunked by Litwa, who knows more about the ascension of Isaiah than they do. And like I said, watch my first video. Carrier makes claims about the ascension of Isaiah that are completely speculative, and Litwa goes off what the scholarship says. Now, Carrier does cite, in the loosest sense, Norelli, but he doesn't do it carefully, and he never engages with Norelli's arguments. He interacts with Knight's arguments, the Corpus Christianorum by Norelli. He cites that a few times, but he never cites Norelli for his arguments. This is a big difference. In fact, Litwa is correct for calling out Carrier for not knowing Norelli's arguments, because he doesn't. Norelli's name never appears on Historicity of Jesus. So Carrier claims to be responding to Norelli is false. The final redaction of this appears to unite 2 separate texts, the martyrdom of Isaiah and the actual ascension of Isaiah. The latter being the text of which I am speaking of here, which consists of chapters 6 through 11 of the united whole. For this, I have excerpted and adapted the translation provided in Willis Barnstone, the other Bible, San Francisco. For scholarly analysis, see Jonathan Knight, The Ascension of Isaiah, Sheffield Academic Press, and Disciples of the Beloved One, the Christology, social setting of theological context of the ascension of Isaiah, with additional collation, translation, and commentary in Corpus Christianorum series. So he doesn't say anything about Norelli there. He follows this by discussing night, not Norelli. So this is big here, because if he understood Norelli's argument, he would have noticed it already in this part. He says in the next citation, both Latin and Slavonic manuscripts not only omit the martyrdom that begins at chapter 6, but also omit 3 through 22, the whole pocket gospel. See Corpus Christianorum, replacing it with a new version, which I will discuss shortly. And what is Carrier citing this on? Just to note the existence of the pocket gospel and its textual issues. That's it. He's not engaging with Norelli at all in that passage either. The citation is not an argument, but just a citation. What does he say in the other citation? The same scriptural quotation appeared in other apocalypses as well. Not as a citation of scripture, but simply what an angel says. See Corpus Christianorum, Series Apocryphorum. Now, nothing in here has anything to do with Norelli. In context, this is about a piece of scripture that Paul quotes. Carrier notes it similarly appears here and cites the CC just as evidence. In fact, doing a word search of the PDF for Carrier's book, Norelli's name never pops up. Here's a funny thing about Carrier, though. An updated of March of this year, Carrier lists that he does not know Italian as one of his languages. How do I know that Carrier doesn't know Norelli? Because he complains about him in the same blog that criticizes Litwa. Carrier complains about Norelli. Here's what he says. Norelli advances a fanciful theory about the second author maybe being part of the same community and thus presumably replicates stories the first author was therefore aware of. But there was no evidence of that. And I don't repeat things if there's no evidence. I only work from the evidence. Yeah, you work from the evidence. And where's the evidence of this pre-existing angel named Jesus? There is none. Like most other scholars, and for all the reasons I laid out above, I do not believe the author of Ascension ever knew any of the content of the martyrdom. So there you go. Norelli does side with Dr. Litwa. Carrier just told you himself. Do you really think that Carrier would have waited for the blog to write this about Norelli when during the whole entire 2-hour video with John on Godless Engineer, he never, ever says this about Norelli? He never complains about Norelli's arguments. In fact, in the video that he did with John, he says that Norelli sides with him.
Because he hasn't read Norelli, even though he claims to, he thinks Norelli argued, because this gets said on the internet a lot and it's also false, he thinks Norelli argued that the martyrdom and the ascension are a unity, that they were all written together at the same time. That's not true, because Norelli argued that the ascension of Isaiah was a unity, meaning the pocket gospel was in the original. But he did not say that the martyrdom was a unity with it. That he actually argues the contrary. He agrees with the mainstream consensus that the martyrdom was written later by a different author in a different generation.
Now, why would he say that if he knew about this already? That's because he just found out about this and complained about it in the blog, because he just found out about it the first time. And so when we do look at what Norelli's arguments are, according to Dr. Litwa, is that the text of Isaiah, both of these texts, were part of a similar tradition that would have been together. In the same way you have 1st and 2nd Kings, or Deuteronomy and Leviticus are both part of the Torah. They're separate texts, but they're together always. That's the way you would have, like Luke and Acts, for example. Luke and Acts are 2 different texts, both together. So the Isaiah and the Ascension were always together, and they're written in the late 1st to the mid 2nd century. Now, just think about this logically for a second, right? You wouldn't just take the book of Esther and attach it to the book of Matthew. You wouldn't just take the book of Job and then just attach it to Jonah and have the Jonah and Job tradition. You wouldn't do that. So you have to ask yourself, why did the ascension of Isaiah get combined with the martyrdom of Isaiah? Obviously, there's only one answer for that. When we look at other texts that are put together like this, which happens quite often in biblical texts, It's because they were already together to begin with. There's no example of two random texts that are floating around different areas and different generations that just randomly get put together unless they were already part of a common tradition. That's why Norelli argues this, and that's why Litwa argues this as well, based on the scholarship, once again. But just to speculate that pocket gospel written by later church way longer, it got interpolated a million times, completely baseless. Nobody's saying that except for Carrier. It's because they want there to be a text that agrees with this angelic pre-Christian Jesus. It always comes back to that. Philo and the ascension of Isaiah, who they claim don't matter that much, it doesn't really weigh in. No, it matters to them because they need evidence and they don't have any. In fact, according to the pseudepigrapha scholarship, the standardized text, which Litwa also cites in the video that John and Carrier went insane over. They went insane over this video. John has 4 videos on Litwa now. He hates them because he's debunking mythicism. And in that video, he tells you that the manuscript tradition, according to the consensus of scholarship, is that the vision was last. The vision was last. The pocket gospel was probably part of the early Christian addition to the vision. So the earliest vision probably was a Jewish text. The first Greek version by the Christians had the pocket gospel because it was so late anyway. Of course they're going to add that in there. It's already a late text anyway. So there's no like, oh, they added the pocket gospel way later. That's not true. That's speculation based off no evidence. And this is what the mythicists do. They think that people who really have the credentials to talk about these texts, they just say they're biased because they don't agree with you. And John here, who is not an expert, who doesn't know any of these languages, he doesn't know Greek, but he knows what Paul meant by certain things.
The fact that Paul uses words that's more likely to indicate manufacture rather than a literal human birth. In order to refer to natural human births, Paul feels compelled to use a completely different Greek word. Now,
John will try to tell you that when Paul was talking about the birth, genomai, it really means manufactured. Now, how does John know that? Does John actually know Greek? John told me he doesn't even know the Greek alphabet. What he's doing is he's just parroting Richard Carrier, who also barely knows this language either. And so it's a sad thing to watch because Richard Carrier's book on the historicity of Jesus has been out for almost 10 years now. Where is the big shift in paradigm? Nobody's taking it seriously. And here's the big thing, and I'm going to end on this because I'm done talking about mythicism. This is the last video I'm going to do on mythicism. John and Carrier, they think that no one understands mythicism. And Richard Carrier and other mythicists are always complaining how no one's reading on historicity of Jesus. And it's just if they read on the historicity of Jesus, they would come to believe. It's like the Bible. And it's funny, you complain that people don't read your book, but then you turn around and say something like this.
Asking me why I don't read you, and I responded, why you don't read me? You don't know my work.
And I answered why I didn't read you, because so far as I know, your work doesn't say anything that isn't already in the most recent scholarly arguments.
That is most astounding. You have not read it, so you can judge it.
Can you give me an example?
A lot.
If you can give me an example, I'll read it. If you can give me an example, there's like hundreds and hundreds of books.
Did you read my work or not?
Can you just give me an example of what's in your work on this subject?
No, I'm not going to
already
read
in the
my
other
book to
scholars.
you. I'm not going to read my book to you.
No, I just want to know one
But you
thing.
said very clearly, I don't need to read your book because it repeats what other people say.
Yeah,
that's quite remarkable.
If you don't read other people's books, why should they read yours? When every time someone criticizes mythicism, they don't understand it. They got it wrong. They don't know. It's your fault. If nobody understands mythicism, whose fault is that? If it's so hard to understand that every time somebody critiques it, they just don't understand it. They're not reading the book. They're not reading the scholarship. That's your fault. Because the fact of the matter is, these real experts like Ehrman and Litwa and Robin Faith Walsh and Dr. McDonald and Kloppenborg and Burke, all these real biblical scholars who actually are qualified to discuss and relate what these texts mean and if people are actually exist or not in these texts, you'll never get them to agree that the Jesus started off as an angel. And that's why you'll never understand it. So the reason why they think that you're a mythicist because you don't think that evidence is there, and not because that's not what mythicism is. Mythicism really is that it started off as a myth and then it became euhemerized. You need to show evidence for that. You don't have evidence for that. Citation fucking needed. Can you see why people are critical of you when you get into an engagement of disagreements with somebody? You seem to be quick to question that person's mental health. Can you see that as being problematic, maybe?
I only do it when I have evidence of it.
I only do it when I have evidence of it.
Instead of saying, yeah, my bad, maybe I went too far with it. The dozens of people, including Ehrman, myself, other people as well, probably at least a dozen right now, Tim O'Neill, Hansen, Stephen Ford, all of them are mentally ill and crazy and cranks. Charlesworth is a crank. Lit was a crank. Lit was a crypto Christian as well. They're all secret believers. You're so qualified for that, right? You have the evidence. This just highlights who this person is. I mean, it's incredible that this movement, it shouldn't be a shocker or a coincidence that the two big pillars of mythicism, on one hand, you got Robert M. Price, who thinks that Black Lives Matter rioters and protesters should be shot and killed. On the other hand, you have this weird guy who calls everybody cranks and, is getting accused by multiple women of sexual harassment. Yeah, this probably is a bad movement right here. The only person I've ever met who is psychopathic enough to put "mic dropped" at the end of their own blog is Richard Carrier. The same guy who always has to put PhD next to his name, who can't go on a fucking live stream with somebody without putting PhD next to his name and telling you 100,000 times in a year that he's got peer-reviewed material. Do you guys even know that Litwa and Ehrman and all these guys have like 400 peer-reviewed articles and books compared to the 5 or 6 that Carrier has? Just keep that in mind and just remember that. These people don't need to put PhD next to their name. They don't have to remind you how many peer-reviewed material they have. They don't put mic drop after their arguments, especially when they're bad like this one.
If Jesus is the higher power, it gives them this sort of, again, moral scaffolding to live their life.
Yes. Well, Jesus would probably on the whole provide a fairly good moral scaffolding. Not totally, but
right.
He was ahead of his time anyway.
So you do think he was a real person?
Most of the scholars I've talked to say he probably was. The evidence is not great, of course, but I think I don't think it's that big a deal, actually, because a wandering preacher called Yeshua or Yehoshua would not be surprising. I mean, it's a common name,
right.
And there are plenty of wandering preachers.
If you could just give us just a little summary on your take on the mythicist position and whether you think it's plausible or not and why.
So the mythicist position being Jesus never existed.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I think he existed.
I think the mythicist position is intellectually bankrupt.
Ooh.
And it's almost a waste of time to talk about it, Neil.
What are your thoughts on mythicism?
My view of it is that mythicists shoot themselves in the foot. I don't think it's responsible history. And I'm not a Christian myself, but I don't think that the way to deal with the problems of Christianity is to take a stand that most people are just going to laugh at.
What are a few reasons you think a historical Jesus exists over the mythicist model?
I'm kind of radical in a lot of ways, but I'm not that radical. There was probably a guy, or maybe a series of guys or leaders, but one of them was executed, and it was devastating. I don't think he resurrected from the dead, but it's more probable than improbable that some guy existed and was executed.
I have atheist professors, I have Jewish professors, I have Muslim professors and Christian professors. The universities are not filled with apologists, are not filled with systematic theologians, and you cannot walk into a university currently and find any professor of New Testament or ancient history who does not believe in the historical Jesus. Let's start with the letters of Paul, which are written by a Pharisaic Jew who never met Jesus, never claims to have met Jesus. But he's also not arguing that Jesus existed. He's not arguing with people who don't think Jesus existed. That's not the conversation that's happening. He is actually confronting other Christians who are citing the teachings of Jesus against him. Look at Paul on marriage in 1 Corinthians. Look at Paul on whether or not teachers deserve to be paid for their work. And these are places where Paul cites the teachings of Jesus and says, I know Jesus taught that, but I have reasons to do other things in these cases.
So I think it's a relatively short period of time between the writings of, say, Paul, which are like mid-50s, and the likely execution that occurred.
And the mythicists often like to say that, okay, well, the Gospels are long after Paul, and they bring up so many things that Paul doesn't bring up.
I mean, Paul is not ignorant about the historical Jesus. I mean, I don't know how anybody could say that. He quotes him several times, and he refers to he talks about his crucifixion all the time.
I don't think Paul was readily accepted by his own testimony by those in Jerusalem, Peter and James, he names specifically. And I don't see much of a benefit to Paul, assuming that that's genuine to Paul, those claims, making that up, because it establishes his justification for being what he calls the apostle to the Gentiles. So something was happening in Jerusalem in the wake of this man we call Jesus.
Mythicists often look at the Pauline epistles and they'll say, oh, Jesus was crucified by the rulers of the age, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, or in 2nd Corinthians it talks about, okay, Satan's involved now. And they'll say, well, that's evidence that Jesus was crucified by heavenly powers, not human beings.
They don't only say that, they say that he was crucified in heaven.
Satan and his demons lived up there, and they had castles and gardens and all kinds of things up in the sky, thousands of miles away. And that was actually the usual location of Satan and his demons. And so the theory is that Jesus came down to that level, convinced the demons and stuff that he was a man, like a sorcerer or something had flown up there or whatever. And so they kill him, mockingly or whatever, not realizing that this is going to realize Jesus' mission and allow him to defeat them and overcome their power over death and so on.
Paul was an apocalypticist. Paul believed that the powers of evil were affecting people here on earth, and that they were forcing people to do bad things. When Paul talks about the rulers, sometimes he actually means the rulers. He means like, the Roman authorities, and he means like the Jewish leaders. But if these rulers are acting in evil ways, it's because Satan is among them, making them do it, and the other evil forces. Paul talks about this kind of thing all the time. He talks about, in Corinthians, he talks about Satan deceiving people because he comes as an angel of light. It doesn't mean these people are being deceived in heaven. They're deceived here on earth, because this is where Satan is. Paul does not think that Satan is in heaven. Early Jewish apocalypticists thought that Satan had been cast out of heaven with the demons and they were here on earth. They are not active in heaven. They're not crucifying people up in heaven. Study all of Paul and you'll see what it means. And so it absolutely does not mean that Jesus got crucified in heaven by, the devil's henchmen or something.
The first is, of course, the Pauline statements and his appeal to tradition about the Eucharist and Jesus' death and resurrection and so on. It's already been mythologized, of course, but obviously there's at a very early stage an explosion of interest in Jesus. The next most important evidence for this comes from Josephus.
It's the passage in Antiquities 18 where Josephus is describing Pontius Pilate's tenure as a low-level governor, equestrian governor of Judea. And then he says, about this time, there was a guy, a man, if one should call him really a man, who, did these amazing things. And then he talks about his arrest, his crucifixion, and then the belief of his followers that he was raised from the dead. The discussion for centuries has been about whether Josephus could have written that. The vast majority of scholars today hold that most of it or much of it is actually from Josephus, but some phrases in it may have come in by Christian copyists, and the most obvious case is he was the Christ. And there are various reasons for that. For example, how much of this language is typical of Josephus and how much is odd in terms of how he uses language. And a number of his phrases in that passage turn out to be very typical of him, but not in an obvious way. So 2 or 3 of them are only typical of that section of the Antiquities, which is an unusual section in style. So that's quite interesting, because if you said, it was a forger, a Christian, copyist who just stuck the whole passage in, well, he didn't do it in a very simple way. He would have had to do almost miraculous levels of research in ancient terms, because they didn't have the tools we have, the digital tools to search phrasing and things like that. Another consideration is that in Antiquities 20, there's a passage that refers to Jesus' brother, James. There are scholars who dispute its authenticity, but not nearly so many at all, because it looks like it fits quite well in Josephus's whole way of narrating. And James, the brother of Jesus, is quite incidental also. His name is incidental to that passage. Moreover, he's introduced in a very casual way as just one of a bunch of people whom a certain high priest decided to execute while the governor was away. So if that passage is authentic, and it begins by saying one of the guys that he executed was the brother of the one known as Christ, it suggests that he'd already referred to a Jesus known as Christ.
You mentioned the note by Josephus about Jesus's brother James and 10 others who were executed for violating Torah. I think that is historically reliable, and attempts to sidestep it, I think, are simply special pleading in order to sustain the conspiracy theory we call mythicism. Now, of course, the story of Jesus became mythologized. No serious historian is going to think that Jesus walked on water or spoke to the dead or even rose from the dead.
And so I think that is an indication that there are too many arguments to say that there was a man named Jesus. Do I think he looks like the gentleman that we have presented to us in the Gospels? No, I do not. Yeah, but I do think
we know there are lots of these kinds of figures wandering around. Honey, the circle drawer, is one of my favorites. He had his methods, basically drawing circles and standing in them. But the kind of John the Baptist Jesus thing, that looks to me like a massive kind of polemic as a way of trying to say, what's the relationship between these two figures? John the Baptist had his head cut off. This Jesus guy, was crucified. So you've got two kind of executed figures who have been brought together. That to me suggests that there's somebody is trying to reconcile these two popular kind of cult leaders.
We know that Judaism is a hybrid phenomenon in the first century that had enormous energy. And behind that energy is a character that we now know as Jesus of Nazareth. And it's very hard to explain that explosion in going in two directions, one in a Jewish direction and the other Greco-Roman direction, unless you have a character whose memory was so fantastic and sensational that people tried to attach their own ideologies to it.
Again, let me emphasize, I'm trying to approach this as a historian. I do get exasperated with the mythicists, because mythicists and I agree on a lot of things with a lot of things, actually, about religion and about the damage that it can do. But arguing that Jesus himself is a myth is just shooting yourself in the foot, because it's just not credible historically. And so there are better strategies, in my opinion. Every time I say this, people get all upset with me, and I get it. And they think I'm being an elitist, and I'm just, I think that there are better ways to do I think there are better ways to do it. And I don't think it's responsible history myself.
And some people will say, if somebody professes their belief in a religion, they should not be trusted to talk about that because they have a bias. What is your response to that?
I'm offering public arguments. I'm not saying I believe this because I'm a Christian, or I believe this because I go to church, or I believe this because I want to be it to be true. And it doesn't matter why I have come up with these arguments. Maybe my subconscious mind came up with them. Maybe I dreamed them. Maybe I want them to be true. It doesn't matter. All that matters is public debate and public argument. Are the arguments any good? It doesn't matter where they come from. And then also I would, if I wanted to do this, turn the tables and say, what's your agenda? Because almost everybody has some kind of agenda.
Some of the stuff that Jesus did or said, or some of the things that are written about him, do you think that can't be made up?
I would never use those absolute terms like it couldn't or has to be. But if you're thinking in terms of probability, I think it's unlikely that Christians invented the view that some of his contemporaries thought he was possessed by a demon. I'm guessing that that is something that goes back to the beginning. Or again, that he was a friend of toll collectors and sinners, which is an insult. Or that he was a glutton and a wine bibber, or a glutton and a drunkard. Paul quotes Jesus as forbidding divorce. So does Mark, so does Matthew, so does Luke. But you can draw up a number of really interesting connections between the Buddha, for example, and the Gospels. John Meyer, who, because he went through the parables of Jesus and he said, well, I only think I can authenticate maybe 4 of them, something like that, right? Out of, 30 plus.
And welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis. And today I'm with Professor Dale C. Allison Jr., who kind of needs no introduction because this course is going to be taught by him. And this is a course that I helped edit, and I recommend this a lot. It's the quest for the historical Jesus. It's not just about, is there historical Jesus? What do we know? What do we don't know? It's about the scholarship throughout the centuries that have gone into this discussion. And one of the most recent figureheads of this movement just recently passed away, E.P. Sanders. He's one of the people in this course. And I wanted to talk about him for a little bit because he passed away while we were editing this. You didn't even have the time to you actually introduced him as someone who's still alive in the course.
Yes, I did.
So let's get into him. What does he contribute to this conversation? And obviously a lot of this is in the course already, but so you don't have to give away too much, but just a little bit of what does he contribute to this conversation?
Well, I suppose most people would say that Ed's contribution was to emphasize that Jesus was a first century Jew, and that might seem obvious to everybody, but Ed made moves with that. For example, he would say, well, I don't think Jesus as a first century Galilean Jew would have done so-and-so, therefore I don't think he did this. But beyond that, I think he's crediting with showing that the legal discussions, the discussions concerning the laws in the Gospels, don't necessarily contradict what other Jews in that time would have thought. But on the whole, what he's trying to do is push back against a Protestant academic prejudice, which had pretty much been, well, here's Jesus and here's Judaism, and here's Jesus as the novel Jew who's rejecting Judaism or rejecting Torah and starting something completely new. So Ed did not like the word unique, especially in connection with Jesus. And so he always tries to understand him as a Jew within first century Judaism, not a Jew who is, let's say, exploding first century Judaism, or a Jew who's starting an alternative religion because he doesn't like Judaism. In addition to that, it's important because he decided that typical moves with regard to methodology were insufficient. So he actually starts out by saying, okay, I can't tell you which sayings Jesus said, but I know certain facts about Jesus, and then I'll tell you how to interpret these facts. And so he starts there and builds his picture up from there. Whereas you can find a lot of books in the 20th century before Sanders that pretty much look at the sayings of Jesus, and that's their focus, and then they try to decide which ones are authentic and which ones are not, and then they offer an interpretation of them. So that's a little bit of what's going on with Professor Sanders.
Yeah, definitely someone who did a lot for biblical studies, and definitely is someone who I think will be built off, if that makes sense. People will build off his work in the future.
Well, I think he just in general, he's also a very important contributor to the discussion of Paul, probably the most important contributor of the last 50 years. So I think he's the most important American biblical scholar of his generation in multiple respects.
Now, you mentioned about most people go for the sayings and then they try to pick apart which one is legit. How do people decide between which sayings are legit and which ones aren't?
Well, that's a huge topic, and it's now at the center of debate. So all I could do is tell you that there are different approaches. My approach personally is to say I'm skeptical most of the time that you can actually show that a first century Jew uttered this particular sentence. My tendency is to say, all right, let's look at all the materials that we have from the first century, and we'll look at recurring themes or recurring motifs or recurrent idioms. And if you can find such things, which you can, and if you think that they are all unhistorical or that most of them are unhistorical, then you just need to go home and start over. If the main themes that are repeating over and over again aren't correct, then the sources are just too bad and we can't do anything with them. But there are others, John Meyer, who also just recently died, who had produced a big 5-volume book on Jesus and wasn't done yet. He was still working when he passed away. John Meyer is of the school of thought which holds that you can look at the sayings of Jesus one by one, and you can say, well, is this discontinuous from Judaism? Is it discontinuous with the church? Is it multiply attested? That is, does it come from or appear in multiple independent sources? So he had these criteria, and he lined them up, and then ran each saying or each parable through, his gauntlet of criteria. Now, people are scandalized by his last volume because he went through the parables of Jesus and he said, well, I only think I can authenticate maybe 4 of them, something like that, right? Out of, 30 plus. But I actually think he was probably right here. That is, I think if you strictly apply these criteria, they're not that helpful and they don't allow that much to pass through. And so we should be doing something else. But this is a continuing debate right now. In fact, I've been writing on it this year. So the dust hasn't settled at all. This is ongoing. But it goes way back. I mean, people have been trying to do this for a long time. The first figure I talk about in the lecture series is a man named Maurice, who did distinguish between what Jesus said and what the Gospels have him say. But his tendency is just to say, well, this sounds too much like Christians, so I don't think it's Jesus. So things get started there. That is, he's actually able to look at the Gospels and try to pick which sayings go back to Jesus and which don't. But it's not a very sophisticated method. It's more sort of his intuition. This just sounds too Christian to me.
Wow, that's incredible. Now let's go back to the beginning a little bit. This, if I'm not mistaken, Maurice is German, I think you said?
Yes, he's German. Uh-huh.
Yeah. So this starts off in Germany, and there's a few other figureheads in Germany who are writing about this very same thing. You also have a lot of I guess mythicist scholars in this time period too, which is lately been abandoned in scholarship. But a lot of these comparative religion James Fraser types are coming out of the wood. Now I know you don't talk about this as much, but what are your thoughts on that particular strain of scholarship?
Okay, so looking back at it as an historian, you would have to say that when the critical reconstruction of the historical Jesus began, which is 18th century, you don't have well-known people saying Jesus was a myth. You have them explaining the Gospels in other ways. It's only in the latter part of the 19th century that you begin to get some well-known people, and then into the beginning of the 20th, who think that Jesus is like Zeus or Hercules and those sorts of figures, just purely mythological. But again, looking back on this historically, that movement pretty much died out right around the time of World War I. There were some books written. One, maybe the most famous book by a great New Testament scholar named Johannes Weiss, another German. And for the German scholars, that was pretty much the end of the line of that school. And it did not continue on in the British-speaking world either. And it's only much later than at the end of the 20th century that you get a sort of reversion to what you had 100 years ago with a handful of people. But then, of course, here, this is a podcast, so you understand this. The debates are no longer, just within the ivory towers. They're not just within the walls. So things begin to burst out. And so the mythological theory, which I don't endorse, the mythological theory gets a lot of support from people on the internet or atheistic communities and so on. But still, within the academy, you don't have a lot of people discussing this at great length. So people like me think it was pretty much settled 100 years ago, and so we're doing other things. But there are some people who are still addressing this question.
Incredible, because I read through James Frazier's Golden Bog, and it's pretty convincing. There's some interesting parallels, but I think people can go too far with it and get too creative and use the hypothesis to drive the outcome. When you start looking for things and say, look, this matches. Oh, Addis, he was kind of like a little bit like Jesus. Okay, let's put that together, and then you can get overboard with it real quick.
Yeah. So the real problem here is the issue of parallels, when they mean something and when they matter, or how they matter. You can draw up a number of really interesting connections between the Buddha, for example, and the Gospels. Do these mean much of anything, right? You could do this with any number of historical figures. Heck, you can draw analogies between Francis of Assisi and Jesus, or between Jesus and Moses, or Jesus and Elijah. And these are often interesting and should be explored. But what happens in my mind is they get blown up into all, this explains everything, this set of parallels. Though, but one of the problems, of course, is that there's another set of parallels over here and another one there. And at some point you realize, well, you can make parallels pretty easily, or find parallels pretty easily. What do they mean, right?
Yeah. And oftentimes they're kind of polemicizing the former and saying, yeah, that character, that hero from this Greek story, he was great, but Jesus was even better, and this is why.
Well, there are things like that in the Gospels, but I don't think they're with Greek heroes. I think they are with Moses, obviously in the Gospel of John, and occasionally with figures like Elijah and Elisha. Look, I think that myself that there are fictional or mythological elements in the Gospels, but I think they're a very interesting mix of things. And mythological categories, if that's the right term, can be used to interpret the tradition, or can be overlaid on the tradition. But my own view is that there is still an historical figure there, and he has influence, and he's being remembered in certain ways.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, not that I'm like some weighing expert in, like, yeah, I did the work and I agree. No, I'm just saying from afar, I'm looking in. It makes sense. It makes sense what you're saying. So let me just ask you this: some of the things that you think, because we get into the scholarship big time. We talk about a lot of different scholars throughout the centuries, and it's really fascinating. If you love history, you're going to love this. So I really recommend getting this course. Anyways, with that being said, just a quick question for you. Some of the stuff that Jesus did or said, or some of the things that are written about him, do you think that can't be made up? This has to be historical. Well, why would they just make this up? What are some examples?
Okay. So I would never use those absolute terms like it couldn't or has to be. But if you're thinking in terms of probability, I think it's unlikely that Christians invented the view that some of his contemporaries thought he was possessed by a demon. I'm guessing that is something that goes back to the beginning. Or again, that he was a friend of toll collectors and sinners, which is an insult. Or that he was a glutton and a wine bibber, or a glutton and a drunkard. Things like that seem to me to phrases like that preserve polemical exchanges. That is, Jesus, I think, was a controversial figure. There were some people who didn't get along with him famously, and they exchanged barbs, and some of those barbs then are still in the Gospels. I guess I could go on and on. I think that he must have spoken about the kingdom of God. The sources, apart from John, but the sources in Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and their sources insist that this is at the center of his thought, and I think that it was, and I think that it makes sense of where he comes from, which is the Baptist movement, which has an eminent eschatological expectation. It makes sense of what we know about the early church from Paul, and I think also Acts, that early Christians hoped for the return of Christ in their own time. I think Jesus also has an eschatological hope and imminent expectation. So, there are things like that that seem pretty obvious to me. I could go down the line. Paul quotes Jesus as forbidding divorce. So does Mark. So does Matthew. So does Luke. But what's really interesting is that Paul quotes it and then sort of doesn't follow the advice, right? It's like he has this, he knows it's there, but he's going to go in a different direction. Or you look at Matthew's version of it, and Matthew actually adds something, well, except for the cause of adultery. So what's going on there is that they have a saying of Jesus, but they're not always comfortable with it, or they're not sure how to apply it, so they are reinterpreting it and expanding it. It does seem to me that that's something that's there, it's remembered, and then they have to wrestle with it. I don't think they gave themselves this sort of trouble. Okay.
I think you have I think this makes perfect sense. Like a lot of these details. What are your thoughts on the Nazareth thing? And then I have one more question for you after this. Do you think that's
what is the Nazareth thing?
Let me specify.
Saying that in my book I say that there's no reason at all to believe that the so-called Jesus of Nazareth ever existed. But here's what I say about Socrates. The original collision between our reasoning faculties and any form of organized faith, this is my book, though it must have occurred before in the minds of many, is probably exemplified in the trial of Socrates in 399 BC. It does not matter at all to me that we have no absolute certainty that Socrates even existed. There are only two reasons, I think, to suppose that there may have been the figure of some kind of deluded rabbi present at that time. The first is the fakery of the story. The fakery itself proves something. The prophecy says this man must be born in the house of David, of David's line in David's town. It means he must be born in Bethlehem. Jesus of Nazareth is well known to have been born in Nazareth. In order to get him to Bethlehem, a huge fabrication has to be undertaken. A census is proposed by Caesar Augustus. No such census ever took place.
Wow, he's supposed to be from Bethlehem, but they make him come from Nazareth, and it's all confusing. I don't think they would make that up. And I thought that was a clever point. Do you think that's a clever point?
So yeah, the only time Bethlehem occurs in the Gospels is in the infancy narratives in Matthew and Luke. And typically scholars regard those as having the least history in them as opposed to the rest of the synoptic text. And Jesus does seem to be from Nazareth. Now, Bethlehem is the city of David, and there's a prophecy associated with it. So early Christians latched on to that. But if they had simply made everything up from scratch, just completely, I think Bethlehem would probably be the place. Or I'm not even sure of that. If they're making it up wholly from scratch, I'm not even sure why they're in Galilee. They're probably just going to be in Jerusalem making everything up, right?
Yeah.
But Nazareth, does not, to my mind, have an obvious explanation as a sort of fictional item.
Yeah, there's not anything in the Old Testament that says any Messiah's going to come from Nazareth. Nothing from
nothing like that.
So I think that's a good point. Last thing I want to ask you about, and I know I might be overloaded, but this is the last question. So there are some people who would probably, and I've seen people say this before, and I've dealt with you for a little bit of time now, and I think you're a great scholar, and I think you're really wonderful to hear from and listen to and read your books. And some people will say, if somebody professes their belief in a religion, they should not be trusted to talk about that because they have a bias. What is your response to that, and how do you personally work around being professing your belief?
Well, so first of all, that's just an what we used to call an ad hominem argument. Maybe that's politically incorrect now to say that because it's masculine. But in any case, the problem is that when I write a book on Jesus or I write an article about a particular, let's say, portion of the Bible or whatever, I'm offering public arguments. I'm not saying I believe this because I'm a Christian, or I believe this because I go to church, or I believe this because I want to be it to be true. What I say is, all right, here's my proposition, and I'm making 3 arguments for it. And it doesn't matter why I have come up with these arguments. Maybe my subconscious mind came up with them. Maybe I dreamed them. Maybe I want them to be true. It doesn't matter. All that matters is public debate and public argument. Are the arguments any good? It doesn't matter where they come from. It doesn't matter where they come from.
Yeah.
And then you address the arguments. So if I have a bias to think that, let's say, Jesus existed, okay, fine, you can accuse me of that, and you would be correct. On the other hand, I just offered some arguments, and it would be up to you to argue against the arguments, not against me. And then also I would, if I wanted to do this, turn the tables and say, what's your agenda? Because almost everybody has some kind of agenda. That's why we come up with arguments and try to debate things. I would also just add, maybe as a final footnote, that I have, over the course of my life, thought one thing and then changed my mind. Sometimes I think the evidence persuaded me. I don't think we're simply trapped in our current beliefs. People can change. People can see evidence, right? They can change their minds. You can be a police officer and you've decided that this particular person committed the crime, but then you can run into evidence and say, oh my gosh, I was wrong. We're not going to persecute that person. Let's go persecute that one. Or let's, prosecute. Let's prosecute this person. Let's arrest this person. Let's try the case against that person, because you come up with evidence. So I think when it comes to history and most of the questions that I deal with, it's just a question of evidence and sitting back and doing our best to judge. We're all human beings. We're all fallible. We're not machines. But I still think it's possible to talk about arguments and data and evidence.
That's an incredible answer for that question. I really appreciate that. And once again, the link for the course, The Quest for the Historical Jesus, by Professor Dale C. Allison Jr. is in the description. Just click on that link, and I'll be there as well. I highly recommend it. It's a really good course in history and biblical studies, all wrapped up into one place. It's really, really, really good course. So once again, I help edit it as well. And use my link, you will be helping me out. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate that. And I'm looking forward to seeing the course again, actually.
Thanks. Appreciated the conversation.
Thank you.
You have just attained true gnosis. The demiurge has no power over you.
Agnostic Informant, thanks for coming on. Appreciate you taking the time to have a conversation with me. Would you mind telling us a little bit about yourself before we get started?
Yeah, my name's Neil. I have a channel called Agnostic Informant. It is a channel that I started a little less than 2 years ago. It was maybe about a year and a half ago. After I left the church, I was a Christian. I was kind of a conservative, fundamentalist Christian for a while. And I started to lose my faith, started studying my way out of that. And, you know, I found channels like Derek's Myth Vision channel really inspired me to do my own kind of thing with that. And so I started making this channel. My first video was about why I left the church. And then I started bringing on a lot of academics and scholars and asking them about religion, Christianity, comparative mythology stuff. Became a mythicist for a while. And I was convinced by Richard Carrier, went down that rabbit hole for a little bit. Then realized I was kind of in the fringes because, you know, I started talking to academics about why they're not mythicists, and all these arguments started making sense. And I'm like, okay, I moved away from that.
Modern Day Debate actually offered me to debate Carrier on Jesus' existence, and I was posted it on like Twitter for people to give me advice on like where I can find the methodology of history. And Captain Dadpool sent me your video, the one where you debunk Carrier on for like 3 hours or whatever. Really long video.
yeah.
It was a great video, by the way. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And so I wanted to talk a little bit about that, if you don't mind. So could you tell me backstory, what led up to it, what was your inspiration, that kind of stuff, and what was the most critical points that you found were? Yeah.
Well, the reason why I started that video was I noticed that Richard Carrier and this is actually, people might think this is a dumb reason, but this is just the honest truth of it. I was watching a video that Carrier and Godless Engineer did, and it was supposedly like dunking on this other academic named David Litwa.
The martyrdom and ascension of Isaiah, there's a lot of misinformation out there, but this is a fairly easy, accessible text, and I'll just kind of help
Not easy
your
or accessible,
viewers know the resources. So
now this is what Carrier does throughout this entire 2-hour video, is he just laughs and says, that is not true. And then John just like picks up on his like signals and just laughs along as if they're checking something. And he literally just said, this is very accessible work. Carrier said, that's not true. I'm holding in my hand right now James Charlesworth, pseudepigrapha. This is standardized text. This is what you would get in college. It has all the manuscript evidence for the ascension of Isaiah in here. Who's a decent academic, in my opinion. He's a good friend of mine too. And they were just, and they were like, it was like they were putting a microscope on every word he said. If he like said something half wrong, and he's in a live stream setting, in a very like laid back setting. It's not like a peer reviewed debate or anything. Like this is not like, so he's just hanging out with somebody on a live stream for a couple hours. So of course you're gonna say things that are gonna be like, oh, check the book on that. Check the book on it. So they did like a 4-hour video, supposedly dunking on this guy. And in my personal opinion, it was embarrassing. It looked like people who were mad because, backstory, David Litwa has written some things about Carrier and is very critical about Carrier's scholarship. And so Carrier obviously doesn't like him. And Godless Engineer, anyone who Carrier doesn't like, Godless Engineer doesn't like. It's just, that's just the way it is. So they did this video, and I just was watching it, and I was like, do they actually think this is convincing? And I just remember being like, all right, I want to do a video showing like some of the dumb shit they say, because if they think this is like the deadliest sin ever, like some of the stuff that David Litwa was saying, like, which wasn't even that big of a deal, they think that's bad. Why don't we put a light on what they're saying? Some of the Godless Engineer in one of his videos said that Philo of Alexandria believed in an angel named Jesus before Christianity. Spoiler alert, that's not true. It's nowhere to be found. We have books of Philo that are preserved till today. He doesn't say shit about an angel named Jesus. He talks about a logos. Okay, we can go there. We can talk about that. There's a lot of similarities. Obviously, Christians are drawing from Philo. Everyone knows that. It's not like some only mythicists know that. No. Everyone knows that. Everyone agrees on that. If you are going to debate Carrier on mythicism, the thing that he just doesn't have an answer for, because there's no evidence of, is this pre-existing. And he says this in his video. Like, okay, I did a video. Let's just go down the lore a little bit. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me just slow down a little bit. So after that video came out, Carrier wrote a blog, and obviously he, was very unhappy with the video and had some things to say. Well, Derek's kind of a peacemaker, Derek Lambert of Myth Vision, and he suggested that me and Carrier should get together and do a live and talk it over, and let's duke this out and be fair and honest, and let's see who's right about what, but let's be polite and get to the bottom of some of this stuff. I'm like, all right, deal. So we went live, and he's calling me. He's saying that I'm insane. Like, he's like, really? What made you think I was having a mental breakdown?
It looked unhinged, and it was so far off base that my initial response is, I don't need to respond to this, because anybody who knows what they're talking about knows that, like, this is crazy. Like, what is he doing? My most charitable interpretation of that is not that you're like some sort of liar out on a campaign, but that you must be having, like, you were drunk or having a mental health breakdown or whatever. You got really emotional and then got careless.
Well, it wasn't just like the gaslighting was through the roof, and I knew it the whole time, but I just kind of let it happen with whatever. I'm not gonna like let him get under my skin while I'm live. Like, I'm just like, okay, whatever. Anyways, he made this point where he said that I misquoted his ideas on Philo. He's like, I didn't say any of that stuff. I made it clear that Philo doesn't actually mention this angel, but we can pull from Philo and find that he might have thought this. Okay, that sounds way different. Let me go back to the videos, because he goes in front of these atheist conventions, but he used to until he got kicked out. He used to go in front of these atheist conventions and speak as if he's like an authority on this stuff, and he would just spew nonsense in front of it. I think he knew that his audience was like this. It's the same dynamic of like a pastor in front of a church. Like, most of these atheists just want to hear that Jesus doesn't exist. No offense to atheists, but like a lot of them just want to hear that stuff. So he knows he has that over his audience. So he's just completely abusing the sources, the text, the data, and just going on. And so I go back to these videos. I'm like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he did say it better. I could be wrong. Let's look back. And it turns out not only in that video that we were discussing did he actually say exactly what I thought he said. He did that in 7 other videos, including an 8th video that I found where he says that it is scholarly consensus, an undeniable fact. I'm quoting him verbatim. He said it's an undeniable fact that there was a Christian cult before Christianity that worshiped a Jesus angel. He tells us in front of millions of people. Well, that video got like 1 million views, maybe 500,000 views. Someone, let's just say a lot of views in front of this convention. So I pull these clips out and I make a little collage for Facebook. I didn't even put it on YouTube. Made a short video for Facebook, put that up there. Then he said that I took him out of context there. Wrong. So then obviously his boyfriend, Godless Engineer, had to make a video and try to splice it up in a way where it try to make me look like I was like just barely cutting out certain things. But the stuff that he showed that I was cutting out was like, Philo grew up in Israel, it was like outside information that had nothing to do with what Carrier was trying to say that I was taking out of context. And I was just like, I can't believe that this is mind-blowing that people actually that they think this is commit. So anyways, I made a second video responding to that. But back to your question. The big thing that Carrier, and this is the reason why people don't take Carrier seriously. It's not that he's questioning the sources on how Jesus is. There's no sources that he didn't write anything down. It's not that there's no contemporary people that are like, hey, I live next to Jesus. We don't have any physical evidence of Jesus. That's not what people are criticizing Carrier for. It's the fact that he's pushing this narrative that there's a pre-existing Jesus tradition that predates Christianity. That's nonsense. If anyone's going to debate him, you just go focus right on that, because he has no answer for that. There's no evidence for it. He'll point to a text that's in the late 90s, Ascension of Isaiah. And then you'll say, but wait a minute, you're the one saying we can't use the Gospels as evidence because they're so late. Why are we using the Ascension of Isaiah? Some people say it's in the 2nd century. Some people, a lot of scholars think essentially it's 2nd century text. Why are we using you're just going to cherry pick the sources that you think are good and then deny the ones that you think are bad and call them late? That's a double standard right there. You can't do that. So that's one of the things that I would be mainly focused on if I was going to debate. Like, Carrie, where's your angelic Jesus at? It doesn't exist. Just admit that. Welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis. Before I even start with this video, I just wanted to make a statement for anybody who's doing any type of fat shaming or body shaming towards John, or not even just John, anyone else. Unsubscribe, please. This is not my community. Everyone knows that about me. I don't do that type of stuff. So I don't appreciate people going over to his videos and saying stuff like that. So either unsubscribe or take those down from that channel right away. And because you don't represent me or my channel. That's not what I'm about. I'm about ideas. I'm not about making fun of people. The thumbnail, I'm just joking. Like, there's fake eyes on John. I put fake eyes on John because that's the Copia meme. If he wants to get mad about that, whatever. That's not me shaming him or anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying he looks like that. Obviously, he doesn't really look like that. But I guess it is what it is. I just wanted to start this off with that. It's like, look, it's not that serious. They don't have to like make insults about people's appearances. If you took a picture of me and for a thumbnail and distorted it somehow, I wouldn't care because that's not what I look like. It's just a joke. It's the internet. But when you actually are talking about someone like this, that's different because that's you talking about someone's appearance. You're not joking around. And so I just wanted to throw that out there, and we're gonna have some fun. I don't think this is serious. I'm not like angry about this stuff like John is over there, but let's get into it. All right, let's get into it. I just want to play some of the video from last night. If anyone doesn't know, I mean, I wasn't going to talk about this stuff anymore. I made my first video. It got huge, people loved it. It was like I gained like 50 subscribers from it, and it got well received. Lots of comments. Some 10 to 12 people were mad about it, something like that, which is understandable. And then I made another video responding to the backlash of those 10 to 12 people, like how they, John and his wife were jumping into my streams and harassing me, calling me stupid, finding out where I live, and like shaming people that work at cheese and meat places. And I found it funny when she tried to take it back. It was like, oh, he doesn't actually work there, so it's not that big of. But wait, you're still shaming people that work at meat and cheese places. So I did that video. That was it. I was actually done with that. I even said in that video, this is the last time I'm ever talking about mythicism. I'm not touching the subject ever again. I don't care how many videos John does. I don't care how many blogs Carrier writes. And I lied. Because this dude just keeps calling me a liar. He keeps taking me out of context. He keeps not understanding what my rebuttals to what it's like he either just doesn't understand, or he's either not smart enough to grasp what I'm saying, or he's dishonest, or something in between. Because there's no way you cannot come like the shit. I'm just gonna let's get into the video. I'm just gonna demonstrate it for you, because there's some shit that he says that is like objectively can be refuted.
What's up, heathens? How y'all doing? I'm the Godless engineer, and I critically analyze apologist claims to give you the best arguments and information so that you can stand up.
Send me your video. Send me your video. The one where you debunk Carrier for like 3 hours or whatever. Really
oh yeah.
Oh, you mean this guy? I have to ask.
And this is another thing about the video. He keeps going into these he'll just go off into these tangents about shit that who cares about you and Captain Deadpool? Why would this clip have anything to do with anything? Like what? Why does that? And he plays this for like a minute, like a long time, dude. No one cares. Let's get into it.
Neil did with Carrier was embarrassing for Neil. In this interview,
I don't know if without reason is
I
the
reckon
best
I
word.
got to play it because I can't skip
It's
over.
more like you have to cling to more fringe ideas in order to make them work.
the guy who had no good
Now,
reason.
I didn't even see that video. I have no idea what Captain. I'm like 900,000% sure that somehow was taken out of context. And then he does this thing where he engages in like this Tucker Carlson style. Gotcha. Oh, this is what you said over here. Oh, well, this is what you said over here. Oh, gotcha. And so I can't. I have to do one video, and I wasn't gonna waste time and do editing and shit on this guy, so I'm just gonna do it live and raw like this, and just go through one piece. That it's like, why are you showing clips of you and Captain Deadpool? What does that have to do with anything? So let's keep going.
To dismiss my position other than how popular it was? That's the type of individual supporting Neil's videos.
Oh, that you think that's the only type of person that supports my videos? Why don't you go and look at the comment section of both of my videos about mythicism? And check that out. Have fun with that. Check out the likes on some of those comments too. See how that is. See how people support each other in those places. That's what you just did there was completely like. I don't even know if you want to call it a straw man or not. But what does that even mean? What does that mean? That Captain Deadpool liked my video, and then you took a clip of Captain Deadpool. Arguably, I don't even know if you would like doing something that is not smart in your opinion. I don't know if that. I don't even know if that makes sense because it just sounded like two people having a conversation, and Captain Deadpool being honest, answering your questions, and as if this is like some sort of like off the bat, we're at a bad start here. I'm just I don't get. Most of this video is like John talking about something that I said in TJump's video, and then going to some clip with me and Carrier talking, or me and somebody else, or me and Dr. Adair. And he'll go on. It has like 5-minute chunks of clips of old videos that we've already hashed out and talked about. I mean, I'm gonna be repeating myself a lot in this video from my other videos. You're gonna see that a lot.
Okay. Well, the interview that Neil did with Carrier was embarrassing for Neil. And this interview that Neil is doing right now is proving how delusional he is, because he seems to be living in a completely different reality.
The reason why I started that video was I noticed that Richard Carrier and this is actually, people might think this is a dumb reason, but this is just the honest truth of it. I was watching a video that Carrier and Godless Engineer did, and it was supposedly like dunking on this other academic named David Litwa, who's a decent academic in my opinion. He's a good friend of mine too. And it was like they were putting a microscope on every word he said. If he like said something half wrong, and he's in a live stream setting in a very like laid back setting. It's not like a peer reviewed debate or anything. Like this is not like, so he's just hanging out with somebody on a live stream for a couple hours. But of course you're going to say things that are going to be like, oh, check the book on that. Check the book on that. So they did like a 4-hour video supposedly dunking on this guy. And it was like, in my personal opinion, it was embarrassing.
First of all, as you can see, it wasn't a 4-hour stream. It was a normal 2-hour stream.
A normal 2 hours and 11 minutes. 4 hours. I'm exaggerating, dude. Like this is like classic John right here, where you might exaggerate or you're speaking like hypothetically, and he like, I'll give you an example when this happened, where I said, John, you run jumping in my fucking chats and like harassing me, you and your wife, leaving hundreds of comments. And then he goes, no, the live comments, they don't count as comments towards the video. Those don't count towards, those don't count. Live comments don't count. And like, bro, it's about the behavior, dude. It's not about like exactly what YouTube thinks about comments. And then here's another example. It's like, I said 4 hours. I'm obviously exaggerating. And then it was only 2.5 hours. It's only 2 hours and 11 minutes. Dude, 2 hours and 11 minutes is a long fucking video on pointless shit. On pointless shit that only matters if you're a dogmatic mythicist. Most people did not give a shit what was in that video between Litwa and Jacob. It was just like, a random conversation that was like dissected as if like something horrible was said, as if there was like some hate speech or something crazy was going on in there. It was just somebody like who doesn't agree with Carrier. And so 2 hours is a long ass video to do about that shit, bro. That's why I said that. I just think it's funny how you took that so literally.
Was responding to someone who was wrong on the internet. And the fact that he has gotten so upset to where months later
I'm so upset, right? But I'm the one with who's the one with 6 videos about me? You have 6 videos, I think 5 or 6, with my name in the title about some shit that you don't like. Whether Neil's Gnostic informant is dishonest, Gnostic informant doesn't understand Philo, Gnostic informant doesn't understand. I have 0. I have never. I wasn't even I didn't even want to do this video. I have 0 videos about you. I don't care about you. I don't comment on your videos. I don't tweet shit at you. I do try to DM you after you make videos about me to talk to you, but you don't care because you know that you're full of shit. That if you and I engage on a one-on-one setting where there's no one watching and you don't have to prove anything, that you don't have any grounds there. So you will not. I've asked you to debate me hundreds of times. You won't do it. I've asked you to discuss this with me. You won't do it. Instead, what you do is you do this Tucker Carlson shit where you go on your fucking channel and you take clips out of context and then try to portray a narrative that doesn't exist. And thank God most people can see through it. Most people do. I mean, Max the Confessor, thank you for the super chat. Remember the TJump video is because he reached out to you. Yeah, I'm glad you brought this up. The TJump reached out to me and was like, hey, I like your video. Or actually, it was somebody associate of TJump. Hey, TJump likes your videos, wants to talk to you about religion. Yeah, I like TJump too. Let's go on there. And then he asked me about mythicism. He just happened to ask me about it. And then we started talking about it. And obviously, he said, and it's like John's trying to say that I'm still mad about the Litwa thing. I'm just explaining what happened. I don't care. I don't care. If you're going to say that I'm mad, then don't have 6 videos about me. Period. You look like a hypocrite. In fact, you are a hypocrite. The one who's mad is you. And by the way, in this video, this hour-long video that you did last night, you start getting really heated as it progresses. You are not okay with this shit. And you trying to walk shit back. I'll get to it. We'll get to it. I'll keep quiet till we get there.
still bitching about somebody criticizing his friend is really sad. And what
Again, somebody asked me about it. I'm not supposed to say what happened. He asked me what happened, and I went through the whole story. I'm not bitching about what happened with Litwa. I don't care. I really don't.
makes it worse is that he's upset about something that never fucking happened.
How hard is it to say what's wrong about this? Here's what he
I
didn't have the video up.
He's lying right now.
I never said he should.
I bet.
Like, check the book on that. Check the book on it. So they did like a 4-hour video, supposedly dunking on this guy, and it was like, to my personal opinion, it was embarrassing.
First of all, as you can see,
you probably were looking at me staring at the screen like this. I thought I had this up, but I didn't. So I'm gonna keep going.
it wasn't a 4-hour stream. It was a normal 2-hour stream where I was responding to someone who was wrong on the internet. And the fact that he has gotten so upset to where months later he's still bitching about somebody criticizing his friend is really sad. And what makes it worse is that he's upset.
Again, I don't know if you saw that part. That was what I was talking about. I think I had the video off the screen when I was responding to that part. Anyways, who cares? Yeah, I don't care about Litwa anymore. I was literally just explaining what happened because he asked me.
About something that never fucking happened.
How hard is it to say?
Now, this is the part where he's going to fucking regret this.
Litwa's wrong about this. Here's what I think he's wrong. Instead of saying he shouldn't have a PhD, he's lying right now.
I never said he shouldn't have a PhD. Also, I
think
never
he did question his PhD.
No, I never have done this. No.
In the Godless Engineer video?
I'm not in the Godless Engineer video.
The one about Litwa and that you guys were talking about with when he was the video he did with History Valley. You guys were saying people like this should not have PhDs.
I
This
don't
is
remember
just
saying
completely
that.
wrong. Okay, well,
I remember saying the opposite, saying that I actually like a lot of Litwa's work and I think it's really solid.
never.
This entire situation was started by an event that never happened. Also,
Oh, it never happened, right? Okay, let's see what our clip has to say about that.
You know, wrong, and it really does harm the field, because if PhDs start acting like this, PhD doesn't mean anything anymore, right? Like, why tender respect to a PhD if they're just going to do this rando shit? It's armchair making stuff up and disinforming the public and not doing research and making confident assertions about things you don't know anything about. That shouldn't be doing this, and it disappoints me. He's really devaluing my PhD, because he's devaluing all PhDs by acting like this, and I just wish he wouldn't. He doesn't have to. That's the thing. It's like, he has a PhD. He knows how to do this properly. He totally could do it properly. Why is he not doing it properly? I don't understand, right? Like, as for an amateur, I can understand maybe they don't grasp the significance of the things that are beaten into in a PhD program. But Litwa should know these things, and so why he's abandoning them here, I don't know.
Maybe there should be like an HOA for PhDs. They make sure that you're.
Oh my God, that is pretty funny. Yeah. Some sort of, well, it's funny that technically, like, there are professional societies, but that's the one thing they don't do, is that they don't police responsibility among PhDs.
Yeah,
because it's a prestige economy. It's not an epistemic economy. This is a problem with academics in general. Why are they like this on this subject? They wouldn't act this way on any other topic, right? So an actual PhD in history would not do this. So why are they doing it? And usually when you see something that comes close to that, like, you have like Holocaust deniers, for instance.
Never happened, right, John? Never happened. He never questioned his PhD. Never talked about it. Never happened. Right. Let's keep going. You're starting off on fire, John. You're I'm such a liar. I'm so crazy. I'm so insane. You got me, bro. You got me. Let's keep going.
We were justifiably criticizing a scholar speaking on a topic that he supposedly specializes in. And what's more, we're not the only ones that have noticed this.
Okay, so first off, when Litwa tries citing the first chapters of the Ascension of Isaiah against Carrier, he is acting like everyone agrees that this was not an add-on. This wasn't a later edition. But Norelli himself says this is a later addition to the Ascension of Isaiah. The first 5 chapters were not composed by the same person who did chapters 6 through 11. And he says that in black and white.
This is what John does in the whole video. He hides behind other people because he doesn't really know what he's doing. Like, John tried to do what I'm doing right now, jump on a live stream and like play my video and go through everything I said one by one. He wouldn't the fuck know what he's doing. He needs like Carrier to be next to him, or he just has to play a clip of somebody else. Now, Aaron Adair brings up this thing that this is actually old shit that I've myself hashed out with Litwa and asked him for more context on what he meant. And even Adair said, if that's what he meant, that makes sense. The way he said it didn't come off right. We all agreed on that, and we moved on from it. But here he is. John doesn't care about any of that shit. John just wants to. John is like this. Like I said, I'm going to keep saying this. It's like this Tucker Carlson's type of reporting shit, where it's constructing a narrative that doesn't exist. We've been through this already. We explained what Litwa meant when he said that there was the sections or whatever. I'm not even going to get into that. I can't remember exactly what it was. But me and Adair talked about this. So here's what Litwa actually means here. Adair said that would make more sense if you said it that way. All right, we're good. We're done. And he's just bringing shit like this I don't even know what this has to do with me being a liar. This is about Litwa all of a sudden. It's like he's just doing this game now. Let's just keep going.
In Italian.
Pretty sure Litwa was saying that this was done in 3 parts.
Yes.
I might not have said it.
That's exactly what he was saying. And I actually talked to Litwa about it, and he confirmed that.
In that video.
No, he said, he cited chapter 3 to argue why chapter 11 Pocket Gospel was original, and also proof that the text is about that. He's saying that there wasn't any interpolations, and it's just arbitrary to say so.
But even if you decide that you don't like chapter 11 as data, okay, you just want to kick it out of the book of the Ascension of Isaiah.
But you know what's funny? Exit music. You're gonna see later on in this video, John will say, "Why is he Why is he criticizing me for why is he criticizing Carrier for something I said? And then here he is criticizing. I don't know. It's the biggest hypocritical shit in the world. It's the most projecting I've ever. It's just highest level project. His name should be in the dictionary next to the word projection. He just projects himself on other people. It's just, this is what he does.
You can go and to an earlier section of the book, okay, which is back in chapter 3, and you can have again a section on the birth, mentioning the birth of Jesus and the crucifixion. Okay, so it's not as if you were to get rid of chapter 11, that all of a sudden the ascension of Isaiah would just be about Jesus descending.
So this doesn't make sense to John because he doesn't know what he's doing. John has no idea about the manuscript evidence. He doesn't understand that there's a Christian section that was written later and a Jewish section that was written earlier. Right now, Litwa is assuming that we're talking about the Christian section. That's what he's doing. It's really simple. Like if you just did a little bit of studying, John, you just did a little. All you got to do here, I think I have a copy of it over here, right here. All you got to do, and I've mentioned this in my other video, is you get Charlesworth's pseudepigrapha text. There's a whole chapter about the ascension of Isaiah and what the scholarship consensus is, which Lit was relating here. That's all you got to do. Carrier can write as many peer-reviewed articles as he wants, and no one gives a shit. No one's going to cite it. No one thinks it's convincing. So I'm sorry. That's just what happened. I don't know why you even bringing this up. Like it doesn't look. It's this shit's bad, bro. This shit's bad.
Into the region of the moon and being crucified in the sky by sky demons.
Yeah, and another thing, their whole crucified in the sky thing. Has anyone ever asked where Carrier gets that from? Because I don't know if the only thing I've ever, every time he's asked that, he says we have good reasons to think that this is the case because Osiris was also killed in the sky. And like, I'm not saying that you can't look at other myths and say maybe they're drawing from these, which Christianity obviously does, but that's not enough to say that there is an entire tradition about Jesus that we lost now. And hypothetically, if this tradition did exist, then hypothetically they're drawing from the Osiris myth without anything to show for. That's craziness. That's like insane. That's why nobody thinks this is convincing.
Okay. I don't think he says that though.
No, it's exactly what he says.
Are you sure? I don't think.
Yeah, I wouldn't be making.
Yeah, this is before me.
I thought he said and why he cited chapter 3.
I think it's pretty clear. The pocket gospel is added on later. I think it's pretty clear.
Well, no, that's exactly what they were arguing against.
No, he wasn't talking about the pocket gospel being added earlier on. He's talking about how the Jewish version of Ascension of Isaiah is a whole different tradition than the Christian tradition. So he's talking about the tradition as a whole and how there's 3 different sections that were done in this text. He's assuming that we're talking about the Christians only. He's taking the Jewish side, and that's a whole different tradition. He's saying it, I even admitted that I think he could have been more clear about that in the video. I really do. But when you press Litwa about it, he clarifies it, and it makes sense. It's not like he's still today arguing that the pocket gospel was part of the original one. He's not doing that. So it's dishonest to sit there and say that Litwa thinks this when he doesn't. That's that's actually lying, by the way. And Adair, by the way, and this is before Adair saying this before we clarified everything. This is before all that. So Adair doesn't even right now. Adair is going off the video. He's not going off what Litwa ended up telling me.
Was part of the original as well as chapters 1 through 5. But here's the thing, he might have mentioned the book, but guess what he said? He said there weren't these interpolations to the text. He denies it. If Litwa had actually read the 3 pages of Norelli that he actually cited in his book, he would have seen that that's not true, because in the Norelli volume, he is basically trying to argue that the pocket gospel is original to the text, not in a later edition. And the person he's arguing with to make this case is R.H. Charles, who is writing about the Ascension of Isaiah and the manuscript traditions as he do it in the year 1900. And R.H. Charles is not a mythicist.
I'm going to have Litwa back on to go over all this and to clear it all up.
When it comes down to it, Litwa was directly addressing something that Carrier extensively researched for his book. Litwa got basic things wrong, and we should hold scholars to a higher standard than non-experts. If Litwa is going to sit there...
Whoa. You are going to sit there and say we should hold scholars to standards more than anyone else, based off of what someone said in a live stream. But when I find multiple videos of Carrier talking in front of atheist conventions and raping the sources, completely going crazy with the sources and spewing nonsense about Philo, saying Philo says that there's an angel named Jesus, which, by the way, you were duped by. That's why you were a mythicist. You made it your number one reason why you were a mythicist. The shit that Carrier was spewing that has nothing to do with Philo. And then when I hold his feet to the fire, then you say, "Oh, you shouldn't criticize him for that. It's just a speech. You should talk about his book only." So why then with Litwa, we got to hold their feet to the fire for shit they say in a live stream setting, but when Carrier says some shit in front of an audience, we can't say shit because it's not in his book. He didn't say it that way in his book, so we shouldn't care. That is fucking hypocritical, bro.
And claim that scholars like Carrier just simply haven't read the existing scholarship on the Ascension of Isaiah, when Carrier literally mentions the existing scholarship on the history.
He never actually mentions Norelli at all. He cites works that are what is it again? I can't remember what it was, but he cited the works that Norelli is like he doesn't actually say anything about Norelli in particular. And so a lot of people have looked at it and said, it doesn't look like Carrier actually went in depth on this. It looks like he's looking at the scholarship. He's looking at like the commentaries about Norelli. That's what it looks like, which makes sense because Norelli's an Italian. And as far as I know, Carrier doesn't actually know Italian.
Jesus, then he better at least know the basic shit of what the scholarship says.
It looked like people who were mad because, backstory, M. David Litwa has written some things about Carrier and very critical about Carrier's scholarship. And so Carrier obviously doesn't like it. And Godless Engineer, anyone who Carrier doesn't like, Godless Engineer doesn't like. It's just, that's just the way it is.
Honestly, I don't know or care who Carrier doesn't like. I wouldn't even say I dislike Litwa necessarily. I don't even know him.
He's so full of shit, man. Anytime Carrier writes a blog about some academic or anyone, me or anyone, you will bet your bottom dollar within the next couple days, John will be ready with a video to come to the defense of his master and savior. He does it every time without fail. There's nobody that John does. There's not a single person that John has ever criticized in academia that wasn't already written by Carrier in some blog somewhere. Like, that's just what he does. He's just full of shit here. He's just full of shit.
I do know is that I don't like it when people misrepresent the scholarship. And Carrier, he just disregards the absurd claims about him, which in Litwa's case is basically that Carrier had some kind of demonic vision or experience that has fueled his anti-Christian bias and coming to his conclusion that Jesus didn't exist. In Carrier's article about Litwa, he pretty much sticks to the arguments and claims that Litwa makes in his book and shows how they are wrong.
So they did this video and I just was watching it and I was like, do they actually think this is convincing? And I just remember being like, all right, I want to do a video showing like some of the dumb shit they say, because if they think this is like the deadliest sin ever, like some of the stuff that M. David Litwa was saying, like, which wasn't even that big of a deal, they think that's bad. Why don't we put a light on what they're saying?
This motherfucker can't even read aloud from a book. I say that because in order to accomplish what he claims, all you got to do is read Carrier's book.
See, this is what I mean. Did you read Litwa's book? Did you read anything Litwa said about Ascension of Isaiah? But so this is the double standard that these people do. In a live stream setting, when everything's laid back, and sometimes you say things that aren't like, that you're not like writing as if someone's about to review it. Like, you're just laid back, you're just talking, having a conversation. They will dissect that shit and pick it apart and make sure everything's perfectly sound. But like with Carrier, if you got to read his book, you can't say anything about Carrier if you said it somewhere in a setting in front of people and the microphone and this video on YouTube. That doesn't count because it's not peer reviewed. It's got to be part of his book. And this is what I'm talking about them. They hold these standards to anyone that's not them, that they don't stick to themselves.
And he doesn't do that. And if you want proof of that fact, you can go and look at my Neil and Philo video. And you'll see here in a minute that Neil can't even steel man one of Carrier's arguments. Also, we never said nor acted like
this is where he falls apart. This is where he falls apart.
Some kind of deadly sin. What we said was that he was wrong.
Oh yeah, things, thank you for
and then we proceeded to give people good information.
He really is cringe. I know. I don't think that's a groundbreaking observation there.
on those topics. Neil has to make us look like religious fanatics because that fits his narrative. It's really
My
sad
narrative.
because all it shows is that he doesn't have any legitimate criticisms of us.
All
He has
right,
to
let's
make
see
shit
then.
up, and
Let's
that's
see.
fucking pathetic.
Remember that Godless Engineer in one of his videos said that Philo of Alexandria believed in an angel named Jesus before Christianity. And spoiler alert, that's not true. It's nowhere to be found. We have like books of Philo that are preserved till today. He doesn't say shit about an angel named Jesus. He talks about a logos. Okay, we can go there. We can talk about that. There's a lot of similarities. Obviously, Christians are drawing from Philo. Everyone knows that. It's not like some only mythicists know that. No, everyone knows that. Everyone agrees on that. But there's no Jesus in there.
And this is the real reason why Neil has latched on to this Philo topic. I mentioned Philo's angel, and admittedly,
Watch. This is it. This is the reason why I wanted to go live tonight. Here it is. John is going to finally admit that he's wrong. So this is to me, this is like closure. This is like the greatest thing ever. He's finally admitting he's going to try to walk it back. He's going to try to walk it back in this sneaky way, as if, oh, I knew I was wrong, but I just wanted to get you to just listen to what he says.
it was poorly worded. But it was poorly worded because it was meant.
Admittedly, it was poorly worded. But hold on, I got to play that back. We got to play that back.
And admittedly, it was poorly worded. But it was poorly worded because it was meant to be an attention grabber. Obviously,
it's meant to be an attention grabber. The video is the top 3 reasons why I'm a mythicist. Your top 3 reasons why I'm a mythicist. Number 1, I'm doing an attention grabber. I'm going to grab your attention, everyone, without telling you. But I'm never going to explain to you that I'm doing an attention grabber. You know what that's called, bro? You know what that's literally called in real life? That's called lying. That's called fucking lying. When you say something that's not true to try to get a reaction or provoke, that's fucking lying. You literally just admitted that you lied.
It grabbed the wrong motherfucker's attention, though. Here's the section of my video that pissed Neil off. First, I want to introduce you to Philo of Alexandria. He is a 1st century Jew that was writing before Jesus supposedly walked around Judea. He is important to the mythicist position because he is a prime example of a Jew that believed in a pre-existent celestial being named Jesus, who was the firstborn son of God.
I'm just trying to get your attention. I'm not lying. I knew that I wasn't real. I know that I'm wrong. I know I said it wrong. I'm just trying to get your attention, guys. I'm allowed to lie because I'm on the right side. I'm on the good side. I'm allowed to lie. Imagine if a Christian did this. Imagine if a Christian was like, here are the top 3 reasons why I'm a Christian. Number 1, we have a source from a person who lived at the same time as Jesus, who actually believed and saw the resurrection and wrote it down. And we have it somewhere. You just can't see it. And then later on, they get called out. Bro, that's not true. Where is it? Show us this evidence. Oh, I wasn't being serious. I was just trying to get your attention. I wasn't being. Are you what? What, bro? You took that seriously? Come on, bro. I was just joking. And by the way, here, I'm going to let this play for a second. I'm going to talk about this in a second.
Celestial image of God, God's agent of creation, and God's celestial high priest. These are all things that describe Jesus in the New Testament. Literally, there is a Bible verse in the New Testament that matches each of these claims made by Philo. Philo was born...
Whoa. Claims made by Philo. What are you talking about? What you just did, because I know you never read Philo. Here, you know what? Let me do this for a second. Just, John, this is just between you and me. You don't have to answer this question. Just keep this in the top of your head. Have you ever read Philo? Exactly. He never read it.
Around 10 to 20 BCE and died prior to 50 CE. Philo wrote a doctrine on the Logos of Judaism between 10 and 35 CE. This was a description of the very Savior that is central to Christianity.
Again, this doesn't exist in Philo. What John's doing here, he's being misled by Carrier. Carrier is he's cherry picking little parts of this wide, vast collection of books by Philo. He's cherry picking a few things that he writes about this logos this Platonic logos, which, by the way, the logos was everywhere. Logos is in Greek mythology, and then Philo's bringing it to the Judaizing this concept. The logos is already a thing that they talk about Hermes and Zeus. Logos is already a thing. There's no like this. Logos is not just Christian. So when Philo is talking about the logos in a Judaic sense, he has a lot to say throughout all of his texts. Now, if you want to cherry pick all the ones that sound like Christianity and put them in one spot, put them on a list, and then cherry pick some from Paul and put those on a list, and then stick those together, that's fine. You're doing that. Just admit it, though. You make it seem like you and Carrie are making it seem like Philo is writing about the logos exactly as Paul is. It's not true. Anyone who I'm going to get a Philo scholar on and ask him about this actually, and then I'll just show you guys what I'm talking about because it's ridiculous. It's like I know people don't have time to do all this reading and like because this is like some in the weeds shit right here, but they are grossly misrepresenting the sources. It's just like it's insane. It's almost Ralph Ellis level shit that they're doing here.
The Confusion of Tongues, number 63, Philo says, "For the Father of the universe has caused him to spring up as the eldest son, whom, in another passage, he calls the firstborn. And he who is thus born, imitating the ways of his father, has formed such and such species, looking to his archetypal patterns." In this passage, Philo identifies this eldest son as the firstborn, and who imitates the ways of his father, and identifies him as an agent of creation by saying that he formed such and such species. His idea of the logos stems from his understanding of the Jewish theology surrounding this Messiah figure. This firstborn son idea is...
What? What are you talking about? Where did you get that from? You just said that Philo's getting this from the surrounding areas on the... Where did you get that from? You can't just say that and not show where you got that from. That's just like a gross claim to just throw out there.
Noted in Psalms 89:27. Several verses identify this Messiah as both God and man. The servant or agent of creation can actually be found in several verses, including Zechariah 3:8 and Zechariah 6:12 through 13.
So you just took Zechariah and you just took like the way you just interpreted Philo, like your own speculation on Philo, and then just throw these verses on the screen and say, yeah, this is what Philo is writing about. That's not what it is. I had the text, but I want to let you finish first, and I'll show you exactly what's going on here.
Which actually labels him as both priest and king. Zechariah 6:11 through 12 even directly uses the name Jesus for the Messiah. Philo is a perfect example of a Jew who was looking to the scriptures for a Messiah figure. And the Jesus character that we ended up...
Again, you ignored Zerubbabel there. You ignored that the text, you read the whole text of Zechariah in context. You have the governor Zerubbabel, whose name means seated in Babylon, who's coming from the east to build the temple. This is just standard Judaism. Philo would know this no matter what. This is standard. And everyone knows the governor Zerubbabel, who's from the Davidic line, comes from Babylon and builds the temple. Jesus, or Joshua is his name. By the way, there's two different spellings for Yehoshua and Yeshua. And this is the Yehoshua one. So it's not even the same Jesus that you get later on. But anyways, that's like way deep into the weeds. But this is a character that anoints, he's the high priest. So it's like you're once again, we're cherry picking what we like in the passage. Why didn't you mention Zerubbabel? Why is Carrie never mentioned Zerubbabel? Because it would confuse people. It would throw the whole theory off. It's not good. That's not good. You don't bring that up. But that's not how you do scout. That's like not how you do shit. That's bad methodology. You're cherry picking the shit that you think sounds the most like Christianity. That's exactly what you're doing.
Up with is precisely the one described by Jewish theology, which leads me to my next point, scriptures. In retrospect, I shouldn't have tried to craft something that was meant to grab your attention. What I should have done...
Wow, this is why I titled the video Copium Overdose. This is what I'm getting at. Okay. You just admitted, and I'm glad we're getting somewhere. And in fact, I should commend you for that. For finally admitting after all this time that what you said was bullshit. But the slick, that like sneaky, snaky, slick shit of trying to say, I only said it because I was trying to grab your attention. That's literally lying, dude. Like, there's no other word to describe that. You fucking lied. Like, you thought that was the case. And I know this is true because you and I have talked about this back when we were friends. You thought that Philo believed in an angel named Jesus. You didn't know that it was this big process of dissecting little pieces of Philo and then dissecting pieces of the book of Zechariah and then putting them together. You didn't know that was the case. You did exactly what I did when I was a mythicist, and you just took Carrier's word for it and ran with it and threw it in your video. And now that you've become educated on this subject, now you're looking back and saying, wow, that was the wrong thing to say. But instead of saying I was wrong, you said, well, I was trying to get your attention. Just trying to get your attention, guys. I'm allowed to do that. I'm on the good side. Christians aren't allowed to do that, but I'm allowed to do that. Anyone else isn't allowed to make shit up. I'll call them out. I'll make a video about them. But if I do it, it's just because I'm trying to get your attention.
Is more logos. What Neil doesn't tell you is that I listed the sources of my information, and I even directly mentioned that in my video, that if you want to know more, you should read those. But
no, he doesn't. He lists Zechariah. Let's go back. He lists Zechariah. Look, he just literally waves Zechariah 3:8 on the screen. That's not your source. That's not like what. That doesn't mean shit. And by the way, have you ever asked yourself this? Carrier makes this claim about the angel being, the high priest or whatever. Is that Joshua? What other experts in the field? What other classicists? I'm not even talking about Bible scholars. If you think Bible scholars are all in some cahoots against mythicism, fine. Let's even roll with that for a second, for the sake of argument. Let's say that you're right. Where's all the classicists at that think this is right? Where's all the where's all the other historians, PhD historians that think Carrier is on some shit, like Carrier is making a lot of sense? They don't exist. They don't exist. You have to admit that. Like, even if you admitted that and said, I know I'm on the fringes, but this is what I think, you would have all my respect in the world. All my respect in the world. I don't even care what you say. But you don't. You write it off as if everyone's stupid and they just don't understand us.
Agent of creation can actually be found in several verses, including Zechariah 3:8 and Zechariah 6:12-13, which actually labels him as both priest and king. Zechariah 6:11-12 even directly uses the name Jesus for the Messiah. Philo is a perfect example of a Jew who was looking to the...
Yeah, that's not sources, dude. That's not how you do sources. That's not how it works. Let's go to the text real quick. Let's go to the text. I'm going to stop sharing that for a second. Here's the text that we're talking about. Philo says, but those who have conspired to commit justice, having come from the east, found a plain. So Zerubbabel came from the east, found a plain in the land of Shinar and dwelt there, speaking most strictly in accordance with nature. For there is twofold kind of dawning in the soul, the one of the better sort, the other of a worse. That is better sort when the light of virtues shines forth like the beams of the sun. And this is the worst kind when they are overshadowed and the vices show forth. Now, the following is an example of the former kind. And God planted a paradise in Eden toward the east, not of terrestrial, but celestial plants, which the planter caused to spring up from the incorporeal light which exists around him, in such a way as to be forever inextinguishable. I have also heard of one of the components of Moses, having uttered such a speech as this: behold, a man whose name is the East. Now remember, what are we arguing over? I've already explained this in 2 of my videos. I can't believe I'm even explaining this again. This is so like easy, like just so easy to grasp. What are we talking about? Are we talking about the name of the logos in Philo? That's what we're debating here, right? Doesn't matter what his traits are. Doesn't matter what it is. We're talking about, is his name Jesus? Yes or no? That's it. Who cares about what his nature is or whatever? Is his name Jesus? Yes or no? And he says, his name is the East. A very novel appellation indeed, if you consider it as a spoken man who is compounded of body and soul. But if you look upon it as applied to the incorporeal being who is in no respect differs from divine images, you will then agree that the name of the East has been given to him with great felicity. For the Father of the universe has caused him to spring up as the eldest son, whom in another passage he calls the firstborn, who is thus born imitating the ways of the Father, has formed such and such species, looking to his archetypal patterns. The name is the East. There's nothing about Jesus here. Yes, he's drawing from the passage in Zechariah. He's drawing from that. Sure, that's fine. But there's so much. Here's my argument the whole time that John just doesn't understand. If this was the case, that because of this passage, we think Philo wants this Jesus character to be the East. In the hundreds of other passages of Philo, in the dozen books of Philo that we have, why is it that he never talks about this ever? Why doesn't he ever mention this again? That's been my whole entire argument against this. If this was the case, you would hear about this again. In fact, the next passage, and this is what he really thought he had me on this, where I talk about how he's getting it from the Balaam prophecy in Numbers. And the reason why I said that is because, and this dawning having the same name as the former one. Is the angel in Numbers Jesus? No, it's not Jesus. It's East. So why would that? And so Carrier goes, but that's not the same being. So what? We're talking about the name. We're not talking about the being. We're talking about, is his name Jesus? Yes or no? And it says no. It's so simple. It's so easy. So let's keep going.
Scriptures for a Messiah figure. And the Jesus character that we ended up with is precisely the one described by Jewish theology, which leads me to my next point, scriptures. In retrospect, I shouldn't have tried to craft something that was meant to grab your attention. What I should have done is more...
Oh, man, I'm loving that right now. You don't know how good that feels to see him finally admit, yeah, I was wrong, but and he's trying to sneak out of it. He's trying to walk it back as if no one's going to notice. Bro, you were wrong, bro. You got duped. You got duped by bad scholarship that was intended to argue from it. You got duped by a scholar, Carrier, who's not trying to actually put their heads together with other scholars and try to understand it. It's more of, I'm trying to argue for mythicism and make it true. I'm trying to portray mythicism correctly in any way I can. That's what you got duped by. I did too. I've admitted this already. I've already gone past this. I used to be a mythicist. This was the number one reason why I was mythicist too. When I heard Carrier say that in his speech, that there was an angel in Philo named Jesus, I was done. I was like, this is it. It's a myth. It's all a myth. And apparently you did the same thing, but now you don't. Now since you built your career, you built your channel on mythicism so much, you can't. Well, you're not allowed to do it now. You can't. You have to somehow walk it back sneakily, and say, "Oh, I just did it so I can get your attention." That's dishonest.
Accurately represented Philo's logos. What Neil doesn't tell you is that I listed the sources of my information, and I even directly mentioned that in my video.
No, you don't, dude. You didn't list any fucking sources. You just literally just wrote Zechariah on the screen.
That if you want to know more, you should read those. But still, I should have structured my video better. Because
bullshit, dude. When you say something that's not true and then say it's their fault because they should have checked the sources of where I got it from. No, that's on you, dude. You made this shit up. Now you have to fucking own it. You were wrong. At least you're admitting it now.
Because I can see how somebody would view that video and not come away with an accurate depiction of Philo's archangel. But instead of addressing and correcting me, Neil is attacking Carrier as if he said what I did. That's like hearing...
And first of all, you and Carrier, I've specifically... This is funny. It's like I'm wrong, but Carrier, get in front of me, help me out here. I'm wrong, but I'm allowed to be wrong. You deal with Carrier. Like, that is such like a petty thing right there. If you don't know this shit, then don't have a strong opinion on it. If you're not an expert, don't try to be one. That's the difference between you and me. Is like, me is not an expert, as just a amateur that loves to read this stuff. If I ever have an opinion that goes against the scholarship consensus, I will always say it. I'll say I know I'm on the fringes here, but this is what I think. Like the whole Christianity as a mystery cult thing, I always say that. I understand that scholars aren't really sold by this stuff, but I think there's something here. You don't do that. Instead, you say that academics are all biased. I think I have a clip of that here. You say academics are biased, and they just don't like mythicism. I'll get to that clip in a second. Whoops, that's the wrong video.
Someone trash talk you and then slapping the shit out of his friend.
And there's so him and Carrier try to argue that there is. If you look at this one verse in Zechariah that Philo quotes in this one passage in this one paragraph here, and they go on this huge tirade about that. So
notice how Neil describes this argument, because he does have some pieces of the argument in there, but he obscures the finer points with his childish blah blah.
No, you don't understand my rebuttal to your argument. I understand your argument better, maybe better than you. I understand Carrier's argument probably better than you do. I know exactly what he's saying in the passage of Zechariah. I know exactly why he's saying it. But he doesn't tell you that it's speculation, that nowhere else in Philo does Philo ever mention this again. In fact, I can prove this. You're going to say, huh? And I've done this in my other video. And this is like, I'm repeating myself now. Because if you go to change of names on Philo, he actually mentions the name Joshua. So it just happens to be. That we have an entire passage by Philo on the name of Jesus. Here's your chance. This is your chance. If this was the name of the Logos, why wouldn't he say it right here? This is what he says. But moreover, Moses also changes the name of Hosea into that of Joshua, displaying by his new name the distinctive qualities of this character. For the name Hosea is interpreted, what sort of person is this? But Joshua means salvation of the Lord, being the name of the most excellent possible character. For the habits are better with the respect to those persons who are of such and such qualities, from being influenced by them. For instance, music is better in a musician physic and a physician, in each art and distinctive quality in each artist, regarded both in its perpetuity and its power, and its unerring perfection with regard of the objects of speculation. So, here you go. You got Philo talking about the name Joshua, Jesus, whatever the Greeks, Yehus or Isus. I mean, you got it. We finally have an opportunity to say, what does Philo think about the name Jesus? In the Logos that's so central to Philo's theology, that that Carrier knows, that everyone knows, Philo is always talking about this Logos, and all throughout his text, he's bringing it back up. He's talking about it. You have an opportunity right here. What does Philo think about the name Jesus? There's a whole book about names. It's called On the Changing of Names. And one of the examples is Hosea to Joshua. Nothing about the Logos here. To me, that's you're done. That's a dead argument. You lost at that point. It's over. Like, there's nothing in Philo about the angel being named Jesus. It's like, I don't know, let's keep going. It's really just like, you're really pushing shit. That's what you're trying to do.
Blahs. He should know what the argument is, because Carrier has literally stepped him through it.
Before I get into this, I'm just going to summarize really quickly. So, like, my argument is, my position is that Philo is referring to Zechariah 6:12 here. Yes. And the person he's talking about, he thinks, is the person in this verse whose name's Jesus. Now, I make an argument for that. I don't say that it's just the case. I make an argument for it. We can get into that later. But that's what I'm saying. And so what he does do, though, this is indisputable, is that he says that there's something in there called the East, Anatole in Greek. There's someone in that passage called that, who he identifies as the firstborn son of God, and he gives a bunch of attributes of this great being. You could find
Well,
many other
let's not
passages.
forget, he says that it's a companion of Moses who utters the speech.
Yeah, but he often uses that.
By the
phrase.
way, this is like, I don't know what John was doing with this part, because he just plays a clip for like 10 minutes.
Name as the former one has nevertheless an opposite nature to it and is continually at war with it.
Sure.
Do you follow the problem here?
No, I get that.
All
right, let me back this up a
and
little
is
bit.
continually as dwelling in the east. And this next sentence, founded of body and soul. But if you look upon it as applied to that incorporeal being who in no respect differs.
Next passage. All right, so
here's
here's the part that I just read to you, and here's how Carrier, he's like really trying to like make it seem like, I don't know. I'll let you be the judge of this. I think that context matters. I think it's just part of the same topic.
You're going to take that back in 5 minutes.
Okay, we'll see. I
No,
don't think so.
I don't take it Okay, back. So here it is, 62. I'm just going to read it through. I have also heard
I
of
just
one of
read
the
this
companions
part.
of Moses having uttered such a speech as this: "Behold, a man whose name is the East," which is a direct quote from Zechariah 6, verse 12 of the Septuagint. A very novel appellation indeed, if you consider it as spoken of a man who is compounded of body and soul. But if you look upon it as applied to that incorporeal being who in no respect differs from the divine image, you will then agree that the name of the East has been given to him with great felicity. For the Father of the universe has caused him to spring up as the eldest son, whom in another passage he calls the firstborn. And he who is thus born, imitating the ways of his father, has formed such and such species looking to his archetypal patterns. Next sentence. But an example of the worst kind of dawning is afforded by the words used by the man who was willing to curse the people who were blessed by God. Numbers 23:7. For he also is represented as dwelling in the east, and this dawning, have the same name as the former one, has nevertheless an opposite nature to it, and is continually at war with it.
Sure.
Do you follow the problem here?
No, I get that. I'm not saying that that's who he's talking about. Okay, so you see what just happened there? He's trying to get around the numbers thing by arguing that because it's a different being, that this somehow this doesn't matter. But like I just mentioned to you, let's go back to it for a second. And I don't know why I didn't just say this right away. I don't know why, because I'm like assuming in my head that we're on the same page, I guess. It literally says, oh, it's the wrong one. It literally says the same name. Like, it's the same name. Look. And this dawning, having the same name as the former one, has nevertheless an opposite nature to it. What are we even talking about? Are we talking about the nature? Are we talking about if it's the same? We're talking about the name. So why wouldn't that matter? It's the same name. And by the way, John tries to argue. Let me see. Where do I have this at? I have to skip through all this shit because he literally just plays me and Carrier's video that everyone's already watched. And he just plays it for like 10 minutes without ever stopping with any of his own opinions. Let's recap what's happened so far in this video. John comes in, tries to make a claim that I lied about the whole scholarship thing. I just showed you that they actually do say that. They do question Litwa's PhD. I showed the clip of that. He's wrong about that. And then he walks back the angel thing and says that I only said that because I'm trying to get your attention. And so then he plays like 10 minutes, whatever it is, of me and Carrier going back and forth about this angel thing. Like, it's basically John just saying, like, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Let me show you a clip of Carrier so that I can get someone else to argue this for me because I have no idea what I'm talking about. And then I think like somewhere like an hour in, I have it on my notes as an hour 39. I'm just going to go right here. And then he says something about like my argument makes no sense, right?
From what we saw earlier, Neil seemed to be incoherently arguing some aspect of this Philo argument that made no sense to either Carrier, myself, or other people that I know. The main
Oh, really? This made sense to nobody, right? Let's see what we got here. You gotta give me a second. I had this saved, but I guess So, okay, he's saying that my argument makes no sense at all. And no one understands it. No one understands my argument. I was incoherent, even though I just showed you. I just showed you guys. Let's pull it up again. Let's pull it up. I just showed you where I got this from. Confusion of tongues. And this dawning having the same name as the former one. Like, what's so hard to understand about that? What is so hard? I don't get it. And if you think I'm just talking shit, let's see what an actual academic who's an actual Hebrew scholar, Hebrew Bible scholar thinks about this. Can you guys see this? Kip Davis. How much Carrier obsesses over Neil's mention of Numbers 23 for jumping off point of Zechariah's prophecy. I'm left thinking that Carrier is just not good reading nor exegete. It is so patently obvious what Neil is getting at. How does Richard Carrier miss the point? So, John, what do you mean nobody understands this? What are you talking about? What do you like? Do you just not want it to be? You just not want me to be right? You have no right to say no one understands this, when countless people understand this, and experts understand this. This is why they're not convinced by Carrier. You are the only one who's sitting there doesn't understand it. That's got to suck. I actually kind of feel bad about that. What else did I wanted to reply to? Let's go to it was like 30 minutes in, something like that. I'll put this up. There's so much. It's just him playing clips of me and Carrier talking. John admits that he's wrong, and then throws up a clip of me and Carrier arguing and saying, I'm just going to hide behind Carrier because I don't know what I'm doing. So I think there's something around like 30 minutes that I wanted to respond to. And by the way, have you established one thing I've lied about yet? You said that I lied about Carrier questioning Litwa's PhD. I just showed you a clip of that. That's done. Let's see what else have you said? What else did I lie about? You put I'm a liar in the title. That's a big claim, by the way. You're gonna call someone a liar, you better have some shit. I mean, you just admitted that you lied about Philo's angel. We have that. So far, we've established you lied, but I'm still trying to find out what I lied about. Let's keep going. Weird methodology.
No, it's not. Like so if let me give you an analogy. So in two different places, Paul says Jesus is the creator of the universe. He says that in 1 Corinthians 8. Like, do you acknowledge that? Like,
sure.
He says, yeah. And then in a completely different passage, in a completely different book, he says Jesus is the seed of David. So, right?
Mm-hmm.
So is it valid procedure to say that Paul believes that Jesus is both the creator of the universe and the seed of David, right? Is that a valid method? Have I done something correct?
Sure.
This is exactly what I'm doing with Philo. Do you follow? Philo's
written more than the Old Testament.
Yeah, it's not relevant.
No, that is relevant. Like, this is what I'm trying to say. This is what I've been trying to say the whole time. Your conjecture by Philo is fine. I get it. I get what you're doing. You're saying he cites this verse in Zechariah, and he's also, he cites this verse in Zechariah, and there's also a guy Jesus there. I get it. I get what you're saying. But we have so much on Philo that if this is the case, this should be central to Philo. This would be like Paul. This would be like Paul not mentioning Jesus and just like writing about like, this would be almost the same as Paul never mentioning Jesus in his text, but writing about the Son of God and the Logos. Like, you don't understand. Like, this doesn't make sense. If this is what Philo thought, there would be more about this. This would be a big deal.
Philo, no, but you have to remember also that Philo being the idea that he thinks this is the creator of the universe. So the idea that someone built the temple of God, you see the thinking here, how Philo could easily think that this is Jesus, the Son of God, the high priest, that is being talked about as the East. That's how he's reading the verse. We can totally say he's wrong.
By the way, Carrier knows that Joshua does not build the temple. Zerubbabel builds the temple. There's two different things happening there. One of them's the high priest. The other one's the builder. This is like 101 Judaism. Like, the whole point, Zechariah's entire legacy. The entire legacy is of Zerubbabel. Ask any Jewish person this. Zerubbabel is the one who builds the temple. He's the one who lays the brick down at the foundation of the second temple. So you can't say it's Joshua is building the temple. You have to say Zerubbabel and Joshua are building the temple, or just Zerubbabel. You can't just say it's just Joshua.
Totally wrong. No way Zechariah meant that. It's not what Zechariah wrote.
I get the argument.
But,
I'm fine with it.
Right. So
I'm not sold by it, though, but I get what you're saying.
So there are very specific reasons to use the Philo references. And the way that Carrier connects Philo to the name Jesus is literally just how you use references. There's no reason for Neil to...
What? That's how you use references? That's not how you use references. You don't speculate on what somebody thinks to draw a conclusion and then compare it to something else in Paul's letters. That's not how you use references. What are you talking about? References? I don't know what that means.
Be describing the argument like he does unless he simply still does not even understand the basic argument. And it's not that the argument is even hard to understand. A fucking element.
I literally explained the argument in my video, and he knows I do this. I know the argument, but it sucks. It just sucks. And it's not just me that thinks this. Nobody's sold by it. Name somebody, name some professor in any school or anywhere, any academic. Name somebody who thinks this makes sense. I'm not the only one. I'm not just like some random critic of this shit. Nobody thinks this makes sense. Penny Dreadful, thank you for the super chat. The idea John is duped by Carrier is no longer tenable, in my opinion. He is a retailer of a book and is a guardian of its faithful. If he started as a rationalist, he quickly learned where the money is. Fiction. No, and all jokes aside, like, I think he knows that this shit is fringe, but he's built up his channel on this. And if you walk this back now, it's going to look stupid. You're going to look like you were just wasting your whole... Like, I would respect him for it if he did. Look, I don't even care. If you actually think Jesus didn't exist, who gives a shit? I don't care about that. My whole problem has always been about how they portray anyone who isn't convinced by Carrier. And then every time somebody says something about Carrier, it's always that they don't understand this, and it's just, oh my God, they didn't read the book, they didn't read the material. It's always something like that. It's never that people just don't think this is convincing. In fact, my boy Kip Davis is in the chat. I don't want to get Kip involved or anything, but like, he did make a really good, sorry, Kip, I'm not trying to get you involved, but you did make a really good comment that 74 people thumbs up. And I couldn't have said this better myself. It's not your fault if nobody understands mythicism. Whose fault is it that it's so hard to understand that every time someone critiques it, they just don't understand it? This is what I said in my book. They're not reading the book. They're not reading the scholarship. That's your fault. Because the fact of the matter is, real experts like Ehrman, Litwa, and Robin Faith Walsh, and Dr. McDonald, and Kloppenborg, and Burke, all these biblical scholars who are actually qualified to discuss and relate what these texts means, and if people are actually exist or not in these texts, you'll never get them to agree that Jesus started off as an angel. And then, so this is another thing he said I lied about, by the way. And then he, Gnostic form is not a raging egomaniac like Richard Carrier, so he won't say this, but I think it needs to be said here. Mic drop. That is a joke. That is a joke because of something that I said in the video about a Carrier using mic drop. So John tries to say it's somewhere in this fucking long ass video. I don't even know if I'm going to have time to go to it. But one of the things I apparently lied about. I lied about Carrier using the word mic drop. But turns out John either lied or doesn't know. Either he lied or doesn't know that all you gotta do is pull up his it's the M. David Litwa, this long rant about Litwa from October 2022. This is like I challenge anyone to read this shit. It's the most egomaniac shit you'll ever read in your life. It's insane, bro. It's insane. And then at the end of this long rant about how bad Litwa is, he says, damn, this is long. Where is it? Mic dropped. So, John, are you going to take back that part of my video now where I said that Carrier uses the term mic dropped in his own blogs, and that's pretty fucking cringe? Because it is pretty fucking cringe. So I just wanted to, honestly, I can't think of anything else in John's video that he called me a liar for. What he said, let's put our heads together for a second. He said that I lied. He said that I lied about Carrier questioning the PhD of Litwa. I provided a video for you showing that he did. He also called me a liar and said that Carrier never uses a mic dropped. I just showed you that. And then he tries to say all this shit about me being scatterbrained and not knowing the arguments. And I just explained to you perfectly, saying that no one understands my arguments. I'm just all on my own over here. I just showed you actual academics that understand what I'm saying. It's really simple. Like, if you just admitted what I think is not scholarly consensus, and I know I'm on the fringes here, but here's what I think. I'm convinced by Carrier. That's fine. But stop fucking telling people bullshit that academia is all biased. Name of the archangel Logos is Jesus. It's the opposite. He doesn't have the name. He calls him the East. And that's a prophecy that's used not only in Zechariah, but also in Numbers. Philo makes the... I wanted to show this part because I want to show... I've already explained this. It's so simple. It's so simple. Case that the being, the archangel in Numbers has the same name as the one from Zechariah. The name is East. It's not Jesus. And the angel that's in Zechariah is not called Jesus. The high priest is called Jesus. That's a human. So to say that this archangel is named Jesus is just completely wrong.
Today, we're going to be taking a look at M. David Litwaw's hypocritical position on mythicism. As we do with all historical scholars, let's take a look at M. David Litwaw's credentials. Well, it seems like he has a Master's of Theology from Duke University. We had previously discussed how bad Duke University seems to be when it comes to their bias towards Christianity. But more importantly, this is a Master's of Theology and nothing related to history. He also has a Master's of Divinity from Emory College, which is a private religious college. Definitely a biased institution, but more importantly, not a degree relevant to history. And finally, he has a Religious Studies PhD from the University of Virginia.
He also forgets to tell you that he's got probably 10 times the amount of peer-reviewed publications as Richard Carrier. He's translating Greek and Coptic text into English for universities. He's getting published through Oxford, Yale Press, Cambridge. Carrier's never done anything like that. Never got pressed at Oxford, never got pressed at Yale, never got pressed at Cambridge. You know, the journal articles are through the roof. He doesn't tell you anything like that. He doesn't tell you that he's one of the more qualified people to understand what Paul means in the Greek, in the Attic tongue, or the Koine Greek language. He doesn't tell you that he's part of the Australian Journal of Jewish Studies. Areas of expertise are Greco-Roman religions, Philonic studies, Gospels and Pauline literature, editorial rows, and multiple different journals. He doesn't tell you anything like that. He just wants you to know that he's in a bias. He's in a biased university, guys. He's in a university that's not mythicist, so they're biased. And that's really what he does. If that's not poison the well, what is? If that's not like, oh, we're going to talk about Richard Carrier, or we're going to talk about Dr. Litwa today, and before we even talk about his arguments, let me just explain to you, he's biased, so is all the other academics that he comes from. They're all a bunch of liars. Like, how do you watch a video like that and be like, yeah, this makes sense. This is great. I just don't get it. I don't get it. That's the literally definition of poison the well. Let me see. What else did I want to show? Let's just play a couple. I guess we'll do a couple more minutes of this video. I think there's another. I don't know what. Honestly, I don't know what the point of this video was. I'm not even trying to be like unfair here. I don't understand. He admits he's wrong about Philo and then plays a bunch of clips of me and Carrier. I just don't get it. Like, what is he trying to accomplish? I don't understand why. What did I lie about? What am I a liar for? That's what I want to know. What's the lying? What's the lying? Please tell me.
Both in order to make a coherent argument. Carrier is trying to reorient biblical and New Testament studies to use a better methodology that's superior to the various methodologies that are currently being used by New Testament and biblical.
Carrier's just going to come along and he's just going to revolutionize academia for everyone. Some guy who's not a professor, who wrote a couple books and a couple articles, he's just going to come along and completely revolutionize. That's not like insane, like a sociopath type of shit. Like, everyone needs to listen to me and we're going to revolutionize the way this is all done. Like, that's fucking crazy, dude.
Scholarship. This is something that's been noticed in the scholarly community. There's various authors out there that have published peer-reviewed works on the problems in biblical studies and their methods. So this is Carrier's attempt to readjust that into a more ancient historical setting. The problem with Jumpman's question is that mythicism only applies.
C.A. Roth, thank you for the super chat. Dr. Carrier is not very pleasant. Sure. Thank you.
The basic historical method that's already being employed by other areas of historical research. One common misunderstanding is that mythicists somehow make up criteria that makes it impossible for Jesus to exist. But that's not what we do, because we don't create new criteria. We just apply the historical method to the evidence that we already.
No, what, dude? Historical method? Where in the historical method do you come up with the tradition about Jesus that we have no sources for? That's not what. That's impossible. I wish Pat, can you jump on here and explain? I wish Pat. I know Pat doesn't want to get involved, but you can't just say there's a tradition about Jesus, about a pre-existing celestial Jesus. You can't just say that without showing evidence for it. And then you can't just do that, dude. You have to show evidence. Again, I want to make this abundantly clear. I actually understand when people say like biblical scholarship can be very biased in the sense of like, but like they're not asking. Here's the thing: most of these people aren't asking that question. They're not like did Jesus exist is a question that like is so below where people are asking different questions than that. And just based on the data we have, we can only say what's the most likelihood of the scenario. Obviously, I'm not an expert here, but I'm just telling you what I hear. Like I'm not the one trying to like go against the grain here. I have nothing to like defend. Like I'm not the one making claims that aren't. I don't know if this makes sense, but I'm not the one that's making claims that's like going against the grain and then trying to make it seem like people just they're not smart enough to understand me. That's like a whole different thing. Max the Confessor, thank you for the super chat. It's so funny. John and his wife call you a bully when they bully literal teenagers on TikTok. Dude, his whole channel is just making fun of people. Like it's all reaction shit. Finding some kid on TikTok that's Christian and making fun of him. Like let's just go through his amazing library here. You know, James Grath. Oh yeah, another person who criticized mythicism. We got to talk about him now. Even though I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm not an expert, but I'm going to criticize this expert here. It's just like, it's so, I don't know, man. This channel's dying, I can tell. Got 60,000. No, I'm not going to get into that shit right now. It's just making fun of people. And you're going to sit there and get mad because I made a thumbnail with your name on it, with your face with fake eyes on it. Like you can't handle being made fun of, but you can make fun of other people. That's not cool. That's hypocritical shit, man. That's real hypocritical shit. That you could sit there and make fun of people and criticize people all day long, but like when someone says something about you, oh, I'm being bullied. I'm being bullied. It's like you're trying so hard to get people not to like me. That's what it is. You don't like that I called you out for something and I was right. And now you admitted it in your last video. So I just wanted to point it out, man. You just admitted in your last video that you were wrong. So let's keep going on this. I think I have a couple more things I want to touch on and then we'll get, yeah.
Have. And the problem with the criteria used by historicists is that it's nearly identical to the criteria and methodology used for the resurrection. The fact is that the evidence we have for other historical figures is so much better than the evidence we have for...
What? That is nonsense, what you just said. The historical criteria to first of all, we're not proving that he existed. Like, this is something that, like, if you don't have to prove somebody existed when everyone already thinks he existed. That doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that he can't exist. That doesn't mean that it's not possible he didn't exist. But like the narrative is like there's no sources in the ancient world that are saying that Jesus didn't exist. If you think he didn't exist, you have to find evidence. You have to find something proving that. You can't just say, oh, he didn't write anything down, or oh, he didn't, we don't have anything from his followers, or Paul wrote this 20 years later. You can't just say that. Those are arguments from silence that you can't. If we went by that criteria, there would be so many people in the ancient world who didn't exist. Socrates would not exist. He would not exist because he wrote nothing down. There'd be tons of people who wrote nothing down, who have stories written about them 30, 40 years later. That happens all the time. Doesn't happen with gods, though. With gods, their myths come out first, and then they get euhemerized. You don't get letters by somebody. Like, you don't get letters about Zeus being the Messiah scattered all across from some random person. And then 40 years after that, the myth of Zeus comes out. Like, that's not how it works. Zeus is a myth that exists for thousands of years. And that, literally thousands of years, Deus was an ancient god from the Proto-Indo-Europeans. And then all of a sudden, he gets euhemerized in 400 BCE. I can't remember the exact date. That's not the same as what, like, you can't apply that to Jesus. I don't know if that made sense or not, but this is a whole different thing. And like I said, it doesn't mean that we can say for sure Jesus existed. You can't say anything for sure about the ancient world, but like, the likelihood of him not existing is like, the likelihood that he existed is higher because of like the data that we have, like the things being said about him in Paul's letters, being born of a woman. It's just, it's everything's pointing to there was a guy, someone being crucified under Pilate, all that stuff. That's all we have. So I don't know what you mean by the criteria is the same as resurrection, because people are saying the resurrection is like, that's just like, we're talking about miracles and shit here based on versus someone just existing. Like, there's no reason not to believe if someone exists or not. I don't know if that made sense or not, but I don't know. It's just like, it's hard to like, I just don't understand what the point of all this is. Like, why would you make this your big movement of your career? Like, wow, this is such a petty thing. That's actually what I want to end up on. Honestly, this is what I want to end up on. This is all just petty shit. Actually, I don't even care about the rest of this video. I've had enough of it, to be honest. I think I've showed enough. Like, he calls me a liar for things. I show you that it's not true. That's basically what happened here. But it's just such a petty thing. The question of mythicism is so small. It's so petty. We have such bigger shit to worry about. Like John, he's live right now. He's live right now, trying to refute an expert who's been doing this their entire life. He doesn't read anything. He probably hasn't even read the Bible yet. I don't even know what, like, he looks stupid. In my opinion, he looks stupid. Like, like, what do you, there's so much bigger problems out there than this. And like, I'm working on a video right now that is addressing this new movement that's happening in this country right now. This new Christian radical right movement that's rising in this country right now, that are trying to eradicate trans people. Like, people like Matt Walsh. I don't think people realize this, but Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder, they are starting shit right now that's having an impact. Like, the shit that they're putting out there, they're making it seem like it's okay to hate people who are trans. And like, all of a sudden, it's like people who are like, it's getting scary out there for people who are trans. Like, I know I just totally switched up the whole topic on you, but like, these are the people who are trying to make it seem like the founding fathers were all a bunch of conservative Christians who believed in Deuteronomy and Numbers. And well, we know it's not the case. We know that this Constitution in this country is based on liberal, what's the word? Principles. Couldn't think of the word. Like, even if we point to the early couple decades of this country where slavery was still a problem and women couldn't have the right to vote, of course, that's horrible shit. But like, the founding ideals of the Constitution, like the principles behind this country is not that. It's liberalism. It's freedoms. It's freedom to express yourself. Freedom to, and like that, people are trying to like rewrite history and say that the founding fathers are a bunch of conservative Christians who they wanted law and order, and they wanted everyone to live as a Christian, and we need the government to look to the church for examples on what to do. Something that Lauren Boebert's been saying Something that Marjorie Green Taylor's been saying. People in our government are doing this shit. We have people in our fucking government that are pushing this shit. And so it's like, this is why I don't respond to most of John's videos. I have better shit to worry about. I'm trying to refute the religious right and fundamentalism. I'm trying to show people where all this stuff comes from. I'm trying to show people that mythology has an evolution over time, and that Christianity and Judaism are a part of that evolution. They're not separate. They're not special. I'm trying to bring this stuff to the forefront. And like, it's like mythicism. Like, you're getting so mad because somebody thinks Jesus exists. It's like it's just funny how you think I'm the one that's mad. This is the first video I did about you, John. It's the first time I did a video about you. I never did a video about you until now. You were in some of my videos, but it wasn't about you. You just were a side topic of the video. You have like 6 videos about me, and every time an academic comes out and says, here's why I think Jesus didn't exist, you are ready to go with a video refuting him as if you know what the fuck you're talking about. And you just demonstrated today, or last night I should say, you do not know what you're talking about. You admitted that you were wrong, tried to walk it back, and then hide behind Carrier. And then just throw a bunch of clips off of me and Carrier and me and Adair debating shit because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You couldn't make that argument for yourself. I challenge you. Before I go, John, I'll give you a challenge. Let's see if you can do a live stream where you can play my video without Carrier with you, without having to do this edited shit. Just go through my video and play, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes of it. See if you can refute it live without having notes. And just do it off the top of you. You could even prepare for it all you want. Let's see you try to do that. Or a better one. I have a better challenge for you. Debate me on this. Let's put this shit to rest. Let's have a civil discussion with the moderator. I've been asking you this for months now, and you just won't do it. You just won't do it. Because you know that this shit is, you know that the scholarship is not actually on your side. So you have to portray it like, you have to like make it seem like it is. You have to convince yourself that it actually is. And that all these scholars are all in a cabal against Carrier. So it's just, I don't know, at the end of the day, it just looks bad. And I didn't even want to do this video, but you're going to call me a liar. You're going to keep calling me a liar. That shit's going to stop. Because you literally admitted in this video that you were wrong and then tried to say, it's because I was trying to get your attention. Imagine if I did that. Imagine if I fucking did that shit. What the hell would happen after that? How would you clip that up somehow? Because you know you would. You know you would do that. You'd try to clip it up somehow and say, look, Neil, you've done it actually. You've done it before. Like, this is what you do. So stop being a little baby. You're not the victim. You're getting back the same shit you give to everyone else. Grow the fuck up, too.
You have just attained true gnosis. The demiurge.
We have a number of sayings that indicate that Jesus is willing to associate with persons who have some level of disrepute. So tax collectors or toll collectors. Jesus says, to whom shall I compare this generation? We piped and you didn't dance. We sang a dirge and you didn't mourn. For John the Baptist came neither eating nor drinking. And you said he's demon-possessed. That suggests that Jesus associated with persons of that particular group. Ignatius describes a Christ group using the terms that belong to Dionysiac associations. Christ bearers, Christophoroi, and you are Neophoroi, temple bearers. And he uses a whole series of words that end with this suffix phoros or phoroi, a bearer. That's typical vocabulary of Dionysiac associations. The tendency of the genre is to seek a name. John the Baptist, or Jesus and John the Baptist, eventually got attached to these. No one really knew who they came from, but they sort of seek an author or seek a speaker. That's possible. And as I say, one might propose even the same thing for the collection, the Aesop collection, that there's a series of sort of wise sayings and at some point in the transmission of those sayings, somebody decides we really need a speaker for this, and let's invent this character called Aesop. The kind of famous saying that doesn't go back to the historical Jesus, at least in the form that we have it, is John 3, unless a person is born anothen, he cannot see the kingdom of God. A pun that's available only in Greek, not in Aramaic, would suggest to me that, at least in this form, Jesus didn't say that.
My guest is a heavy hitter, Professor John Kloppenborg from Toronto University, is a specialist in Christian origins and Second Temple Judaism, in particular, the Jesus tradition, the canonical and non-canonical Gospels, and the social world of the early Jesus movement in Jewish Palestine and in the cities of the Eastern Empire. He has written extensively on the Synoptic Sayings Gospel known as Q and the Synoptic Problem, and is currently writing on the parables of Jesus, the letter of James, and cultic, professional, and ethnic associations in the Greco-Roman world. He is one of the general editors of the International Q Project and holds a 5-year SSHRC Insight Grant on associative practices in the Greco-Roman world. In the ancient world, there's a process that has to be done for scribes to write things down and to pass them down and to copy these texts. Most of this work was done in a library. Very rarely is this stuff just written down randomly in the wilderness somewhere. These texts that we have for these Gospels have a lot of source material in common. And there are several hypotheses that are leading in academia right now. One of them is Mark and priority, which is that Mark came first and the other Gospels borrowed from Mark. If that is to be accepted, it does lead to a problem of how to explain the extensive material. Some 200 verses shared between Matthew and Luke, but not found in Mark at all. One way around this is Q, which is the German word Quell, which means sources. One of the remarkable things about this source material is that it's mostly sayings, quotes, proverbs, and words attested that are ascribed to Jesus. In the ancient world, this was a common thing. Socrates, another person who hasn't wrote anything down, who has sayings ascribed to him, and then stories written with those sayings later on. It fits the bill. So today we're going to talk about that. What is in this Q document? And what's the likelihood that a man named Jesus of Nazareth actually said these things? We're also talking about the earliest Christian groups known as ecclesia, or sometimes translated as church, but also association groups. We go deep in this video. We talk about the earliest Christian groups and how it relates to the Greco-Roman world at the time period. And also, did Jesus exist and did he say these things? Stay tuned. Professor Kloppenborg, how are you doing today?
Very well, thank you. Thanks for the invitation.
Absolutely. I'm so happy to have you here, and I think your book, Christ Associations, is it's a must read for people who are really trying to learn about early Christianity and its development. And also, I think you really did officially redefine that term ecclesia. I think it's a redefined word now, whereas before you, it just was church. And now we're looking at this word and saying, this might have some different meanings. In fact, let's start off with this. The term ecclesia, it's often translated as church. In your research, we can say about the use of ecclesia in early centuries of Christianity. And what was the overall function of Christ's assemblies in the Roman Empire?
My reason in Christ Association for offering somewhat different translations of a number of terms, including ecclesia, was that, in my view at least, when we adopt terms like church or grace or bishop to talk about early Christ groups, it immediately orients the reader to a certain, what I'll call a linguistic register, namely of a sort of a Christian church register, and separates the reader from the linguistic registers that the ancient reader would have had. So ecclesia is a perfectly normal term in Greek, and it means assembly. Synagogue similarly means assembly. So if we as scholars adopt the translation church, it in a way blocks from your imagination, or blocks from your purview the normal sense that that word had, or those words had. Similarly with synagogue, if it's translated as synagogue, one immediately thinks, this really pertains only to Jews,
Right.
and it's about particular practices that exist in the history of Judaism. The term is actually a normal term that means an assembly, a group of people who meet together for all sorts of different reasons. And I've made a similar kind of argument in the translation of a term like charis, which gets translated in Bibles and a lot of Christian discourse as grace. Now, grace is a term that really only has some salience or intelligibility within Christian theological circles. We don't any longer use the term grace in normal discourse as we might have at the time of Shakespeare. But so it's a churchy word, and it immediately orients the person, the reader or the user, to a kind of church environment. Well, charis is a normal term in Greek that means gift, or what you do when you reciprocate the reception of the reception of a gift. So I've tried to be careful in using what I would call normal translations of Greek words rather than churchy translations, and that actually changes the way in which you think about all sorts of stuff in the first couple of centuries. If you call them Christ assemblies, that immediately at least creates the possibility for serious comparison with other kinds of assemblies, occupational guilds, assemblies of diasporic people, Thracians who live in Athens, or Judeans who live in Asia Minor. These were all called assemblies.
Wow.
And in fact, in the governance of Greek cities, their town council was called an ecclesia. So the ecclesia of the Athenians is the citizen assembly of Athenian males that made decisions. Similarly, the ecclesia of Thessaloniki was an assembly of probably Thessalonian males who participated in the governance of the city. So when you translate these Greek terms by what I would call their normal translations, it creates the possibility for you as an interpreter to start to make connections. You're not necessarily arguing that Christians borrowed these terms from other associations, but they used a term which would have automatically, for the Greek speaker, allowed for connections to both private associations that called themselves synagogae or ecclesia, and citizen assemblies that called themselves that same term. So that's kind of the methodological point in deliberately using those terms. And the point of the book, or the main point of the book, is to engage in what I call heuristic comparison. That is, to look at Christ groups and to put them, at least provisionally, in the context of other kinds of associations, cultic associations, occupational guilds, diasporic assemblies, neighborhood clubs, and so forth, and to ask, if we set Christ groups in that context, do we see something about Christ groups that we wouldn't have necessarily noticed if we kind of hive them off as a special category and call them churches? As soon as you call them a church, then it's much harder to compare them to anything else. So that's the point in engaging in that kind of comparison.
That is very interesting. And do we see any other groups that call themselves assembly that are devotees of any other deities that we know of?
There's a very, very small number of groups that call themselves ecclesiae. It's only 4 or 5 that we know that actually used that as a name. We have more groups that called themselves synagogae, including a professional association or an occupational guild of barbers that they call themselves the synagogae of barbers, which would just mean the barbers, the barbers local association. We know that there's a synagogue of Zeus, evidently devotees of Zeus.
Is that the one in Pergamon? Just out of curiosity, it just popped in my head.
Yeah, it's in Pergamon, I think. Yeah.
Oh, so that's probably what they're referring to in Revelation, then.
It could well be. It could well be. Yeah.
Interesting.
But associations had a whole wide variety of terms by which to call themselves. In Latin, they would be called a collegium or a coetus, or simply cultores, simply the worshippers of X, of deity X. And in Greek, there was similarly a wide variety of terms that groups used, sometimes theazos, which we would just translate as, I think, a private association, or sometimes they named themselves after the deity. So the Serapiastai are the devotees of Serapis, and Christians eventually name themselves after Christ. They're called the Christianoi. So in that sense, Christ groups adopt some of the same naming practices that pagan associations of various sorts also used.
Which makes sense. I mean, it's kind of like a default way of doing certain things. Yeah. Interesting. Very, very fascinating. I think this is really amazing material. So I want to switch over the gears a little bit because you do a lot of work on Q. And what is the process? People want to know, how do they, because a lot of people are looking at Q and just like, where are they getting this from?
Where does this come from?
Yeah, well, so what's the process for scholars and how do they decide on what the Q sayings are?
Okay, so Q is a hypothetical document. That is, we don't have a papyrus copy of it, but it can be reconstructed, or it is reconstructed from what you can think of as the 2 successor documents that used it. That is Matthew and Luke, and at least on the 2-document hypothesis, which is still by far the most common way of thinking about the literary relationships among the 3 Gospels. Mark is the earliest and the source, the literary source that Matthew and Luke used in order to construct their Gospels, but Matthew and Luke very clearly had a document that is not Mark, because Mark does not contain most of the stuff that Matthew and Luke share. And that document, because we don't actually know how it called itself, we call it Q, which simply means that is the initial for the German word Quelle, source. So the way I kind of explain this to my students is that you can think of Matthew and Luke's literary composition on the analogy of 2 different authors who had, let's say, a narrative biography of Socrates, and they had a collection of sayings of Socrates. And Matthew and Luke, or these 2 hypothetical editors, then were decided that they were going to combine those two sources, a narrative of Socrates and his sayings, into a more comprehensive biography. And they did that. So that's essentially what Matthew and Luke are doing. They've got two literary sources. They've got the Gospel of Mark, and they've got this other document, which is principally sayings of Jesus, and they combine them. Interestingly, they combine them in different ways. So Matthew's choices in combining these two documents are different from Luke's choices. Matthew has a stronger tendency to conflate sayings, that is, take a Q saying and join it to a Markan context, whereas Luke has more the tendency to edit a chunk of Mark for a while and then switch to a chunk of Q, and so you get, we call it chunking. Several paragraphs of Mark, and then several paragraphs of Q, and then back to Mark, and then back to Q, and so forth. So, whereas Matthew is more of a kind of micro conflator who takes a particular saying of Q and sticks it into in the middle of a Markan saying. But the general point is they actually treat their two sources differently. They combine their two different sources differently. Now that poses a challenge for us in reconstructing this second source. We've got Mark, and so you can look at how Matthew edited Mark, and you can look how Luke edited Mark, and then you can look at the materials that Matthew and Luke have in common that they didn't get from Mark. So, for example, the Beatitudes in Matthew 5 and in Luke 6. There's a lot of overlap there between Matthew and Luke, and we hypothesize that overlap is due to their common use of this Q document. Now, since we can look at how Matthew edits Mark, you can get an idea of what kinds of things he's likely to do. So a simple example is that in talking about the kingdom, Mark uses the term kingdom of God, and Matthew tends to convert this to kingdom of the heavens. Heavens being a kind of pious circumlocution of the name God. So when you see Matthew repetitively doing this, and then you see in a Q context where Matthew has kingdom of the heavens and Luke has kingdom of God, we would assume that probably what's happened is that Matthew has also taken a Q saying which had kingdom of God and did what he normally does with Mark as well and convert that to kingdom of the heavens. So in other words, you use the comparison of Matthew's treatment of Mark and Luke's treatment of Mark as a way of arriving at a set of, let's call them editorial policies that both writers have. And so when you see one of those editorial policies showing up in the Matthew-Luke material, then you can say, well, that's perhaps Luke doing the changing or Matthew doing the changing. But the procedure itself, I don't know if this is going to come off if I show it to you. So this is the critical edition of Q. Let me see. There we are. So what the critical edition of Q does is it offers some columns that allow us to compare closely Matthew and Luke's reading, and we've also added the Gospel of Thomas, where there's a Thomas parallel. Oh, and wow. So you can read across the page. There's a Markan column as well. So you have Matthew, Matthew, Luke, Mark, and Thomas. The Markan column is usually empty because there's no Markan saying at all. So you can compare Luke's wording, Matthew's wording, and if you've got Thomas or something else that's a parallel, you can compare them. And using the principles that I just identified, that is, when we know something about Matthew's tendency as an editor and Luke's tendencies of an editor. You can use that to arrive at what we think is the closer to the source that both of them are using. So this then amounts to about 4,000 words of text that Matthew and Luke share. And the International Q Project that produced this enormous book of 500 pages or something like that.
Wow.
It basically simply is a tool. It offers it offers a tool for people to use, a tool that allows them to see Matthew, Mark, Luke, Thomas, and anything else that seems parallel. And then you can see at the bottom of the page what the International Q Project has proposed as the reconstruction of Q in Greek, and then there's an English, German, and French translation of it as well. So it gives the reader an idea of what the IQP has thought probably is the more likely reading of Q. And as I say, this then amounts to about 4,000 words of text, or if you convert this into verses, something like 230 biblical verses. We also make decisions about the relative sequencing of Q, because sometimes Matthew and Luke disagree in the order in which they report Q sayings. And we have to take into account the same kind of editorial procedures. Matthew tends to be much more likely to move Mark and pericope around than Luke does. And that perhaps suggests that Matthew is more likely to move to that Matthew is more likely to move Mark and pericope around, that is, relocate them sequentially for his own purposes, than Luke is. Luke tends to take Mark in the order he finds it. And we suggest again that likewise Matthew is more likely to move Q stuff around sequentially, and Luke more likely simply to take it in the order in which he sees it. So that allows us to come up with at least a kind of provisional sequencing of Q sayings.
Now, this wasn't in the questions list, but I just thought of it. When does, because Thomas is kind of a sayings document in its own right.
Yes.
When does that come along? And is that a later text, or is this around the same time?
That's really hard to know. The advantage we have with Q is that it has to be earlier than Matthew and Luke because they both use it. Now, dating Matthew and Luke is itself not an easy job. Matthew is usually dated sometime in the 80s or the 90s, and Luke now in the early 110s or something like that. So Q has to be earlier than those two. The difficulty with Thomas is that there's really no datable historical references in Thomas that allow you to say this has to have been written after the destruction of the temple, or it has to have been written after such and such a date. There's no historical references in it at all. So it leaves it rather questionable. The earliest manuscript that we have of Thomas is about the end of the 2nd century, but that's actually no different than our earliest manuscripts of Matthew, also at the early end of the 2nd century. So the earliest attestation doesn't really help you date it any more than it does with Matthew and Luke. So the datings, I mean, scholars have usually said for Thomas sometime in the 2nd century. That's 100 years, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty vague. And there's a few colleagues, John Dominic Crossan and others, who have suggested that Thomas is much earlier than that, sometime maybe as early as 60. It's really difficult to come up with a very convincing date for Thomas, because, as I say, it doesn't have any pegs that allow you to hook it to a datable datable event. All that we can say is that it's before the 3rd century, because that's when we first start getting manuscripts of it. And the full Coptic version is from Nag Hammadi, and the latest possible date for that is 348, because that's the dating of the kind of junk papyri that have been used in the Nag Hammadi codices to produce the covers. So you pull apart what's called the cartonnage, and you look at the junk papyri in there, and some of those have dates, and the latest date is in the middle of the 4th century. So obviously the Coptic version is produced sometime before the early 4th century, but that gives us an enormous scope, right?
Right.
The other issue that comes up with the Gospel of Thomas is, does it know the Synoptic Gospels? If for example, you could show that the Gospel of Thomas knows Luke or knows Matthew, then you would have an earliest possible date for its composition. And that debate has sort of gone back and forth. I think I'm one of those people who think that there's at least some sayings in the Gospel of Thomas that show no dependence at all on the Synoptic Gospels.
Right.
Which means that potentially, say, the parable of the tenants, which is Thomas 65, could be as early as Mark as a saying. Now, when it actually got incorporated into a text called the Gospel of Thomas, that's really unknowable, I think, except sometime in the 2nd century or perhaps a bit earlier. So that's not a very satisfying answer, but I think given the nature of the data that we have, that's about all that can be said responsibly.
Yeah, because I mean, a lot of the questions I'm, running into with people that I think are good questions is like, we date Paul before these Gospels, and some people say 40s, some people say 50s and 60s, but he's writing to churches that are in Macedonia. He's writing to churches that are in Anatolia, and so there already is a network of these associations.
Yes.
And the question is like, what are they reading? Is this oral? What do they know about Jesus? What do they believe about? It's like Paul doesn't give us that much. He just sort of is. Well, it comes off as like a real letter, actually, because it makes me think that it's a real letter, because it's just so like random on some places that
yeah. Absolutely. And in fact, Paul never mentions the miracles of Jesus. Does that mean that he doesn't know them, or that he doesn't use them as illustrations, or that does it mean that, say, those in Corinth or those in Thessaloniki or other towns, they also don't know that Jesus is a miracle worker? If he doesn't say anything, then it's very difficult to be certain about either what he knows or what his correspondents know as kind of common knowledge. As you indicated just at the beginning, of course, Paul is not going to repeat information that he already knows that his recipients know. You don't do that in a letter. Exactly. But that leaves us with a real problem. He does cite a few sayings of Jesus, and he attributes them to Jesus. So the saying on divorce is attributed. He says he's got this from the Lord. And that's a saying that shows up both in Mark and in Q, the prohibition of marriage after divorce. And he's also got this saying about the servant or of the minister of the gospel being worthy of his hire. That's in 1 Corinthians. And he's got also the words of institutions. For the Last Supper, which doesn't occur in Q as far as we know, but it certainly occurs in Mark.
Big one. That's a big
one.
Yeah.
So now Mark is already too late for him to know it, but he evidently knows some of those sayings, probably orally, from oral tradition. So I suppose that Paul has some idea of things that Jesus said, and he very occasionally cites them. I mean, it's really interesting how seldom he cites Jesus, if this was, if he knew the whole contents of Q or the tradition that ultimately goes into Luke or Matthew, it's kind of curious that he just doesn't ever cite it, even when it might have been useful for him to cite it. And as I say, there's no evidence of, he doesn't appeal to miracles. He talks about his own miracles or his own mighty acts, but never says, oh, Jesus did these things too, or I'm doing the things that Jesus did. And we don't get any of that. So that leaves us questioning about whether he knows much about that tradition. And of course, he's not a direct disciple of Jesus. He already belongs to the kind of second tier.
Right. And that's where this mystery lies, is like, we don't have gospels yet, but we do have a network of assemblies,
groups.
So it's like, what are they believe in? What are they thinking about? And I think a lot of times I've run into this piece of the puzzle that I think people aren't talking about, is there's these Hypsisterians, Greek monotheists. And I wonder if that network was already there, and then someone like Jesus comes along. But then once you start thinking about that, you're like, well, then why are we waiting so long till Josephus and Tacitus to even hear about him in any of the sources? It's just it's a mystery. It is.
Yes. These groups of devotees of Theos Hypsistos are really quite interesting. We find them mostly in Thrace, in Macedonia, some in Asia Minor, and a few in Greece. There's a couple that show up in other parts, but especially on the north shore of the Black Sea, there's lots and lots of them. I've got a doctoral student who's working, among other things, on Theos Hypsistos groups, this is one of these interesting examples where we know that there are many groups. We know their names. We know we've got membership lists. We know who belong to them, but we don't know much about what they believed. I mean, it would be nice to have a document like a gospel from one of these groups that told us exactly what they think Theos Hypsistos is about. That said, though, there's still some really interesting features about these Hypsisterian groups. They tend not to offer iconic representations of the deity. Sometimes all that's indicated is an eagle or a star on their inscription. So rather than actually giving us a picture of what Theos Hypsistos is like, we get aniconic representations. That has invited, for some scholars, think that there may be some kind of connection with Jewish groups, because, of course, the Septuagint calls God, among other things, Hypsistos, the Most High. Now, I don't think that there's enough of the connections between the Theos Hypsistos inscriptions that we have and Jewish inscriptions to say it's the same, or even that one has influenced the other. Hypsistos is simply a nice epithet that is the Most High, or the best, and there's certainly a tendency in the Hellenistic period, when you name your god, to attach a superlative to it. So Jupiter is called Optimus. That is the best, the biggest and the best. And we have other groups that use similar superlatives, including words like Hypsistos, to describe their deity. So I don't think the fact that the Hypsisterians and Jews use the same term necessarily creates a connection. However, it's quite interesting that many of the Hypsisterian inscriptions do not seem to have been produced in professional workshops. They're more of the line of an inscription that is cut by someone who basically is literate but doesn't really know the techniques of how you produce a beautiful calligraphic kind of inscription. So that suggests groups that are lower on the economic scale. They also tend to be gender inclusive, and inclusive of persons of a variety of social ranks or social registers. There's a very interesting inscription from Veroia. It's in northern Greece, where a number of the members of this group are identified as artisans, nail makers and things like that. And there's others who probably are slaves, and there's at least 2 who are Roman citizens. That kind of complexion of a group starts to look a little bit like what we would imagine, say, the Corinthian group to consist of. Some persons who perhaps have Roman citizenship, others who are artisans. There's certainly slaves in the Corinthian group. So what's, I'm not suggesting that there's a genetic relationship between Hypsisterian groups and Christ groups, but there's some interesting parallels that might suggest that these groups might in some ways have looked the same in terms of their complexion. But as I said at the beginning, it would be really nice to know what the Hypsisterians actually believed, what kind of rituals they engaged in, and we don't know much about that at all.
I'm wondering if you're familiar with this Roman inscription from 139 BCE about the Jews getting kicked out of Rome for attempting to infect. I'm reading a Wikipedia right now. Infect the Roman custom with the cult of Jupiter Sabbatios.
Yeah, Sabbatios. Yeah.
The reason why I bring that up is because in Phrygia, this god is really popular. This is also where you see these Theos Hypsistos groups located as well. Is it possible that there might be something going on here, or is this just not enough to know?
That's another one of these cases where there's not enough to know. There is a cult of Sabbatios, and the word, it's the name itself with the SAB beginning has suggested that does this have something to do with the Shabbat?
Yeah.
Well, that's a connection that is very difficult to make in any kind of convincing way.
Yeah, because nobody actually says it outright. There's nobody.
No, they don't.
That would
but
help.
it's an easy confusion to make, and it's not only an easy confusion for us, but you might imagine that ancient people also seeing Sabbatios might have said, "Well, these are Jews."
Good point.
Because I don't think that the cult of Sabbatios is a Jewish cult, but the name certainly kind of invites a comparison or a confusion or a conflation of those two. But what you're looking at there is the kind of xenophobia that one sees
exactly
in Rome, where foreign cults enter Rome. And there's a couple of them that were welcomed. The cult of the Great Mother was actually welcomed, and she gets a temple on the Palatine Hill. But ISIS has some real trouble getting established in Rome. There's deep suspicion about the cult of ISIS because of its Egyptian origins, especially at the time of the conflict between Octavian and
Antony,
Mark Antony.
Because I think they depicted themselves as Isis and Dionysus.
Yeah, exactly right. And Octavian, later called Augustus, for political reasons, doesn't want to do that. And so there's a problem with the reception of the cult of Isis, but it later gets embraced in Rome, and we've got temples of Isis in Pompeii. There's a nice temple of Isis, so it seems to have made its way in. And Jews have the same kinds of problems. That is, they're welcomed, but they run into difficulties from time to time, and exactly the same thing with Christians at the time of, say, Pliny, or maybe even Domitian, and later they anything that looks foreign, that involves foreign-looking deities and odd practices, immediately comes under suspicion.
Wow, this is interesting stuff. So the next question that people are asking is, if we establish that these Q sayings are coming from a common source of a group of sayings that somebody said, that begs the question, does that mean Jesus actually, this proves he existed? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, if all we had was Q, I'd say with the answer would be, it certainly doesn't prove it. It doesn't exclude Jesus' existence, but we've got sayings of Aesop. Was Aesop a real person, or is this a fabricated person? A slave who has all this wisdom. Well, I don't know that anyone has ever tried to make a strong argument that Aesop actually existed. In some sense, he becomes a name to which you attach sayings. And was there a historical Aesop? And did he actually say anything? I don't know. I'm not sure how you'd make that argument.
He is considered one of the 7 sages of, is it Greece, I think, or Hellas? And I think he's on a list with other people who are historical. But
yeah, he's not traditionally one of the 7 sages. That's
oh, okay.
But he gets added to that.
That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So, as I say, if all we had was Q, I think we would be basically in the same situation as we were with Aesop and a number of other persons. Now, with Q, or with Jesus, our sources about Jesus come from multiple, we think, independent sources. So Mark and Q, I think, are independent of one another. They both talk about Jesus. Paul, even though he doesn't say very much about Jesus' sayings, there's no reason not to think that Paul thinks that Jesus was a real person. He puts a lot of stake in the death and resurrection of Jesus. So the death certainly means that he was a real person. Then we have the Gospel of Thomas, and we have a couple of other sources as well. So when you get several independent sources, all of which belong to, let's say, the 1st century, talking about a person, I think it's a relatively safe bet to think that person existed. An analogy to this would be Socrates. We don't just have Plato's word for Socrates. We have a negative portrait of Socrates in Aristophanes' The Clouds, and we've got Xenophon's Memorabilia, which is all about Socrates. So you've got 3 different ancient reporters who talk about Socrates as a real person, and I don't know that we have any classic scholars or scholars of ancient philosophy who doubt that Socrates existed. Now, that doesn't mean that the sayings that are attributed to Socrates are what Socrates said. So it's pretty clear that Plato might have some Socratic sayings, but he's taken Socrates way beyond what the historical Socrates probably said. Aristophanes makes fun of Socrates, so you get a kind of polemical representation of him. And Xenophon is more a follower who gives a record of some of the things that Socrates said. But with both Socrates and Jesus, we're in the situation of having multiple sources that don't always agree with one another, and one then has to do some filtering to sort out which likely go back to the historical Socrates or the historical Jesus. But as I say, I think our situation with Jesus is not very different from that with Socrates. I think it's not a reasonable thing to doubt that Jesus existed, given the number of ancient documents that take for granted that he exists. But that it's a very different question whether we actually know what we know about, or what we think we know about what he said. That's a different matter entirely, because you've got disagreements. And some serious disagreements.
Yeah, that's a good point. But so would it make sense then for people to write sayings, and then these sayings end up being in common throughout these sources, if someone just made this all up? That somebody wrote some sayings that aren't really attributed to anybody in particular. They're like a collection of sayings from different people over time, and they put it into one place and then made it into a person, and then those sayings got... Is that like, which one do you think is more likely?
Well, I think both are probable. The early work that I did on Q, which came out as the formation of Q, located tried to locate Q in the context of ancient sayings collections, and of which we've got lots. Proverbs, Sirach are two of the Jewish collections, but we've got Anak Shashank and Amenemope from Egypt and Merikare. We've got a number of Babylonian collections. Sentences of Aesop are the same. We've got a number of Greek and Latin collections, basically wise sayings attributed to various wise persons. And what I noticed when I started working through this hundreds of collections is that they typically all are connected to a person. That is, it seemed to be in the genre of sayings collections that you couldn't just have an anonymous collection of sayings. There was a very strong tendency to attach them to a name. Now, that, of course, doesn't mean that the name to which they're attached is a reliable name. I mean, we've got various versions of the sayings of the seven sages. They're different sayings, but they're all connected to the same sages. Now, I think theoretically, one might propose that there was originally a set of anonymous sayings, wise sayings, and since the tendency of the genre is to seek a name, that the name Jesus or the name John the Baptist or Jesus and John the Baptist eventually got attached to these because no one really knew who they came from. But sayings have, they sort of seek an author or seek a speaker. That's possible. And as I say, one might propose even the same thing for the collection, the Aesop collection, that there's series of sort of wise sayings, and at some point in the transmission of those sayings, somebody decides we really need a speaker for this, and let's invent this character called Aesop. Or maybe there is somebody named Aesop who, it's just a name, and they attach it. I think that's possible, but it's equally possible that that the collection of sayings preserve a memory, some kind of memory that Jesus actually said some of them, and then the collection gets created by the kind of accretion of other sayings to a core of sayings that actually do go back to Jesus. I think an argument could be made in both directions, and there's almost no way for us to decide which is the more probable.
Good point. Yeah, good answer. I just thought of this too. This is just an extra side thing, is that when you get people like Celsus in the 2nd century who are hostile, you don't hear them ever saying this didn't happen. It's always, in fact, you get traditions that are strange about his father being a Roman soldier named Pantera.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Any thoughts on that before I go to the next question?
Yeah, that's right. It's certainly Celsus thinks that Jesus existed. Now, he thinks he was a magician, thinks that he learned his craft. Basically, he learned the kind of deception that he thinks Egyptian magicians typically practice. So he doesn't doubt that Jesus existed. He just despises his credentials as somebody that's actually worth listening to, and certainly not worth revering as a deity or as a holy person.
Yeah, it's fascinating to read that kind of stuff. So on a scale of 1 to 10, meaning, like, let's say that we decide that these sayings were written by somebody and that person probably is Jesus. Put that aside for now. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 meaning Jesus probably said it, and then 1 meaning he probably didn't say it. Which of these sayings are closest to 10? Do we have any couple or 1 or 2 maybe that are not, they don't have to be 10, but like which are the closest 7, 6, whatever that is? Which are the highest on that ranking, in your opinion?
Well, there's a number of Q sayings that scholars of all sorts pretty routinely attribute to Jesus. So one of them would be Q620, which is blessed are the poor. Now, I mentioned right at the beginning that there's there's a disagreement between Matthew and Luke in how they frame this. That is, Luke says, "For yours is the kingdom of God," second person plural, and Matthew says, "For theirs is the kingdom of heaven," third person plural, using kingdom of heaven instead of kingdom of God. But they at least agree on the blessing of the poor. Now, one of the reasons I think for attributing this that Q saying to the historical Jesus, and as I say, most reconstructions of the historical Jesus will include that one, is because it's triply attested. It occurs in Q, which means it shows up in Matthew and Luke, but it's also Gospel of Thomas 54, and there's an echo of it in James 2:5. So this is a saying which, at least in my view, can be probably attributed to the historical Jesus, because it shows up in 2 or 3 different locations. The saying on divorce, prohibiting divorce, in Q, this takes the form that the man who divorces his wife and marries another commits adultery against her. That appears in Q 16. It occurs in Mark, and it's cited by Paul as a saying of Jesus in 1 Corinthians. So you've got 3 different, I think, independent attestations of it. That, for me, would constitute a reasonably good ground for saying that probably does go back to the historical Jesus. Sayings that are singly attested are only in one source. It may be harder they may not be a number 1 on your scale, but there may be still good reasons for attributing it to Jesus. But the ones that show up in 2 or 3 independent historical sources, I think, have a better chance of going back to Jesus than some other ones. So I would say that divorce saying, the blessed are the poor, the parable of the mustard seed is one that shows up in Q, in Mark, and in the Gospel of Thomas. So 3 different sources, and there's a few others. Even the saying that appears in Q11 about seek and you will find, for the one who seeks finds, and so forth. We get an echo of that in the beginning of the Gospel of Thomas. There's an echo of it in James, and it shows up in later early Christian literature. It's attested in about 5 or 6 different places, versions of that seek find thing. And so that would be the place that I would start in analyzing the Q sayings. I'd look for the ones that show multiple attestation, that also appear in Mark or Thomas, or echoes of it, say, in John, or echoes of it in Paul or in James. Those are the ones that I would say most probably go back to the historical Jesus. The ones that I would say, I think the kind of famous saying that doesn't go back to the historical Jesus, at least in the form that we have it, is John 3:3, which is, unless a person is born anothen, he cannot see the kingdom of God. That saying that we have in John 3, it depends for its rhetorical force on a pun that exists only in Greek. That is, it's the word anothen. If you read this dialogue with Nicodemus, so Jesus says, I'm just going to use the Greek word at the crucial point. Unless one is born anothen, they cannot see the kingdom of God. Now, anothen has a double meaning in Greek. It means either again, or it means from above. And it's clear that John constructs this dialogues, and Nicodemus, his response indicates that he thinks that anothen in this context means again, because he says, for how is it possible for a man who's fully mature to enter his mother's womb and be born a second time. And then John has Jesus rephrase the saying, and he says, unless one is born from the Spirit and water, one cannot enter the kingdom of God. So at that point, it becomes clear that Nicodemus should have taken anothen to mean from above, and then the saying would have made sense. But the very fact that the whole rhetorical effect of this saying plays on a pun that's available only in Greek, not in Aramaic, would suggest to me that at least in this form, Jesus didn't say that. Now, there are sayings in Mark and special sayings in Matthew and in Thomas, which suggest that there may be a precursor, the saying about becoming a child and entering the kingdom of God. That may be a kind of precursor of John's version of this born again saying, because unless one turns and becomes a child, one cannot enter the kingdom. That is a saying that seems to suggest some kind of radical reorientation of the self in ways that are kind of normally impossible. And that saying, because we've got versions of it in Thomas, we've got a version in Mark, and we've got a second version from another saying that Matthew records. That, I think, has a better chance of being historical Jesus. And then in that case, we would say, I think that John knows something of a saying like that, but he decides to frame it in a much punchier way, using a pun that only works in Greek. And now it becomes rebirth rather than turning and be like a little child or something like that. So I'd say John 3:3, not from the historical Jesus in the way it's been framed, but there may be something behind it that is historical Jesus stuff.
Do you know of any areas in the Greek world where that pun is used at all?
I don't know offhand whether we've got other examples of the pun, of that word functioning as a pun, but we've got lots and lots of instances of the word in Greek being used sometimes to mean again and sometimes to mean from above. We got lots of examples of that. John, the author of the Gospel of John, likes puns, and he uses the word hupsao to either to glorify or to lift up physically is a pun that he uses. Now that's a pun that also works in Aramaic, right? There's an Aramaic word that has both the sense of to lift up someone physically, as on the cross, and also to lift them up socially or in terms of reputation, that is to glorify them. So John, there are puns in John that would work in Aramaic, but the John 3:3 doesn't. It only works in Greek.
Wow, that's fascinating. Is there any other examples like that you think, yeah, he didn't say that?
Well, one example would be, we have a number of sayings, say from Q, that indicate that Jesus is willing to associate with disreputable, with persons who have some level of disrepute, so tax collectors or toll collectors. So we've got in Q a saying, Jesus says, to whom shall I compare this generation? That is his fellow Jews. They're like children in the marketplace who say, we piped and you didn't dance, we sang a dirge and you didn't mourn. For John the Baptist came neither eating nor drinking, and you said he's demon possessed. And the Son of Man, self-reference, came eating and drinking, and you said that he's a glutton and a drunk, a friend of tax collectors. So that, and we've got a number of sayings in Mark that suggests that Jesus associated with persons of that particular group. Now contrast that with with Matthew 18, where this is material that doesn't show up in other sources, where Matthew is elaborating some disciplinary features of a Christ group. So if someone sins, you go to them privately and see if you can convince them to do otherwise. If that doesn't work, you take another person and encourage them. And if that doesn't work, then you treat them like a tax collector. So, I mean, I say to my students, what does that mean? Does that mean you have dinner with them? No, clearly. I mean, Matthew says, treat them like a tax collector. In other words, you throw them out. You do not associate with them. But that's in pretty interesting tension with this other stream of material that you find in the early phases of the Synoptic Gospel, which indicate Jesus does associate with tax collectors, isn't about to rebuke them or throw them out of his company. And Matthew is even willing to imagine that one of Jesus' disciples, Matthew, is a former tax collector. So I'd say the Matthew 18 use of the Matthew 18 Jesus saying probably doesn't go back to the historical Jesus at all. It reflects a somewhat later stage of the organization of Christ groups, where it's important to decide who the pious are and who the impious are, and the impious you exclude. But this, I think, already belongs to a phase of the development of organizational practices within Christ groups, where you have to come up with disciplinary rules. Many of the associations that I work on similarly had disciplinary rules. So, being a disturbance at the group's banquet might be enough of a reason to get you expelled.
Interesting. And then your any evidence of early Christ assemblies having connections to assemblies to pagan gods?
I guess it depends on what we might mean by connection. That Christ groups knew about other assemblies, I think, is pretty clear. If one thinks about 1 Corinthians 8-10, where Paul addresses the issue of whether a Christ devotee should participate in a cultic meal where the meat has been sacrificed to a pagan deity. So this is the kind of activity that occurred in pagan temples. It also occurred in a number of pagan associations where their meal would have begun with a sacrifice of an animal, and the sacrifice then, part of the sacrifice is offered to the deity, and then the devotees eat the remainder of the sacrifice. So I think it's entirely possible that in Corinth, Paul knows perfectly well that there are other groups devoted to other deities and cultic meals. And one of the issues that he addresses in 1 Corinthians 8 is it okay for Christ devotees to attend those, as they seem to have been doing? And his answer is try to dissuade them from doing so. If one looks at the letter of Ignatius to the Ephesians, this would be from the very early part of the 2nd century. Ignatius describes a Christ group using the terms that belong to Dionysiac associations. So he says that you are Christ bearers, Christophoroi, and you are Neophoroi, temple bearers. And he uses a whole series of words that end with this suffix phoros or phoroi, a bearer. Yep. Now, that's typical vocabulary of Dionysiac associations, where there are basket bearers.
Thasmophoria.
Exactly. So there are and what he's describing is a kind of procession of Christian procession where each of these members has a different phoros name or a phoros function. They're a bearer of a Christ or the temple or something like that. But that vocabulary comes straight out of understanding what how Dionysiac groups divide their devotees into certain classes of basket bearers and phallus bearers and so forth. So now that doesn't mean that I think that means that he knows perfectly well what that vocabulary is, because he knows about Dionysiac groups and he sees them, he hears their vocabulary, and he adapts them. It surely doesn't mean that his Christ believers are members of a Dionysiac group. They, for all we know, they could have been former members.
Let me run something by you real quick. As someone who's you're a professor, you're an expert, and I'm just an amateur reading this stuff and for fun. Let me run this by you and get your opinion. This is the last thing we'll talk about, because I've recently had come up with the hypothesis that some of these early Christians are converts coming from Orphism. And the reason why I think that is for a couple of reasons. When we look at Clement of Alexandria, he's really like focusing on these Orphic traditions, and even saying like Christ is the new Orpheus, singing the song of salvation. He says that in his exhortation to the Greeks. You also have in some of these early catacombs pictures of Jesus looking like Orpheus.
Mm-hmm.
And the last thing I've
with a sheep on his shoulders.
Yes, and then you have Paul talking about, listen, guys, you might show up at a dinner and they might offer they might give you meat that was sacrificed to an idol. It's all right, just chill out. Unless it trips your brother up, then don't do it. And I'm thinking, who are these people associating with? And when I look at the Orphics, they're a lot similar in their piety and their religious devotion. It seems to me that this could be part of the early Christian transition, that these people were, for whatever reason, more likely to convert to Christianity. What's your thoughts on that?
That's entirely possible. I'd also point, at the beginning of 1 Thessalonians says, everybody's heard how you turned from idols to serve the true and living God. So Paul here I think he's citing what's common knowledge between him and the Thessalonians, namely that at some point they were not Christ devotees. They were devoted to other kinds of deities. He doesn't say which kind of deities there, but Dionysus is a possibility. Orphism is
which is big in Orphism. The Dionysus, the Thesmophoria, that's all Orphic stuff. And not to mention the Derveni papyrus is found right in the smack dab in the middle of Thessalonica.
Yes, yeah. So it's entirely, this is entirely possible. I think it was Bob Jewett that wrote in his book on Thessaloniki, argued that there was a connection to the cult of the Kabiroi, which was sort of a quasi-mystic cult. That's possible. The difficulty that we have is Paul doesn't actually say very much about what groups they came from, and it doesn't give us much of a clue about what they had originated as cultores of some other deity. But we do have examples in antiquity of persons converting from one deity to another. One of the famous examples is Elias Aristides, who is this famous hypochondriac from the 2nd century, where when we first tune into him and can read his material, he's very devoted to the Greco-Egyptian deity Serapis. He writes a hymn to Serapis and so forth. And but there's a point at which he seems to decide that Asclepius is better for him. Both Serapis and Asclepius are healing gods, but Asclepius is also connected with rhetoric, and he's a rhetorician. And in the latter part of his career, he seems to be much more interested in his devotion to Asclepius and not to Serapis anymore. So there's an example of somebody sort of switching deities. One of my former students, Zeba Crook, has written extensively on this notion of shifting from one deity to another.
Nonus, I think Nonus converts to Christianity. I think he wrote the Dionysica. I could
Yes, yeah, right, yeah, and then he writes this sort of allegorical poem about Christianity. So yeah, you get people switching. It's a really interesting question. Why? That is, what does the new deity have? What benefits does the new deity offer, or the new group offer, that the older deity didn't offer? Presumably there was some reason for the conversion. It's either that one deity has offered benefits that the other didn't have, or maybe the social group. Maybe there's more attraction of that social group. There's something about there's the social glue that holds them together that's more appealing.
You know what I think is a good way to look at that is compare how people leave certain Christian denominations to go to other denominations. Like somebody might leave the Catholic Church because, whoa, these Baptists, they really have the real gospel, and let's go over there. Or maybe the other way around. I mean, someone's like, yeah, these Baptists are a little too right wing for my taste. I'm going to go to this Catholic church, and oh, look how nice this church looks. Oh, look at all these statues. Maybe those are some things that you can compare to in the ancient world, how people switch over. You know?
Yeah, those kinds of comparisons are really useful. It's there has been an interesting correlation between American evangelicals converting to Greek Orthodoxy, and you would think, boy, that's not an intuitive change to make. But it's observed all over the place that it happens, and one might then suggest that there's a certain appeal to the amount of ritual that you see in Orthodoxy that you don't see, incense and vestments and all of that may have its own attraction. Another kind of interesting comparison that Rodney Stark has made is to look at conversion by the Mormons, where the Mormons, I think one of the motors behind Mormon conversion is the strength of Mormon groups, or the strength of Mormon socialities, that you belong to a Mormon group and you're in a sense fixed for life for social relations, strong and healthy social relationships. It may have nothing to do with theology. It may have to do with the kind of internal cohesion of these Mormon groups, and especially for people who feel a little alienated or a little, disconnected from their own groups. A Mormon group is a great one to belong to. Though that conversion, I think, can happen both for kind of theological reasons, and it can occur for entirely social reasons. That and Stark has also made the interesting point that in the 3rd century, when the plague of Cyprian hits, both Christians and Jews cared not only for their own, but they cared for their pagan neighbors. And even though Christians some Christians would have likely succumbed to the plague, which was maybe smallpox or maybe even bubonic plague, it's unclear. But for pagans who had been cared for by Christians who recovered, then the likelihood of conversion goes way up. If someone has saved your life through their care and through their God, then that becomes a powerful incentive to take their God pretty seriously. So that may have been one of the motors, Christian behavior and Jewish behavior for conversion. Julian the Apostate is very unhappy that Christians did this, and he's even more unhappy that pagan priests didn't do it. That is, they tended, to hightail it out of town when the plague hit, rather than caring for anybody. So, that's conceivably also one of the motors for conversion.
Well, I really enjoyed this conversation, and links for the books in the description. Anything else you want to say before we go?
No, it's been a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you for your time, and you have attained true gnosis.
You have just attained true gnosis. The demiurge has no power over you.